sports facilities will be ready in the country. Tara Air's flight carrying 22 passengers, including 4 Indians, was found near the village of Kuwang in Mustang. Search operations for the flight had been earlier suspended owing to bad weather conditions. An inter-ministerial central team of the Union Home Ministry visited the landslide-affected areas of Assam. This was also in some parts of Dima Hasao district and took stock of the situation from Deputy Commissioner Dima Hasao. The sanctorum of Ram Mandir's foundation stone will be laid on 1st of June and is expected to be completed by January 2024, where the statue of the deity will be installed. Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath will be visiting Ayodhya on 1st of June to offer prayers and lay the foundation stone of the Sanctum Sanctorum. A 4-year-old girl was allegedly kidnapped and raped in Karoli district of Rajasthan. According to the Karoli Superintendent of Police, the minor girl has been medically examined and is undergoing treatment. The police are searching for the accused and have registered a case. Goa Chief Minister Dr. Pramod Sawant has vowed to crack down on forced illegal conversions in the state.
इस तरह के कन्वर्जन के इशू अभी इससे आगे भी किसी को करने को नहीं देंगे और इस तरह से जहाँ पे एक्टिविटी चलती हैं, जहाँ कहाँ से भी कंप्लेन आई तो तुरंत ही स्टॉप किया जाएगा.
Final respects were paid to Lance Naik Kuti, who lost his life in the road accident that took place near Tutuk in Ladakh. His remains are to be taken to his native village in Medirapur for the last rites. Karnataka Congress leader Chandru gave his resignation to the top leaders of the Karnataka Congress party, citing personal reasons. He gave his resignation to President D.K. Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah. A sweeper carrying out her duty while having a child tied to her back recently caught the attention of the media in Odisha's Baripada. The lady stated that she had to tie the child to her back as she was alone but did not mind as the same as it was her duty. In an unfortunate incident from Nalgonda in Telangana, at least 3 persons died due to an electric shock after the chariot of a temple came in contact with an electric wire. At least 26 Rohingyas were detained by Assam's Kachar district police from Silchar. According to the police, the Rohingyas were coming from Jammu and are currently being interrogated by the police. A police operation was undertaken in Punjab's village of Ghana. The operation was carried out as part of the Punjab government's campaign against sexual abuse. A drone coming from border side was shot down in Taliharia Chak under Rajbagh police station in Kathuwa district. The drone had a payload attachment with it, which is being screened by the bomb disposal experts. At least 7 people were reported killed, including 3 women, while 9 were grievously injured when a tourist bus collided with the truck on the Bairaj-Lakhimpur highway in Uttar Pradesh. The southwest monsoon has set in over Kerala 3 days ahead of its normal onset date of 1st of June. Last month, the department forecast average monsoon rains for this year, raising the hopes of higher farm and economic growth. Crude bombs were hurled and at least 12 houses were vandalized as 2 factions of the Trinamool Congress clashed in West Bengal's Malda district. The incident happened in Gopalpur, Balutala area in Manikchak block as a group of Trinamool Congress workers led by Panchayat Samiti office Bear Saifuddin Sheikh clashed with the faction led by the party's area president Nasir Ali. Police said they are yet to make any arrest. Police have taken Yahya Tangal, Popular Front of India leader, into the custody for organizing the PFI rally in Kerala. Tangal was one of the organizers of the event where the slogans were allegedly raised. He allegedly made remarks against Kerala High Court judges yesterday. So far, 27 people have been arrested in the PFI sloganeering case. The core committee on the Naga political issue of Nagaland's government urged the National Socialist Council of Nagaland with the centre. The Socialist Council had recently rejected the idea of calling the state's national flag a cultural one as suggested by the centre. Chief Minister of Jharkhand, Hemant Soren, met Congress National President Sonia Gandhi in the national capital. The meet was held to decide upon a candidate for the upcoming Rajya Sabha in Jharkhand. Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhabi held a public meeting ahead of the by-elections in Uttarakhand's Champawat. The meet was held following a rally the minister held a day before the elections. Registration slots for the Char Dham Yatra have been reported full in the state of Uttarakhand. Several pilgrims are currently gathered at Rishikesh at the moment, awaiting further information on the registration. 4 individuals were arrested in connection with a robbery in Mumbai's Malad. The accused, disguised as a delivery man, allegedly tied the hands and feet of a senior citizen at the site of the robbery. Union Minister Narayan Rane was discharged from Leelavati Hospital and Research Centre in Mumbai. The minister had been admitted to the hospital for an angioplasty. Iran's vice president held talks on climate change and drought in Iraq on Sunday alongside Iraqi foreign minister. They had this meeting over the Environmental Protection Organization, and this meeting was with Fawad Hussein in Baghdad. Israeli police detained several Palestinians on Sunday as tensions rose in Jerusalem ahead of an Israeli nationalist march. Some 3,000 Israeli police were deployed throughout the city ahead of the rally, in which flag-waving Israeli nationalists plan to walk through the heart of the city's main Palestinian thoroughfare. Israeli cabinet held a meeting on Sunday to mark Jerusalem Day, celebrating Israel's capture of the East Jerusalem, including the Old City in the 1967 Mideast War. Israel has annexed East Jerusalem in a move that isn't internationally recognized, and it claims all of the city as its capital. Egypt's Foreign Minister Sameh Shoukry met with a senior official from the Palestinian Fatah Party in Cairo on Sunday. The visit of Jibril Rajoub, the Secretary General of the Fatah Central Committee, comes as unrest erupts ahead of a nationalistic Israeli march through the heart of the Muslim quarter of Jerusalem's Old City. At least 15 people have died in the torrential rains across southern China. 8 died in 2 building collapses from landslides in Fujian province near China's east coast. The storm damaged roads, bridges and telecommunications and power facilities in Yunnan's county, which is about 130 kilometers north of the border with Vietnam. Vice President Kamala Harris is urging the Congress to act against the rising gun violence in the United States. Attending the last funeral for victims of a racist attack on black people at the Buffalo supermarket, Harris called for a ban on assault weapons. The church community of World Texas elementary school shooting that killed 19 children and 2 teachers held a vigil for the victims. Members of the Sacred Heart Catholic Church read tributes to those who lost their lives. Britain is getting ready for the party featuring mounted troops' solemn prayers. The nation will celebrate Queen Elizabeth II's 70 years on the throne this weekend with 4 days of pomp and pageantry in central London. The mayor of southern Ukrainian city of Mykolaiv released a video footage which showed damage caused by shelling in the residential area of the city. Due to the Russian shelling, 1 woman died and 7 people were injured, with 2 of them in a serious condition. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said Russia's war in the front lines of Ukraine was very complicated. Zelensky's address came at a time when Russia has intensified efforts to capture the larger cities of Luhansk province.
Never in the world we have seen a situation where people who are threatened their security is taken back, and the list as to whose security has been taken back, this confidential list is published for the public consumption. तो एक तरह से ये एक इनवाइट था। यह बहुत ही दुखद घटना है। पंजाब की कानून की व्यवस्था की, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की जो स्थिति है, उसको स्पष्ट रूप से बयान करती है।
The question this time very clearly, no answers from him. Our keys continue to be with his men. We faced intimidation here. What we have to see is what action will really be taken here in this case. We've been trying to get in touch with you and ask you several questions on the land deals that you had along with Priyanka Vadra and Robert Vadra. While you're trying to avoid the camera, hanging of the rapist has been confirmed. Court has said all the evidence had already been seen at the trial court, at the high court and the top court of the country. They're not going to go into it again. Once again trying to get in a word with Mr. Vijay Mallya. Persistently been asking you only one question. Mallya, why did you escape in 2015? Do you not think the decorum of the court and the dignity needed to be maintained with the kind of language you used? Republic TV gets you the first words from Khabar Qureshi.
A small airplane with 22 people on board flying on a popular
winning 3 gold and 2 silver medals besides a bronze. His experience as an expert horseman are being utilized by the NDA for training cadets in equitation. For his tremendous contribution to the sport, he has been honored with the Arjuna Award in the year 2020.
निशान टोले निशान
देवियों और सज्जनों, निशान टोली निशान को परेड पर ला रही है। आप सभी से अनुरोध है कि निशान को समुचित सम्मान प्रदान करने हेतु कृपया खड़े हो जाएं तथा जो वर्दी में है वे परेड कमांडर की कमांड पर सैल्यूट करें। Ladies and gentlemen, the Nishan Toli will now bring in the President's colors. When the colors are brought in, you are requested to rise, and those in uniform will salute at the word of command of the parade commander.
निशान को सलामी देगा सलामत शास
The President's color were presented to the National Defence Academy in recognition of the highest standards of training imparted here. The President's color is the highest honor that can be bestowed upon any military unit. The presentation of the award or standard by the Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces of India is an acknowledgement of the unit's meritorious service. While the practice of carrying the colors into battle has stopped, the tradition of receiving, holding and parading the color continues even today in the armed forces.
It is the privilege of the cadets of the passing out course to carry the President's colors. In keeping with this tradition, the cadets carrying the President's colors to the parade ground are Squadron Cadet Captain Pratham Singh, flanked by Cadet Sergeant Major Aman Patel and Cadet Sergeant Major Chinmay Thakur.
Ladies and gentlemen, the parade is now lined up for review. The cadet commanding today's parade is Academy Cadet Adjutant Abhimanyu Singh Rathod. The officer on the charger to your extreme left is the Adjutant, Major Harsh Bharat Jani. Major Harsh Bharat Jani is an alumnus of the 115th course of the National Defence Academy. An infantry officer, he was commissioned into the 3rd Battalion of the 4th Gorkha Rifles, Chindits. Possessing varied operational, staff and instructional experience, the officer has served as a Ghatak platoon commander along the line of control in Jammu and Kashmir and a company commander in high altitude area along the line of actual control in eastern Ladakh. The officer has undergone cross-attachment with an armoured regiment as part of the strike corps along the western borders, and has also served as an instructor in the tactics wing at the infantry school Mount. In addition, the officer has served as a staff officer in Joint Operations Center at the UN missions in Lebanon, and holds the distinction of representing Indian Army at exercise Cambrian Patrol in Wales, UK, where the team secured a silver medal. A graduate of Defence Services Staff College, Wellington, the officer was awarded General Officer Commanding-in-Chief Eastern Command Commendation in the year 2015. The officer has assumed the appointment of adjutant on 2nd June 2021.
The adjutant is ably assisted by the assistant adjutant, Major Rohit Singh Pilania. The officer is an alumnus of Charlie Scott of the 125th course of the National Defence Academy. He was commissioned into the 4th Battalion of the Rajput Regiment in December 2014 after passing out from the Indian Military Academy, Dehradun. The officer has served in active counter-insurgency and counter-terrorism operations in Arunachal Pradesh at the international border, on the western front at Gurdaspur, and in high-altitude areas along the line of control at Kargil. The officer is the son of Lieutenant Colonel Mahipal Singh of 9 Mechanized Infantry, who made the supreme sacrifice in service of the nation during the United Nations peacekeeping mission in South Sudan on 9th April 2013. Major Rohit Singh Pilania took over the appointment of Assistant Adjutant in December 2020. The actual footwork of training the cadets of the National Defence Academy in all aspects of drill is led by the Drill Subedar Major, Honorary Lieutenant Bishnu Kumar Shrestha from 1st Battalion of the 1st Gorkha Rifles. The Drill Subedar Major served as an instructor at the Indian Military Academy from 2005 to 2008 and the National Defence Academy from 2011 to 2015.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now awaiting the arrival of Major General Sanjeev Dogra, Deputy Commandant and Chief Instructor, National Defence Academy. Major General Sanjeev Dogra took over as Deputy Commandant and Chief Instructor, National Defence Academy, Khadakwasla on 1st December 2021. He is an alumnus of the 70th course of the National Defence Academy, Defence Services Staff College, Wellington, and College of Defence Management, Secunderabad. On completion of his training at the Indian Military Academy, Dehradun, he was commissioned into the 16th Battalion of the Jat Regiment in June 1987. Major General Sanjeev Dogra has a rich combat experience and has served in almost all tough terrains. As a young officer, he was posted at the highest battlefield of the world, the Siachen Glacier. His contributions towards counter-insurgency operations in Jammu and Kashmir helped him to raise and command a Rashtriya Rifles battalion deployed in the heart of insurgency. The officer commanded a brigade as a part of the strike corps in the Western Theatre and later was General Officer Commanding of a mountain division deployed along the line of control, which is known to as Forever in Operations. Major General Sanjeev Dogra has specialized as an instructor. His initial instructional appointments include instructor at Indian Military Training Team Bhutan and battalion commander at Officers Training Academy, Chennai. As directing staff at College of Defence Management, Secunderabad, he specialized in operational research. He also served as Deputy Commandant and Chief Instructor at Infantry School, Mount. The General Officer has served as the Commandant of the War Gaming Development Center, where he was responsible for developing state-of-the-art computer-simulated war games for the Army. His important staff assignments include Brigade Major of a Mountain Brigade, and as a Brigadier was responsible for cadets administration at Officers Training Academy, Gaya. Ladies and gentlemen, Major General Sanjeev Dogra, Deputy Commandant and Chief Instructor, National Defence Academy.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are awaiting the arrival of Vice Admiral Ajay Kochar, Ati Vishish Seva Medal, Nau Sena Medal, Commandant, National Defence Academy. Vice Admiral Ajay Kochar, Ati Vishish Seva Medal, Nau Sena Medal, assumed the appointment of Commandant, National Defence Academy on 1st April 2022. As an alumnus of the National Defence Academy, he was commissioned in the Indian Navy on 1st July 1988. He is a graduate of the Defence Services Staff College, Wellington, Naval War College, Mumbai, and the Royal College of Defence Studies at United Kingdom. In a career spanning 34 years, the flag officer has held various important and challenging command and staff appointments. He has been the Fleet Commander of the Western Fleet, the sword arm of the Indian Navy, where he led the fleet for critical operational missions, foreign bilateral exercises, and major humanitarian assistance and disaster relief taskings. He has commanded India's only aircraft carrier, INS Vikramaditya, and during his tenure, the carrier was deployed extensively for operations on both the east and west coasts. The officer has the distinction of commissioning a frontline frigate for the Navy at Kaliningrad, Russia. His other command appointments include INS Kirpan, a missile corvette, and missile vessels during Operation Parakram. The staff appointments of the flag officer include Joint Director Naval Plans and Director of Staff Requirements at Integrated Headquarters of Ministry of Defence, Navy, wherein he formulated the future maritime perspective and capabilities enhancement plans for the Indian Navy. He has also steered major shipbuilding projects for the Indian Navy as Assistant Controller of Carrier Projects and Assistant Controller of Warship Production and Acquisition. Ladies and gentlemen, Vice Admiral Ajay Kochar, Ati Vishisht Seva Medal, Nau Sena Medal, Commandant, National Defence Academy.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are awaiting the arrival of Lieutenant General Jai Singh Nain, Ati Vishesh Seva Medal, Sena Medal, General Officer Commanding in Chief, Southern Command. Lieutenant General Jai Singh Nain is an alumnus of Sainik School Kunjpura, National Defence Academy Khadakwasla and Indian Military Academy Dehradun. He was commissioned into the 2nd Battalion of the Dogra Regiment in June 1983. He is a graduate of Defence Services Staff College Wellington, College of Defence Management Secunderabad and National Defence College, Bangladesh. The General Officer has a comprehensive and well-rounded operational experience through varied command and staff appointments during his 39-year-long military career. He has commanded his battalion on the line of control in Jammu and Kashmir, a mountain brigade in the northeast, an infantry division on the line of control, a strategically important corps on the western front, and a strike corps in the southern sector. The General Officer has served as a United Nations military observer with the United Nations mission in Iraq and Kuwait. He has also held prestigious staff appointments, namely a Brigade Major of an Independent Mechanized Brigade, and Chief of Staff of the Northern and Eastern Commands. The General Officer is also the Colonel of the Dogra Regiment. He took over as the General Officer Commanding in Chief, Southern Command in February 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, Lieutenant General Jai Singh Nain, Ati Vishesh Seva Medal, Sena Medal, General Officer Commanding in Chief, Southern Command.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are awaiting the arrival of Air Chief Marshal V.R. Chaudhary, Param Vishisht Seva Medal, Ati Vishisht Seva Medal, Vayu Sena Medal, Aide-de-Camp, Chief of Air Staff. Air Chief Marshal V.R. Chaudhary was commissioned into the fighter stream of the Indian Air Force on 29th December 1982. He is an alumnus of National Defence Academy, Flying Instructor School, and Defence Services Staff College, Wellington. The officer has a rich and varied experience of operational flying, having flown over 3,800 hours. During his career, he has held numerous command and staff appointments and has been an Air Force examiner on fighter and trainer aircraft. He is a Category A qualified flying instructor and an instrument rating instructor and examiner. The Chief has the unique distinction of being an instructor at Defence Services Staff College, Wellington, as well as Defence Services Command and Staff College, Zambia. The Air Chief Marshal has commanded a frontline fighter squadron and 2 important fighter bases. Some of his notable assignments include Assistant Chief of Air Staff, where he spearheaded several major procurement cases of the Indian Air Force. He later was Air Officer Commanding-in-Chief of Western Air Command and Vice Chief of Air Staff before taking over as Chief of the Air Staff on 30th September 2021. The Air Chief Marshal is the Chairman of the Chiefs of Staff Committee. For distinguished service of a high order, he has been awarded the Param Vishisht Seva Medal in 2021 and Ati Vishisht Seva Medal in 2015, besides the Vayu Sena Medal in 2004 for devotion to duty. Ladies and gentlemen, Air Chief Marshal V.R. Chaudhary, Param Vishisht Seva Medal, Ati Vishisht Seva Medal, Vayu Sena Medal, Aide-de-Camp, Chief of Air Staff, the reviewing officer for today's parade. Ladies and gentlemen, please look to your left. You can see the first flypast, wherein we have 3 helicopters approaching the parade ground in trooper formation.
श्रीमान राष्ट्रीय रक्षा कैंपर 142 स्क्वाड दीक्षांत समारोह परेड 907 कैडेट्स परेड निरीक्षण के लिए हाजिर है। ऑस्कर कैडेट खड़ा रहे बाकी परेड
the number of our alumni who've been decorated in war is legion. Most of them have had their baptism with fire in the wars since independence. Some where blizzards and snowstorms rule. Some where the winds blow full of sand. Some where the waves hold argument with the sky, and some in the uncharted space above. But like professional soldiers, they were conscious of the hazard of the profession they had chosen, and were conscious of the contribution they were making to safeguard the sovereignty of our nation. In this long march to glory, our alumni have demonstrated exemplary courage and dedication, both in war and peace. They have defended our borders, kept the territorial waters safe for the nation, and touched its sky with glory. The list of our alumni who have distinguished themselves in war would read like a veritable who's who of Indian heroes. Till date, these heroes have been awarded 3 Paramveer Chakra, 32 Mahavir Chakra, 162 Veer Chakra, 12 Ashok Chakra, 45 Kirti Chakra, and 152 Shaurya Chakra.
There are some whom we always remember with special fondness. Captain Gurbachan Singh Salaria, 9th Course, Bravo Squadron. 2nd Lieutenant Arun Khetrapal, 38th Course, Foxtrot Squadron. And Captain Manoj Kumar Pandey, 90th Course, Mike Squadron. The spirit of 381 warriors and 5 of those who went missing in action resides in the hut of remembrance behind the Sudan block, which was built brick by brick, stone by stone, with the dedicated toil of the cadets of the 10th to the 17th courses.
The reviewing officer will now review the parade. Leading the lineup is the contingent of Oscar Squadron, proudly carrying the Chiefs of Staff banner. The second contingent is of Bravo Squadron. The third contingent is of Charlie Squadron. The fourth contingent is of Mike Squadron. The fifth contingent is of Kilo Squadron. The sixth contingent is of Juliet Squadron. The seventh contingent is of Alpha Squadron. The eighth contingent is of India Squadron. Ladies and gentlemen, the Nishan Toli, proudly carrying the President's colors. The ninth contingent is of Hunter Squadron.
യജമാനിരിക്കുന്നതിന്റെ അവരിട്ടിരിക്കുന്ന കോണുകം അത് കാവ്യമാകുമ്പോൾ സ്വാഭാവികമാണ് ചൂടിക്കും.
The leader of PFI who spoke against the High Court judges have been confirmed to be arrested by the Kerala police.
बाबरी मस्जिद किसी ने छीनी नहीं है. आप ताजमहल वाली बात पे क्यों डिस्कस नहीं कर रहे? एक ही दिन में 3 वर्डिक्ट्स आए हैं. ताजमहल वाले में डांट पड़ी है. वो पहले तो शब्दों का इस्तेमाल करना मदनी समझें और ओबीसी. ये देश है ना, संविधान से चलेगा या सर्वमान्य कानूनों से चलेगा.
सिद्धू मूसेवाला एक रेनाउंड पर्सनालिटी, उसको दिन दिहाड़े गांव के बीचों बीच शरेआम गोलियां मार के उसकी हत्या कर दी जाती है। लॉ एंड ऑर्डर सिचुएशन पे बहुत बड़ा सवाल है कि आखिरकार इस तरह के अटैक्स कब रुकेंगे। दो लोग दोनों तरफ से अंधाधुंध उन्होंने फायरिंग की और उनका एक ही मकसद था कि सिद्धू मूसेवाला का कत्ल करना।
Never in the world we have seen a situation where people who are threatened, their security is taken back, and the list as to whose security has been taken back, this confidential list is published for the public consumption. तो एक तरह से ये एक इनवाइट था। यह बहुत ही दुखद घटना है। पंजाब की कानून की व्यवस्था की, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की जो स्थिति है उसको स्पष्ट रूप से बयान करती है।
The question this time very clearly, no answers from him. Our keys continue to be with his men. We faced intimidation here. What we have to see is what action will really be taken here in this case. We've been trying to get in touch with you and ask you several questions on the land deals that you had along with Priyanka Vadra and Robert Vadra. Why are you trying to avoid the camera, sir? Hanging of the rapist has been confirmed. Court has said all the evidence had already been seen at the trial court, at the high court and the top court of the country. They're not going to go into it again. Once again trying to get in a word with Mr. Vijay Mallya. Persistently been asking you only one question. Mallya, why did you escape in 2015? Do you not think the decorum of the court and the dignity needed to be maintained with the kind?
Major Sandeep Unnikrishnan, 94th course, Oscar Scotland. Major Mohit Sharma, 95th course, India Scotland. Major D. Raghuraman, 95th course, November Scotland. Captain Harshan Rahul, 101st course, Golf Scotland.
The cadets of the National Defence Academy follow in the footsteps of some of our illustrious alumni who have scaled the highest peaks in the Himalayas, sailed around the world, and also done the country proud on the sports field. Some of those whom we mention with special pride are Wing Commander Rakesh Sharma, Ashok Chakra, the first Indian to orbit the Earth. Commander Dilip Dhonde, Shaurya Chakra, the first Indian solo circumnavigator of the globe. Captain H.D. Motiwala, who became the first Indian to be awarded the prestigious Rajiv Gandhi Khel Ratna Award, Dronacharya Award and the Arjuna Award for yachting. Wing Commander Yashwant Narayan Petkar swam across the English Channel twice, creating national and Asian record.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World 2022 rankings, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
The Prime Minister speaks at the Bloomberg Business Forum. He of course will try to highlight India's 5 trillion economy dream and essential supplies and adequate supplies, and that is the biggest that we have from the APMCR. Raj Thackeray is not backing down, and supporters of Raj Thackeray have used the loudspeaker to send a message. They're trying to stop us from reporting. Today has picked up Arnab Goswami from his house, dragged him out, assaulted him physically. This is the Abhignya Tower in Parel, Mumbai, where the fire was reported, and their entire effort has been to somehow burst down the flame.
ജഡ്ജിമാരിരിക്കുന്നതിന്റെ അവരിട്ടിരിക്കുന്ന കോണകം അത് കാവ്യമാകുമ്പോൾ സ്വാഭാവികമാണ് ചൂടിക്കും.
The leader of PFI who spoke against the High Court judges have been confirmed to being arrested by the Kerala police.
बाबरी मस्जिद किसी ने छीनी नहीं है. आप ताजमहल वाली बात पे क्यों डिस्कस नहीं कर रहे? एक ही दिन में 3 वर्डिक्ट्स आए हैं. ताजमहल वाले में डांट पड़ी है. वो पहले तो शब्दों का इस्तेमाल करना मदनी समझें और ओबीसी. ये देश है ना, संविधान से चलेगा या सर्वमान्य कानूनों से चलेगा.
Commander V. Vishal, 104 Foxtrot, and squadron leader Asif. On his left was Wing Commander Satyajit Limkar, 109 Oscar, and Flight Lieutenant Ankit Pandey, 132 Lima.
The second flypast will be with 3 Super Demona aircraft as the first squadron approaches the dais.
The third flypast will be by 3 Sukhoi 30 MKI aircraft as the Nishan is being carried off the parade ground. The lightning formation is led by Commanding Officer 20 Squadron, Group Captain B.S. Reddy, 100 India, and Flight Lieutenant Himanshu Chaudhary, 129 Echo. On his left, Wing Commander Rahul Chauhan, 106 Juliet, with Flight Lieutenant Rohit Kumar, 131 Lima. On his right, Squadron Leader Yogesh Dhami, 125 Mike, and Air Commodore Hirendra Asudani, Vishisht Seva Medal, Vayu Sena Medal, Air Officer Commanding Air Force Station Pune, 81 Foxtrot.
The fourth flypast will again be by 3 Sukhoi 30 MKI aircraft when the last set of 6 term cadets cross the quarterdeck.
In all nations, martial music has accompanied feats of arms, serving the twofold purpose of inspiring the troops to fight and as a method of conveying orders. It was used in the time of battle as a means of exciting that grand passion which the fiercest of oration could not. Playing this inspiring music today, we have 4 bands. These bands are the National Defence Academy Military Band led by Nayab Subedar Chenappa Shankar, Pipes and Drums Band of National Defence Academy and Bombay Engineers Group led by Nayab Subedar Raj Kishore, Indian Naval Band led by Master Chief Musician Prashanto Nashikar.
Ladies and gentlemen, look to your left. 3 Super Demona aircrafts approaching the parade ground in 3 Shakti formation.
Ladies and gentlemen, leading the parade is Academy Cadet Adjutant Abhimanyu Singh Rathod, followed by the Oscar Squadron, proudly carrying Chiefs of Staff banner. The contingent is led by Squadron Cadet Captain Ashmik Gaur. The contingent of Bravo Squadron, led by Squadron Cadet Captain Samar Trangpal. The contingent of Charlie Squadron, led by Squadron Cadet Captain Chaitanya Gupta. The contingent of Mike Squadron, led by Squadron Cadet Captain Anurag Kanav. The contingent of Kilo Squadron, led by Squadron Cadet Captain Nitin Sharma. The contingent of Juliet Squadron, led by Squadron Cadet Captain Abhishek Mani Tripathi. The contingent of Alpha Squadron, led by Squadron Cadet Captain Akashdeep Kalia. The contingent of India Squadron, led by Squadron Cadet Captain Arindam Sood. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the Nishan Toli, proudly carrying the President's colours. The contingent of Hunter Squadron, led by Squadron Cadet Captain Chandan Kumar Singh. The contingent of November Squadron, led by Squadron Cadet Captain Nitin Sharma. The contingent of Panther Squadron, led by Squadron Cadet Captain Vimal Kumar. The contingent of Golf Squadron, led by Squadron Cadet Captain Abhishek Singh. The contingent of Lima Squadron, led by Squadron Cadet Captain Abhimanyu Dashrath Khorpade. The contingent of Delta Squadron, led by Squadron Cadet Captain Ajay Singh Rathore. The contingent of Foxtrot Squadron, led by Squadron Cadet Captain Mridul Manhas. The contingent of Echo Squadron, led by Squadron Cadet Captain Saket Sharma. Concluding the lineup is the appointments contingent, led by Academy Cadet Captain Kumar Saurabh. And finally, Major Harsh Bharat Jani, Adjutant, National Defence Academy, saluting the reviewing officer on his charger, Reliant Robin.
Ladies and gentlemen, COVID-19 has not just resulted in restricting the normal way of life, but also temporary suspension of many activities at National Defence Academy, which the cadets look forward to. One such activity which was brought to life after a gap of 2 long years was midterm and adventure hikes. This year, cadets went on adventure hikes to Lohgarh Fort, Visapur Fort, Rajgarh Fort and Tikona Fort. The experience was not just adventurous, but culturally enriching as well, as the cadets learnt about the history and architecture of these magnificent forts. Midterm educational tours were conducted to various Army, Navy and Air Force establishments such as INS Shivaji, Lonavala, Naval Base Karwar, Maratha Light Infantry Regimental Center and Commando School, Belgaum. These educational tours help the cadets to understand the basic functioning of Indian Armed Forces at various levels and gave them an opportunity to enrich their knowledge about the organization.
Ladies and gentlemen, the equestrian training team of National Defence Academy has been performing exceedingly well in various equestrian and polo competitions at regional, services and national levels. The training team has won a total of 30 medals in the recently concluded Junior National Championship at Mumbai. The training team has also won 44 medals at Army Equestrian Championship, Bengaluru. Divisional Cadet Captain Prashant of Kilo Squadron from the passing out course was adjudged the best cadet rider in both these championships. The Armed Forces Medical College Pune organized their annual quiz and debate inter-academy competition Jigyasa and Samiksha. We are proud to inform you that both our quiz and debate teams stood second amongst the teams from various academies. Ladies and gentlemen, among various sports events which happened during Spring Term 22, the Interscon basketball competition was won by Delta Squadron. Interscon hockey competition was won by Oscar Squadron and Interscon athletics competition was won by Golf Squadron. Interscon cross country was held in the month of March, which was won by November Squadron.
समीक्षा क्रमबद्ध
Ladies and gentlemen, as you look to the extreme left, you can see Divisional Cadet Captain Sachin Kumar Saha from Oscar Scotland coming to hand over the Chiefs of Staff banner to Drill Instructor Company Havaldar Major Chandan Singh Bhadoria of 1900 Field Regiment of the Regiment of Artillery, who is receiving it on behalf of the Academy so that it can now be presented to the squadron that has won the championship this term. It is on the basis of a squadron's collective performance during the course of the term in 4 key activities, namely academics, outdoor training, specialist service training and games, that the championship is decided. Earlier, we had the Commandant's banner for the champion squadron. The Chiefs of Staff banner was instituted during autumn term 1980. Bravo Squadron was the first to win it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, we take immense care at National Defence Academy to ensure the all-round development of our cadets and the various activities directed towards this end. It goes without saying that the primary aim of this institution is to produce military leaders. The results of the training here are seen in the many wars India has fought over the years and the senior appointments achieved by the alumni. The National Defence Academy can take justifiable pride in the fact that its alumni have brought glory to themselves and their alma mater on the battlefield time and again.
The reviewing officer will present medals to the award winners in a short while. The winners of awards of Spring Term 2022 are winner of the President's Gold Medal, Academy Cadet Adjutant Abhimanyu Singh Rathore, Mike Scotton. Winner of the Silver Medal, Battalion Cadet Adjutant Arvind Chauhan, Oscar Scotton. Winner of the Bronze Medal, Scotland Cadet Captain Nitin Sharma, November Scotton. Winners of the Chiefs of Staff banner, Mike Scotton. राष्ट्रपति का स्वर्ण पदक प्रत्येक टर्म में उस कैडेट को प्रदान किया जाता है जो पासिंग आउट कोर्स की ओवरऑल मेरिट में प्रथम आता है। पुरस्कार के निर्धारण में कैडेट की शैक्षणिक उपलब्धि, बाहरी गतिविधियों में प्रदर्शन और एकेडमी में पूरे प्रशिक्षण प्रवास के दौरान उसकी ऑफिसर लाइक क्वालिटीज ध्यान में रखी जाती हैं। रजत और कांस्य पदक पासिंग आउट कोर्स की ओवरऑल मेरिट में दूसरे और तीसरे स्थान पर रहने वाले कैडेटों को प्रदान किए जाते हैं। द चीफ्स ऑफ स्टाफ बैनर उस स्क्वाड्रन को प्रदान किया जाता है जो ओवरऑल
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World 2022 rankings, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
Never in the world we have seen a situation where people who are threatened, their security is taken back, and the list as to whose security has been taken back, this confidential list is published for the public consumption. तो एक तरह से ये एक इनवाइट था। यह बहुत ही दुखद घटना है। पंजाब के कानून की व्यवस्था की, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की जो स्थिति है, उसको स्पष्ट रूप से बयान करती है।
The question this time very clearly, no answers from him. Our keys continue to be with his men. We faced intimidation here. What we have to see is what action will really be taken here in this case. We've been trying to get in touch with you and ask you several questions on the land deals that you had along with Priyanka Vadra and Robert Vadra. Why are you trying to avoid the camera, sir? Hanging of the rapist has been confirmed. Court has said all the evidence had already been seen at the trial court, at the high court and the top court of the country. They're not going to go into it again. Once again trying to get in a word with Mr. Vijay Mallya. Persistently been asking you only one question. Mallya, why did you escape in 2015? Do you not think the decorum of the court and the dignity needed to be maintained with the kind of language you were using? Republic TV gets you the first words from Khabar Qureshi.
Prime Minister speaks.
Cadet Captain Nitin Sharma, November Squadron. Winner of the Chiefs of Staff banner, Mike Squadron.
इन कैडेटों ने न केवल अपने स्क्वाड्रन का नाम गौरवान्वित किया है, बल्कि अपने माता पिता का शीर्ष भी गर्व से ऊंचा कर दिया है। माइक स्क्वाड्रन के कैडेटों के लिए भी यह अत्यंत हर्ष व उल्लास का समय है कि उन्होंने पढ़ाई, शारीरिक प्रशिक्षण, खेलकूद व कवायद जैसी गतिविधियों में अपनी महारत साबित कर चीफ्स ऑफ स्टाफ के प्रतिष्ठित ध्वज को प्राप्त किया है। चैंपियन स्क्वाड्रन होने के कारण माइक स्क्वाड्रन के कैडेट अब दाहिने कंधे पर लैन यार्ड लगाने के साथ साथ अपने स्क्वाड्रन भवन के आगे 2 समारोहिक तोपें भी रख सकते हैं। साथ ही वे अपने स्क्वाड्रन भवन पर चीफ्स ऑफ स्टाफ के प्रतिष्ठित ध्वज को फहरा भी सकते हैं।
The medal winners are marching back to take their positions. It is indeed a proud moment for them as well as for all those who have been associated with their training here. And of course, for their parents. For the cadets of Mike's Squadron, it is also a special occasion as they have been declared the champion squadron and have received the prestigious Chiefs of Staff banner. The distinction of being the champion squadron entitles the squadron to put up the banner atop the squadron building next term. It also entitles the squadron to display 2 ceremonial guns at the entrance to the squadron, symbolizing their achievement. It gives the cadets of the squadron the proud privilege of wearing the red-colored lanyard on the right shoulder, unlike the cadets of all the other squadrons who wear it on the left shoulder. It is indeed a rare honor for Mike's Squadron because they have been adjudged the champion squadron. The reviewing officer is requested to kindly address the parade.
GOC-in-C, Southern Command, Lieutenant General J.S. Nain, Commandant NDA, Vice Admiral Ajay Kochar, Deputy Commandant, members of the staff and faculty, esteemed veterans, cadets on parade, proud parents and families, members of the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a matter of honor for me to be at the National Defence Academy this morning to review the passing out parade of the 142nd course. It is nostalgic for me to be standing here after nearly 4 decades, recalling the slow march past this quarterdeck to the tune of Auld Lang Syne and being ushered into the backyard of Science Block. It surely brings back some very fond memories. At the very outset, I would like to compliment you all for your immaculate turnout, precise drill movements, and high standards of parade, which is testimony to the fine training that is imparted at this prestigious academy. I would also like to congratulate all award winners for their outstanding performance during the 3 years of training here. My compliments to the instructors and staff at NDA for their dedication and commitment in nurturing, mentoring, and training cadets to become future officers. A special congratulations to the 19 cadets from friendly foreign countries. Good show and well done. As you move from here to your respective service training academies, the armed forces will look upon you to carry forward the rich legacy of professionalism and service before self shown by your predecessors. What do the armed forces expect from you as future officers and leaders? We expect exceptional professionalism and unquestioned integrity. We expect you to maintain the highest standards of personal conduct and moral values that reflect the dignity and pride of being in the profession of arms. We expect you to be fair, consistent, and selfless while at work, and to have compassion and understanding when dealing with your subordinates. There will be crossroads in your career where you will need to make a decision whether to choose the harder right or the easier wrong. Physical and moral courage to stand up to what is right will hold you in good stead. You are all on a path less traveled, so tread carefully. You will be required to lead from the front and adapt to emerging situations with alacrity, because the men and women you will command will look up to you. Don't ever let them down. In the coming years, you are bound to face certain hardships in your career. Never allow these hardships and constraints to affect you mentally and physically. There is an old adage, when the going gets tough, the tough get going. This should be the motto of your career, and you should remain physically, emotionally, and mentally fit to meet and accept all challenges in life. Warfare is undergoing a fundamental change with the emergence of new technology and radically new doctrines. India's security dynamics involves multifaceted threats and challenges. It would require us to build multi-domain capabilities and execute operations simultaneously and in shortened time frames. You will need to stay abreast with technological advancements, for which you will have to study, research, and analyze. Your quest for knowledge must continue unabated after you pass out from here. As future officers, you must develop an understanding of this complex and dynamic world through the study of military history, geopolitics, and international affairs. This can be possible only if you inculcate good reading habits in the early years of your service career. You will get ample opportunities to perform, excel, and nurture your professional competence if you have the will and the fortitude. You are all joining this noble profession when our country is at the cusp of a technological transformation. All three services have invested heavily in next-generation warfighting machines. You, as future operators of these highly potent systems, need to be fully conversant with them, which can be achieved only through rigorous training, dedication, and a professional approach. As the world is embracing newer technologies and gradually moving away from conventional warfighting methods, it is imperative for all of us to adapt to the change rapidly so that we can innovate and refine our processes of warfighting. Remember, as you attain positions of leadership, your men will read you and watch every action of yours. Honesty and integrity will help you keep a clear conscience and give you the confidence to stand up for your convictions. So what can you expect from the armed forces? You can expect a professionally enriching and a personally satisfying life in your chosen careers. You can expect a life full of adventure and action. You can expect unflinching loyalty from the men and women you command, even when you storm to the very gates of hell to protect the sovereignty of our nation. You can expect lifelong friendships with your course mates from NDA, and hereafter you will be known more as 142nd Course rather than by your own names. The Khedrapal Parade Ground has heard the drill boot stamping of numerous courses before you. Many of the alumni have made the ultimate sacrifice and have become legends. I am confident that you will also put your best foot forward and bring glory to this country. I take this opportunity to convey my gratitude and heartiest congratulations to all the parents and families who have supported the wards and encouraged them to pursue their dreams of serving the nation. It is indeed a very proud moment for all of you, and I can assure you that you all have made the right decision. In the end, I would like to leave you all with the last 4 lines of Rudyard Kipling's poem, If, which you have seen placed in front of your study tables for the past 3 years here in NDA. And I quote, "If you can fill the unforgiving minute with 60 seconds worth of distance run, yours is the earth and everything that's in it. And, which is more, you will be a man, my son." Unquote. On that note, I would like to wish you all the very best for the future. May you conquer over the land with courage and valor. May you reign supreme over the high seas. And may you all touch the sky with glory. Jai Hind.
The headlines at 8 this morning. Singer and Congress leader Sidhu Moosewala is assassinated in broad daylight in Punjab's Mansa. The Punjab police constitutes a 3-member SIT to probe Moosewala's murder. Blame game over Moosewala's assassination. The BJP demands the Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann's resignation. Claims lawlessness in the state.
और ਅਸੀਂ ਇਹ ਮੰਗ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ NIA ਇਹ CBI independent inquiry करे.
The Congress party demands an NIA probe into its late leader Sidhu Moosewala's brutal murder, says will appeal to higher court. Sonia Gandhi's ticket decision sparks massive anger. Gehlot advisor asks why no ticket from those from Rajasthan. A Varanasi court is to resume hearing on the Shringar Gauri Gyanvapi mosque case today. Missing Nepal plane is found in the Kowang village with status yet to be ascertained. Search for the missing 22 on board continues. And forces intensify their crackdown on terror in the valley. One Jaish terrorist is gunned down in an encounter in Pulwama. Well, news just coming in. A Tara Air 9 Nate twin-engine aircraft en route to the Jomsom airport lost contact while flying over Pokhara. Now, some 200 kilometers northwest of the capital Kathmandu on Sunday, and hours later, the missing Nepal aircraft carrying 22 passengers was found in Kowang, Mustang, with the status of the aircraft yet to be ascertained. Now, search operations have resumed in the morning after it was halted yesterday due to heavy snowfall.
पोखराबाट जोमसोमको लागि बिहान 9:55 मा तारा एयरको 9 AET कल साइन भएको ट्विन अटर एयरक्राफ्ट 19 जना प्यासेन्जर सहित उडेको थियो र त्यसमा 3 जना चालक दलका सदस्य पनि हुनुहुन्थ्यो र त्यो जहाज चाहिँ उडेको 15 मिनेटपछि सम्पर्क विहीन भयो.
All right, so this is what we know so far. There were 4 Indians who are believed to be on board this aircraft when it crashed yesterday. Now, the debris, of course, has been found, but we don't know yet whether there are any survivors in this aircraft crash. This was a Tara Air 9 Night twin-engine aircraft that was en route to the Jomsom airport and lost contact while flying. Well, going on to the other big political news story this morning, the Congress party has now announced the names of 10 candidates for the Rajya Sabha elections, in which the names of many prominent leaders are missing. Now, in such a situation, voices of dissatisfaction are rising within the party. Randeep Singh Surjewala, Mukul Wasnik and Pramod Tiwari have been made candidates from Rajasthan. All these, of course, do not belong to Rajasthan, following which there is discontent that's growing within the party. So the Congress party finding itself in deep trouble over there. What we understand is that there has been anger over the choice of 10 candidates for the Rajya Sabha elections. Let's go across to our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor, who's on the phone line with me. Abhishek, good morning. Abhishek, give us more details on why there is so much discontent. Now, we understand that some of the people who've been nominated don't belong to those specific states, for instance, Rajasthan.
Well, absolutely. So in the case of Rajasthan, you have Randeep Singh Surjewala, Mukul Wasnik and Pramod Tiwari, all not from Rajasthan, getting a ticket from their state. And that is something which has been brought to light by none other than the advisor and to the Chief Minister of Rajasthan, Ashok Gehlot, and one of the MLAs in the state, Sanyam Loda. And he, if I could quote him, कांग्रेस पार्टी को ये बताना चाहिए कि राजस्थान के किसी भी कांग्रेस नेता को राज्यसभा चुनाव में प्रत्याशी नहीं बनाने का क्या कारण है. Otherwise, also we have seen angst coming out from old timers in the Congress party who were expecting that they could be rewarded in some manner, which includes national spokesperson Pawan Khera and a former resident of the Mahila Congress, Nagma, who's a former actress as well. Now, I think what is important to understand is, Nupur, that there is indeed a pattern in the list that has been brought out of those who have been being sent by the Congress party to Rajya Sabha. And the pattern is that they are essentially Gandhi loyalists, Sonia Gandhi loyalists. So all the brainstorming that went into the Chintan Shivir in Udaipur, Rajasthan just last month or earlier this month has been thrown out of the window, and the issues that essentially create the situation for the Congress party that it finds itself in continue to remain. For example, Ghulam Nabi Azad and Anand Sharma, who both were part of the G23 and were sort of rehabilitated, still are not renominated for Rajya Sabha. Essentially, sycophancy rules, nepotism rules, and loyalty to one family rules, and that's something which is finding mentioned by way of these angst-ridden tweets that have come out, be it from Rajasthan or in the case of Pawan Khera and Nagba. I think Congress party, for all the brainstorming or whatever they did with it, ultimately things remain same, plus assess, as they say. So that's what we are seeing in terms of whether this is going to take the form of a rebellion. Little early, but essentially voices coming out questioning Sonia Gandhi's decisions, in fact, is something that the Congress party is going to face the heat for some time.
Right, absolutely. And one of those people who has been nominated and will soon file his nomination, of course, is the former Union Minister P. Chidambaram. You know, with the kind of bad press, if I could use that word, surrounding his son's antics, is this something that the Congress party should have gone ahead and done?
Well, absolutely. So, Nupur, since you ask, so the decisions or deliberations at the Udaipur Chintan Shivir had, for example, brought out the idea that one family, one ticket should be given. Now you know that P. Chidambaram is a member of parliament, and under the scanner, facing raids, facing cases which lead up to P. Chidambaram, and P. Chidambaram father gets Rajya Sabha nomination. 50 under 50 norm, that was one of the decisions during the Chintan Shivir, again thrown to the winds. Adequate representation for women, minorities. Remember, Nagma would have fit the bill in both the columns for being a woman and coming from the minority, and yet she has been given a pass. We mention her because she has tweeted and come out. But if you look at all the other names, Rajiv Shukla, Pramod Tiwari, Mukul Watsnik, Randeep Surjewala, what connects them is that they are Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi loyalists. So despite the fact that, for example, Prashant Kishore in his audit of the Congress party performance had clearly singled out the communication department, which is headed by Randeep Surjewala, as the one which is a key area which the Congress party needs to address.
Right.
Surjewala continues to be rewarded. You mentioned P. Chidambaram, all the cases. Essentially, utility perhaps because he's a lawyer and Kapil Sibal has just gone out of the Congress party. The Congress party trouble is really not ending, and the Rajya Sabha ticket selection clearly suggesting that no lessons have been learned.
And not just that, you know, Abhishek, what's a little surprising is that none of the G23 leaders actually find a mention. Now, look at Ghulam Nabi Azad, for instance. He's not there. Anand Sharma is not there. So anybody who has spoken against the leadership of the Congress party doesn't find themselves in this list.
Absolutely. Both the names you mentioned, Ghulam Nabi Azad and Anand Sharma, they are the original dissenters, though they were sort of rehabilitated just a bit in the AICC's political affairs committee at the Udaipur Chintan Shivir. But, you know, without a Rajya Sabha seat, what is the effectiveness of these two senior leaders? That's something which these two leaders might be thinking. And if you look at the manner in which the three outsiders have been imposed on Rajasthan, or for that matter, in the case of Chhattisgarh, where Ranjit Ranjan has been given a ticket, it reflects on the two chief ministers also, Nupur, that Ashok Gehlot, it's not possible that he would not have had people from Rajasthan in the Congress party, in the Congress ecosystem, eligible and capable to be in the Rajya Sabha, but he gives in to the first family of the Congress party. Similarly, Bhupesh Baghel. It's not that Chhattisgarh Congress would not have people capable enough to be represented in the Rajya Sabha, and yet both the chief ministers genuflecting in front of the first family. As I said, this is a mockery of all the introspection that the Congress party wanted the world to believe in that they were going through.
And Abhishek, one of the things that's been spoken about as far as the Congress is concerned, that they tend to ignore regional sentiments, and now that's happened again because I think 7 outsiders have been fielded from states. So that is something that's not going to go down well, because we we've seen the kind of dissent we've seen in the Rajasthan Congress. Then, of course, Chhattisgarh, there has been some amount of dissent. So, the Congress party not willing to look into those aspirations, the regional aspirations as well?
Well, what more can be said, Nupur, when the chief ministers can't back for their own talent in their respective states? As I was mentioning, if Ashok Gehlot, despite knowing that there might be capable, eligible congresswomen in his state who could be representing the state through the Rajya Sabha route in the parliament, is not capable of raising his voice, is not capable of putting his foot down. That clearly shows that these are satellite chief ministers, essentially guided by the whims and fancies of one family. Essentially, the ailment which all the dissenters wanted addressed, the ailment which strategist Prashant Kishore wanted focused on, and the reason why which he couldn't be integrated or get into the Congress party in the first place, that issue continues. Now we have seen how Kapil Sibal has quit. We know of reports of at least 2 or 3 other Congress leaders, senior veteran Congress leaders, wanting to leave, and yet there is no redressal mechanism being put in place to address the issues of merit. Only loyalty and blind loyalty and genuflection, even if these people individually cannot prove their competence, are becoming a hindrance in the overall recovery of the Congress party from the abyss it has hit electorally. These people, many of them are flower pots, many of them cannot win their own. Ranjit Surjewala has lost 2 elections. His own constituency of assembly he can't hold, and yet he continues to get rewarded. So I think what more can be said of the state of affairs in the Congress party, the grand old party as it is called in the country.
All right. Thank you, Abhishek, for joining us. So the Congress High Command, in a sense, seems to have had its way in the selection of the party's candidates for the biennial elections to the Rajya Sabha, as it has fielded outsiders but staunch Gandhi family loyalists from 4 states, including the party-ruled Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh, where assembly elections are due next year, and denied birth to G23 leaders Ghulam Nabi Azad and Anand Sharma. You are watching the Morning Express on Republic TV, and still to come, singer and Congress leader Sidhu Moosewala is assassinated in broad daylight in Punjab's Mansa.
If neither foes nor loving friends can hurt you, if all men count with you, but none too much.
If you can fill the unforgiving minute with 60 seconds worth of distance run.
ജഡ്ജിമാരിരിക്കുന്നതിന്റെ അവരിട്ടിരിക്കുന്ന കോണകം അത് കാവ്യമാകുമ്പോൾ സ്വാഭാവികമാണ് പൂർവികം.
The leader of PFI who spoke against the High Court judges have been confirmed to be arrested by the Kerala police.
बाबरी मस्जिद किसी ने छीनी नहीं है. आप ताजमहल वाली बात पे क्यों डिस्कस नहीं कर रहे? एक ही दिन में 3 वर्डिक्ट्स आए हैं. ताजमहल वाले में डांट पड़ी है. वो पहले तो शब्दों का इस्तेमाल करना मदनी समझें और ओबीसी. ये देश है ना, संविधान से चलेगा या सर्वमान्य कानूनों से चलेगा.
सिद्धू मूसेवाला एक रेनाउंड पर्सनालिटी, उसको दिन दिहाड़े गांव के बीचों बीच शरेआम गोलियां मार के उसकी हत्या कर दी जाती है. लॉ एंड ऑर्डर सिचुएशन पे बहुत बड़ा सवाल है कि आखिरकार इस तरह के अटैक्स कब रुकेंगे. 2 लोग दोनों तरफ से अंधाधुंध उन्होंने फायरिंग की और उनका एक ही मकसद था कि सिद्धू मूसेवाला का कत्ल करना.
Never in the world we have seen a situation where people who are threatened, their security is taken back, and the list as to whose security has been taken back, this confidential list is published for the public consumption. तो एक तरह से ये एक इनवाइट था. यह बहुत ही दुखद घटना है. पंजाब की कानून की व्यवस्था की, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की जो स्थिति है, उसको स्पष्ट रूप से बयान करती है.
question, this time very clearly. No answers from him. Our keys continue to be with his men. We faced intimidation here. What we have to see is what action will really be taken here in this case. We've been trying to get in touch with you and ask you several questions.
Now, following the shocking murder in Punjab's Mansa, two SUVs involved in the gruesome murder of singer-turned-politician Moosewala have been tracked down. Now, what we understand is that these two SUVs are believed to be involved in the particular case. Visuals that you see on your screen are of those two SUVs which have been tracked down. Amandeep is joining me live for more on this. Amandeep, good morning. Give us more details of these two cars that have been tracked down. Also, any new information that you can share with us as far as the investigations are concerned?
Car have been seized by the Mansa police, and even there are certain people who have been detained who are having close links with the Lawrence Bishnoi gang as well. And even I can show you, we are just at the Mansa police station, and I am showing you the visuals of the car of Sidhu Moosewala, which was attacked by 6 to 7 people. You can see, I'll start from showing you the tires which was busted by the fire. First, assailants have attacked on the tires so that at least Sidhu Moosewala should not manage to fled from the spot in the car. So tire was the first target, and even this is the side seat where Gurpreet was sitting. Gurpreet was the friend of Sidhu Moosewala from the same village, and in fact he was accompanied with Sidhu Moosewala. Here you can see the entire window pane has been broken, and there are certain bullet marks also on the window as well. You can see there are certain bullet marks. You can see not much bullet marks, just because their prime target was Sidhu Moosewala. And now I can show you the backside. I can show you the backside of the car. Even that was facing a maximum damage, just because the assailants has covered this jeep from 3 sides: front, right, all 4 sides, I beg to pardon. Front, right, left and back. You can see the stepney is here, but still the window pane of the rear side of this jeep has been damaged, and even 5 to 6 bullet marks are very much visible on this window pane as well. That's because Sidhu Moosewala was driving the car, Gurpreet was sitting left to him, and another person was sitting on the rear seat, and both of them are struggling to survive against the bullet injuries. Now I'll show you the side which was completely under the attack, just because 5 to 7 armed men attacked this car with the automatic weapons, 3 type of weapons. You can see another tire busted. This tire was a prime target of all the assailants. It was a planned attack. This car, the damage to this car entirely shows that their target was very much clear. They know Sidhu Moosewala was driving the car, and that is the reason the entire bullet load was on the right side of this jeep. And you can see the damage inside. The entire broken window panes are lying inside. The bloodshed is there, and even the bullet marks is even the inside of the car. The weapons were not normal, Nupur. The weapons were not normal just because the sheet has been broken by the bullets. You can see, I show you the visual as well. I show you the visuals. You can see the bullet marks on the right side of the car where Sidhu Moosewala was sitting, and Sidhu Moosewala was on the wheels, and that is the reason this complete area was a full-fledged target of the attackers. 5 to 7 bullet marks on the window of the driver's seat where Sidhu Moosewala was sitting. You can see even the broken window pane, and even I request my camera person to kindly show inside visuals also. But the most important part, Nupur, the most important part is the front window pane. Just because one of the gunmen, what we have told, one of the gunmen was just jumped onto the bonnet of this jeep and started firing from the front side, so that at least Sidhu Moosewala should not be able to survive in this entire attack. You can see 13 bullet marks on the front window pane. 13 bullets marks, and even 8 to 10 are on the side of the driver. It's a clear-cut indication that the driver was a prime target, and they know Sidhu Moosewala was driving this car, and it was intercepted from both the sides, front and back, and even 5 to 7 people with heavily armed with the automatic weapons. They spread all 4 sides of this car. They busted the tires, and even this third tire is also busted. First bullet hit to the tire at the side of the driver. This entire condition of the Jeep Nupur reveals that how deadly it was, and even they are in full-fledged planning. They know each and everything that Sidhu Moosewala is today not in his bulletproof car. He is driving the car, and he is not having security along with him, and where he was heading to, where these attackers can intercept him, and what is the best place to attack. Everything was in a complete plan, and that is the reason the plan was executed in the village of
Amandeep, very, very quickly, is there perhaps anticipation that somebody from the inner circle of Moosewala could be behind this? Because as you said, that the attackers knew every detail of where he would be sitting and how he would be going forward.
Well, absolutely. Some insider is involved, and police, the prime suspect is the close associates of Sidhu Moosewala. Just because they are the one who knows that Sidhu Moosewala left the house without the bulletproof car, leaving security behind, and only 2 persons are accompanied him, and even they were not armed. Everything has been delivered to the attackers as well. The entire information has been passed to the attackers, and in fact, the information about his visit to his Masi's place is also been relieved by the insider. So police is also questioning the close associates who always remain in the close net of Sidhu Moosewala, who knows his location and who is having access to his house also. They are under the scanner, and even they are being questioned by the Mansa police just to investigate who all are involved and how the information has been passed to the attackers. Yes, Nupur.
The Prime Minister speaks at the Bloomberg Business Forum. He of course will try to highlight India's 5 trillion economy dream and essential supplies and adequate supplies, and that is the biggest that we have from the APMCR. Raj Thackeray is not backing down, and supporters of Raj Thackeray have used the loudspeaker to send a message. They're trying to stop us from reporting. Today has picked up Arnab Goswami from his house, dragged him out, assaulted him physically. This is the Avigna Tower in Parel, Mumbai, where the fire was reported, and their entire effort has been to somehow burst down the flame.
ജഡ്ജിമാരിരിക്കുന്നതിന്റെ അവരിട്ടിരിക്കുന്ന കോണകം അത് കാവ്യമാകുമ്പോൾ സ്വാഭാവികമാണ് ചൂടുപിടിക്കും.
The leader of PFI who spoke against the High Court judges have been confirmed to being arrested by the Kerala police.
बाबरी मस्जिद किसी ने छीनी नहीं है. आप ताजमहल वाली बात पे क्यों डिस्कस नहीं कर रहे? एक ही दिन में 3 वर्डिक्ट्स आए हैं. ताजमहल वाले में डांट पड़ी है. वो पहले तो शब्दों का इस्तेमाल करना मदनी समझें और ओबीसी. ये देश है ना, संविधान से चलेगा या सर्वमान्य कानूनों से चलेगा.
सिद्धू मूसेवाला एक रेनाउंड पर्सनालिटी, उसको दिन दिहाड़े गांव के बीचों बीच शरेआम गोलियां मार के उसकी हत्या कर दी जाती है. लॉ एंड ऑर्डर सिचुएशन पे बहुत बड़ा सवाल है कि आखिरकार इस तरह के अटैक्स कब रुकेंगे. 2 लोग दोनों तरफ से अंधाधुंध उन्होंने फायरिंग की और उनका एक ही मकसद था कि सिद्धू
Now, following the shocking murder in Punjab's Mansa, Republic TV has now been able to get you details of two SUVs that were involved in the gruesome murder of singer-turned-politician Moosewala's. Republic has also learnt that a number of fake number plates were used in the murder case. So that's the latest that we are getting. Those are the number plates which have been found. So what we understand is that two SUVs which were used in the murder have now been tracked down by investigators. Investigations are also looking at perhaps someone who was in the close inner circle of Moosewala who could be behind this murder, because the assailants clearly knew that he was without security and that he was driving his own vehicle when they attacked him at the edge of a sharp curb. Investigations are currently underway, and the police is also looking at a nexus between top gangsters in Punjab as well as a support that perhaps could have been received from terrorists. So those pictures that you see on your screen right now are of the fake number plates which have been found by the police. Investigations are looking at people who could be closely associated with Moosewala. Of course, there has been a blame game that's been involved with political parties across various spectrums taking on the Punjab government over laxity in security. Do remember that Moosewala's security personnel were reduced to 2 just 2 days ago. However, Moosewala was not travelling with the 2 Punjab police personnel who've been allotted to him when he was attacked. In fact, we are now getting you the first eyewitness account in this. Let's actually listen in to what they are saying.
एक जो आई विटनेस फर्स्ट पर्सन अकाउंट जिसने मूसेवाला को निकाला था, जिसने मूसेवाला को उठाया था, जो सबसे पहले मौके पे पहुंचते थे, उनसे बातचीत करते हैं। भाई साहब, क्या नाम है जी आपका?
मेरा नाम रमेश है भाई।
निश्चित जी, क्या हुआ था कल, बताएंगे जरा 5:30 के करीब?
जब यहाँ गोली चली लवे नहीं सी, भज के सुन के आए भी गोलियां चल गई, सुन के बाद जो आए वो तो पहली भज के मार के, उस बाद से गड्डी से आन के सानू पता सी सिद्धू की गड्डी हैगी। फिर ऐसे
आपको कैसे पता था ये सिद्धू मूसेवाला?
जाते रहते, सिद्धू के पास जाते रहते थे हम, घट तो घट 10-20 बार गए हैं इसके पास में। सारी गड्डियों का पता भी, आ गड्डी इसकी, आ गड्डी, सारी गड्डियों का पता है मुझे। इसके घर के परिवार के साथ हम जाते रहे हैं।
तो जब आप पहुंचे तो आपने क्या देखा?
जब देखा वो सिद्धू को उसका ਜਿਹੜਾ ਨਾਲ ਹੋਰ ਦੋਸਤ ਸੀ ਉਹਦਾ, ਉਹਨੂੰ ਬੁੱਕਲ ਚ ਲਈ ਬੈਠਿਆ ਸੀਗਾ। ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਪਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਸਰ ਜੀ, ਤੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਜਦੋਂ ਗੱਡੀ 'ਚ ਹਾਂ ਬਾਈ ਠੀਕ ਹੈ, ਜਦੋਂ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਉਹਦੇ ਕਿਰਾਂ ਸੇ ਅੱਖਾਂ ਖੁੱਲੇ ਆ। ਉਦੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਇੱਥੇ ਲੋਕ ਕਿਤਾ ਲੈ ਪਾਉਣ ਲੱਗੇ, ਚੱਕ ਕੇ ਮੋਬਾਈਲ 2-4 ਦੇ ਮੈਂ ਮੋਬਾਈਲ ਛੱਡੇ, ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕੁਛ ਹੋ ਜਾਊਗਾ। 10 ਮਿੰਟ ਦਾ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੇ ਖਰਾਬ ਕਰਤੇ। ਫਿਰ ਮੈਂ ਇਕੱਲੇ 2-4 ਜਵਾਕ ਕੇ ਲਾਏ, ਫਿਰ ਕੱਢਿਆ, ਮੈਂ ਕੱਢ ਕੇ ਸ਼ੀਸ਼ੇ ਭੰਨ ਕੇ ਕੱਢਿਆ। ਉਦੋਂ ਜਦੋਂ ਉਹ ਤਾਂ ਥੋੜੇ ਜਿਹੇ ਠੀਕ ਸੀਗੇ, ਇਹ ਜਮਾਂ ਸੀਰੀਅਸ ਸੀਗਾ, ਕਹਿ ਕੇ ਗੱਡੀ 'ਚ ਪਾਇਆ, ਜਦੋਂ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਉੱਥੇ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਪੂਰਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਹਸਪਤਾਲ 'ਚ। ਪਰ ਉਹ ਠੀਕ ਸਾਹ ਚੱਲਦੇ ਸੀਗੇ।
जब आप मौके पे पहुंचे थे तो कितनी गोलियां के शेल जो थे वो बिखरे हुए थे?
घट तो घट 13 ਦੇ शीशे 'ਚ ਵੱਜੇ ਹੋਏ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ 'ਚ, ਤੇ ਸ਼ੈਡਾਂ ਤੇ ਘੱਟ ਤੋਂ ਘੱਟ 35-40 ਗੋਲੀ ਚੱਲੀਆਂ ਨੇਗੀਆਂ। 35
गोली चल रही, 5 से 10 मिनट लगाए तो कोई भी गांव वाला बाहर नहीं आया?
ਕੋਈ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਇਆ, ਸਾਰੇ ਭੱਜ ਕੇ ਬਾਅਦ 'ਚ ਆਏ, ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਵੀ ਕੀ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਇੱਧਰ, ਕੀ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਇੱਥੇ ਹਾਲਾਤ। ਜੇ ਕੋਈ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕੋਈ ਹੋ ਉਰਾ ਪਰਾ ਟਲ ਗਿਆ, ਉਹ ਵੀ ਵਾਲਾ ਕਿਉਂ ਖੜਦਾ ਹੈਗਾ, ਡਰਦਾ ਭੱਜ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਅਗਲਾ।
तो सिद्धू मूसेवाला को गाड़ी से आपने निकाल के दूसरी गाड़ी में?
दूसरी गाड़ी रास्ते गाड़ी आ रही थी, राह गड्डी जाती रोक के उसमें पाके फिर भेज दिया।
And that was an eyewitness account of the murder which happened yesterday, of the eyewitness recounting of last night's horror, saying that Moosewala was attacked along with 2 others, and that was an exclusive report that was filed by my colleague Amandeep. And as you can see, the bullet marks as well of the assailants who fired upon singer and Congress neta Moosewala. We have Amandeep as well joining us live to give us all the latest updates. Amandeep, if you could give us more details on the probe so far. We understand that an SIT has also been formed. What is the latest that you're picking up from your sources?
Well, Samiksha, SIT has been constituted. 2 cars has been seized that was involved into this entire case, and that was visible in the CCTV as well. And even the close associates of Lawrence Bishnoi gang has been detained. The information we are getting from the police sources are that around 8 to 9 people have been detained so far, and questioning is going on to know who all are involved in this entire case. Just because police is very much aware that mastermind Lucky Patel, who is sitting in Canada, he is the mastermind of this entire killing. And even Samiksha, if I can visually show you the visuals of the jeep of Sidhu Moosewala, that can reveal the exact situation that the assailants came here to kill Sidhu Moosewala only. The situation and the condition of the SUV of Sidhu Moosewala is revealing the entire story. You can see the bullet marks. This is not the normal weapon that was used. According to DGP Punjab Police, 3 type of weapon has been used into this entire killing, and even the bullet marks are very much revealing that these are not the normal weapons. This is not the normal pistol or something else. Automatic weapons have been used with a heavy impact. You can see the visuals, and the visuals of this jeep is very much telling that how he was attacked. All the tires were being punctured. And Samiksha, the most important point is a small boy was trying to shoot the video of this entire killing. He was a small boy. He was standing just next to the temple that was located on the spot, and in fact the assailants also opened fire to kill that small boy, so that at least video cannot be come out of this entire attack. And even the bullet mark on the wall we have shown earlier, that was the evidence. And the villagers, the people staying nearby, they were revealing that a small boy fled from the spot, and in fact he was under a deep shock. His phone was broken when he was trying to flee from the spot. The entire situation, this SUV was intercepted from the both sides, from the front and from the back, and even 5 to 7 gunmen on all sides, on all 4 sides with the automatic weapons, started opening fire from the 4 sides, damaged the complete car, leaving 1 dead and 2 injured, just because a friend of Sidhu Moosewala was sitting on the left seat and 1 was sitting on the rear side of the car, and they have also received the bullet injuries just because this car was under the attack, under the automatic weapon attack from all side of from the all 4 sides. And even the damage inside, from the tires till the dashboard, the car, this SUV has completely damaged. Window pane on the side of the driver was completely vanished, and even the bullet marks, 13 bullet marks on the front window pane, and 10 is on the side of the driver. The situation is very much revealing. It is a revenge killing, and the revenge they wanted to take from Sidhu Moosewala only. I request my camera person to show you the front window pane of the car that reveals the entire story of the entire incident. Though the people were staying inside, they heard the bullet sounds for 5 to 10 minutes. And 5 to 10 minutes, this SUV has faced the bullets, and 5 to 10 minutes the bullets were continuously fired on this SUV since it was intercepted by 2 cars. Tires were punctured, that was the prime target. Just because they know Sidhu Moosewala can run over the car to anywhere, it is an SUV that can be driven on the off-road also. So that is the reason. They have punctured the tire with the bullets first, and then they started attacking on the driver's side. Just because Sidhu Moosewala was on the wheels, and their prime suspect is Sidhu Moosewala. They knows everything. They knows everything. The attackers, the assailants know everything, that Sidhu Moosewala was not in his bulletproof car. Sidhu Moosewala was not having security along with him, and even where the Sidhu Moosewala was heading to, they know each and everything. A point that was selected to intercept the car, that was a point from where Sidhu Moosewala cannot take right or left turn, cannot cannot manage to flee from the spot. That point is selected to intercept the car when the assailants park their cars, SUV and sedan on the both sides.
Yes.
They punctured the
Amandeep,
tire,
stay with
and
us.
then one of them came on the bonnet. They started firing.
Yes. Amandeep, just stay with us.
Yes,
Let's
Samiksha.
once again take a look at this report that you filed from the very spot where the gruesome murder took place last night.
Leader Sidhu Moosewala shot to death by 5 to 6 gangsters over a gang rivalry. And in fact, this incident reported in Jawahar Ke village in Mansa, from where we are reporting right now. I can show you the visuals of the spot where Sidhu Moosewala's car were intercepted, and in fact later it was loaded with the bullets. And in fact, you can see this is the broken window panes of Sidhu Moosewala's Jeep, which was exactly intercepted at this place from both the sides. And even almost 30 to 40 rounds have been fired from the 3 different weapons, according to the statement of Punjab DGP VK Bhavra. And even 5 to 7 gunmen was involved into this entire incident, just because Sidhu Moosewala's Jeep was intercepted from both the sides, from the front and from the rear as well. And even first they have punctured the tire of Sidhu Moosewala's car, and later on they have opened the fire, and target was only one, that is Sidhu Moosewala. And not only the car, it is the bullet marks is also visible on the wall of a house nearby. You can see these are the bullet marks. It was not only that fire was opened on the car, and even these bullet marks have been very much visible on the walls. And even these are the piece of evidence that how many fire bullets have been pumped into Sidhu Moosewala when he was shot to death. And in fact, this is the spot, and even the incident took place almost 5 to 10 minutes when the entire area turned to be in a very silent mode. And in fact, the people nearby thought that it was a kind of firecrackers happening, and or somewhere any kind of function was happening nearby. And in fact, you can see here is the place. It is a very sharp turn from where Sidhu Moosewala's car turned slow, just because when the car turned slow, it is the gunman who actually intercepted the Sidhu Moosewala car, just because 2 cars was following Sidhu Moosewala's Jeep, and one is Bolero and one is sedan. And even that was very much visible in the CCTV as well. This was the turn from where Sidhu Moosewala was heading towards his relative's place, that is the next village, Barnala. And here he was intercepted in the middle of the road and shot from the both sides. Almost 8 to 10 bullets was pumped into Sidhu Moosewala, and even 30 to 40 bullets have been fired in this entire incident. We will take you to that CCTV camera also, which has actually recorded the chasing sequence of Sidhu Moosewala's SUV, just because that was the first piece of evidence from where the police have started their investigation. This is the turn from where the sequence of the cars, the chasing cars, have been recorded in the CCTV camera, and that is a CCTV camera that has captured the movement of the cars along with Sidhu Moosewala, Bolero and that sedan. You can see that is the CCTV camera that has been installed in a private house on the turn, and this is the turn which we have seen in the CCTV camera as well, from where the cars were taking turn first right and then left, just because Sidhu Moosewala's black Jeep was being followed by 2 cars, that one is sedan and another is Bolero. Both have been recovered by the police, just because the gangsters has dumped both the cars after the incident, and that was seized by the police later on. Both the cars are having the fake number plates with the Delhi registration number. And meanwhile, police have also detained certain people for the questioning. SIT has been constituted. 2 cars have been seized involved into this entire incident. 3 types of weapons have been used. 30 to 40 bullets have been fired during the incident, and locals said that it was Sidhu Moosewala. He was in a very casual dress. He was heading towards his relative's place when this entire incident reported, when his car was intercepted in the middle of the road, in the middle of the village as well. This is how the entire spot was disclosed, and even this is how the entire incident reported from the spot. We have given you every kind of sequence that what had happened yesterday. By 5:30 p.m, almost 5 to 10 minutes, bullets were being fired to Sidhu Moosewala car, and the only target was to kill Sidhu Moosewala on the spot. But now police is investigating the matter. They are following the certain productive leads into this case, and Lawrence Bishnoi gang is all behind this entire incident. They have taken the responsibility. Lucky Patel is the mastermind of this killing, but the point is, this is clear-cut challenge to the law and order situation when a popular, renowned singer and turned politician was openly and in a full public view, in a broad daylight, shot to death in Mansa. With video journalist Devendra, this is Amandeep Dixit for Republic Media Network.
And the visuals on your screens is of the car that has now been tracked, that was trailing Sidhu Moosewala's car that was attacked last evening. So that's the visual on your screens. Remember, both vehicles have been seized that were trailing Sidhu Moosewala's car. Some people, as Amandeep was pointing out, have also been detained, and SIT has been constituted by the state government. And as Amandeep was also pointing out, 3 types of weapons were used in this firing. In fact, that's the visual of the CCTV. The car that was seen trailing Sidhu Moosewala's car just before the gruesome murder happened late last evening. So now the latest what we know is that an SIT has been formed. A probe is underway. Meanwhile, a gangster group has also claimed responsibility for this attack. So the latest what we know so far is that it is now an established fact that Sidhu Moosewala's movement was closely being tracked, by a group of people, and that Sidhu, as we all know, so Sidhu Moosewala was he had not taken his bulletproof vehicle as well as the 2 bodyguards that he had with him when he had went on his vehicle in this particular spot. And as you can see in those visuals, we can see that Bolero car, which has now been seized by the police, that was seen trailing Sidhu Moosewala's car. And the latest what we know is that multiple fake number plates have also been recovered from these cars that have been seized. The 2 cars that have been seized, 8 to 9 suspects are currently being interrogated by the police, and SIT has also been formed, and both the vehicles that were involved, that were trailing Sidhu Moosewala, were also recovered. And remember, 2 armed men attacked the jeep. There were multiple bullet attacks that happened, and he was shot at from both the sides, as you can see in those visuals of how the jeep in which Sidhu Moosewala was attacked from both the sides. He was shot at while he was inside his jeep, but he succumbed to those bullet injuries. And as you can see, remember, hours after the murder of Sidhu Moosewala in Punjab, speculations are also rife now of an inter-gang rivalry that could have caused Moosewala's life. And late last evening, a press briefing by the Directorate General of Police further lay bare the plot of how the gang rivalry could have caused Moosewala's life. So that's a very shocking incident that has come to light, the singing sensation as well as the Neta that was attacked last evening.
Hours after the murder of Sidhu Moosewala in Punjab, the Directorate General of Police of the state held a press briefing on Sunday.
According to the statement of DGP VK Bhagra of Punjab Police, it was clear-cut indication that Lawrence Bishnoi gang is behind the killing of Sidhu Moosewala, and following a gang rivalry, just because this Lawrence Bishnoi gang was a close associate of Vicky Midokhoda, who was killed months back in Mohali. And in fact, this again attack was following that gang rivalry, just because Sidhu Moosewala's name was cropping up in the murder case of Vicky Midokhoda, and that is the reason he was being assassinated in the broad daylight and in the middle of Mansa.
5:30 PM ये अपनी गाड़ी में जा रहे थे, ये खुद ड्राइव कर रहे थे, इनके साथ 2 प्राइवेट लोग थे और इनके पीछे एक गाड़ी थी और 2 गाड़ियां सामने से आईं और उसमें फिर फायरिंग हुई और फायरिंग में इनको बुलेट इंजरी हुई और जब इनको हॉस्पिटल ले जाया गया, then he was declared brought dead. तो ये जो इंसिडेंट है ये एक इंटर गैंग राइवलरी का केस लगता है, क्योंकि इनके जो एक मैनेजर हैं शगनप्रीत, इनका नाम आया था जो विक्की मिड्डू खेड़ा वाले मर्डर केस में। वो अभी विदेश में ऑस्ट्रेलिया में निकल गए हैं, तो उसका रिएक्शन में जो लॉरेंस बिश्नोई और लॉरेंस बिश्नोई गैंग का इसमें हाथ है, और इसकी जिम्मेदारी जो है वो लकी उन्होंने ले ली है उनकी गैंग के कनाडा से।
Now the special nakas has been set up in the different parts of the Punjab, especially on the borders, and this is one of the borders. This is Banood, which is actually, this road is leading to Haryana from the side of Punjab, and that is the reason this special naka has been set up here to check all the vehicles, especially SUVs. SUVs are all on the target just because SUV has been used in this entire case.
Meanwhile, Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann has directed to form a special investigation team to probe the incident. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Slipping into a short break, on the other side we'll get you the latest on Moosewala's assassination as blame game now erupts. BJP demands Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann's resignation, claims lawlessness in the state. And Congress demands NIA probe into late leader Sidhu Moosewala's brutal murder, says will appeal to High Court.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World 2022 rankings, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
Never in the world we have seen a situation where people who are threatened, their security is taken back, and the list as to whose security has been taken back, this confidential list is published for the public consumption. तो एक तरह से ये एक इनवाइट था। यह बहुत ही दुखद घटना है। पंजाब की कानून की व्यवस्था की, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की जो स्थिति है उसको स्पष्ट रूप से बयान करती है।
The question this time very clearly, no answers from him. Our keys continue to be with his men. We faced intimidation here. What we have to see is what action will really be taken here in this case. We've been trying to get in touch with you and ask you several questions on the land deals that you had along with Priyanka Vadra and Robert Vadra. Why are you trying to avoid the camera, sir? Hanging of the rapist has been confirmed. Court has said all the evidence had already been seen at the trial court, at the high court and the top court of the country. They're not going to go into it again. Once again trying to get in a word with Mr. Vijay Mallya. Persistently been asking you only one question. Mallya, why did you escape in 2015? Do you not think the decorum of the court and the dignity needed to be maintained with the kind of language you use? Republic TV gets you the first words from Khabar Qureshi.
Prime Minister speaks at the Bloomberg Business Forum. He of course will try to highlight India's 5 trillion economy dream and essential supplies and adequate supplies, and that is the biggest that we have from the APMCR. Raj Thackeray is not backing down, and supporters of Raj Thackeray have used the loudspeaker to send a message. They're trying to stop us from reporting. Today has picked up Arnab Goswami from his house, dragged him out, assaulted him physically. This is the Abhignya Tower in Parel, Mumbai, where the fire was reported, and their entire effort has been to somehow burst down the flame.
ജഡ്ജിമാർ ഇരിക്കുന്നതിന്റെ
And getting in latest updates on Nepal aircraft crash incident, where a team led by Nepal Police Inspector Rajkumar has reached the crash site by air. He has now said that some of the bodies of the passengers are beyond recognition and that the police are gathering the remains. So that's an official statement coming in with respect to the Nepal crash incident, where the Nepal police team is now at the crash site. The visuals on your screens as well of the crash site, and the family of the Indian family that was also there at this in this particular aircraft. And as you can, the latest that is coming in right now is that the Nepal police has reached the crash site. We have the soundbite as well of the Nepal police official. Let's listen in.
पोखराबाट जोमसोमको लागि बिहान 9:55 मा तारा एयरको 9 AET कल साइन भएको ट्विन अटर एयरक्राफ्ट 19 जना प्यासेन्जर सहित उडेको थियो र त्यसमा 3 जना चालक दलका सदस्य हुनुहुन्थ्यो र त्यो जहाज चाहिँ उडेको 15 मिनेटपछि सम्पर्क विहीन भयो।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World 2022 rankings, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
ജഡ്ജിമാരിരിക്കുന്നതിന്റെ അവരിട്ടിരിക്കുന്ന കോണകം അത് കാവ്യാകുമ്പോൾ സ്വാഭാവികമാണ് ചൂടെടുക്കും.
The leader of PFI who spoke against the High Court judges have been confirmed to be
on your screens right now are from the Nepal crash site, and the latest what we are learning is that the Nepal police inspector who has reached the crash site has said that some of the bodies are beyond recognition and that the police is still gathering the remains. So the rescue operations while we speak are underway, and the visuals on your screens as well from the Nepal crash site as well as the Indian family that was there in this particular aircraft. This is the Tara Air 9 NAEFT twin engine aircraft en route to Johnson Airport that had lost contact while flying over Pokhara, which is some 200 kilometers northwest of the capital Kathmandu. It was on Sunday when the aircraft lost contact, and hours later the missing Nepal aircraft carrying 22 passengers were found at the Mustang site, with the status of the aircraft yet to be ascertained, which is now but as we speak, as of now, the rescue operations are underway. The Nepal police has reached the crash site, and as the police official was saying that it is still gathering the remains and some of the bodies are beyond recognition. A very short break. On the other side, we'll get you the latest on Moosewala's murder. Punjab police constitutes a 3-member SIT to prove Moosewala's murder case.
Prime Minister speaks at the Bloomberg Business Forum. He of course will try to highlight India's 5 trillion economy dream and essential supplies and adequate supplies, and that is the biggest that we have from the APMCR. Raj Thackeray is not backing down, and supporters of Raj Thackeray have used the loudspeaker to send a message. They're trying to stop us from reporting. Today has picked up Arnab Goswami from his house, dragged him out, assaulted him physically. This is the Abhignya Tower in Parel, Mumbai, where the fire was reported, and their entire effort has been to somehow burst down the flame.
ഒഴിഞ്ഞു മാറി നിൽക്കുന്നതിന്റെ അവരിട്ടിരിക്കുന്ന കോണകം അത് കാവ്യാകുമ്പോൾ സ്വാഭാവികമാണ് കൂടെടുക്കും.
The leader of PFI who spoke against the High Court judges have been confirmed to being arrested by the Kerala police.
बाबरी मस्जिद किसी ने छीनी नहीं है. आप ताजमहल वाली बात पे क्यों डिस्कस नहीं कर रहे? एक ही दिन में 3 वर्डिक्ट्स आए हैं. ताजमहल वाले में डांट पड़ी है. वो पहले तो शब्दों का इस्तेमाल करना मदनी समझें और ओबीसी. ये देश है ना, संविधान से चलेगा या सर्वमान्य कानूनों से चलेगा.
सिद्धू मूसेवाला एक रेनाउंड पर्सनालिटी, उसको दिन दिहाड़े गांव के बीचों बीच शरेआम गोलियां मार के उसकी हत्या कर दी जाती है. लॉ एंड ऑर्डर सिचुएशन पे बहुत बड़ा सवाल है कि आखिरकार इस तरह के अटैक्स कब रुकेंगे. 2 लोग दोनों तरफ से अंधाधुंध उन्होंने फायरिंग की और उनका एक ही मकसद था कि सिद्धू मूसेवाला का कत्ल करना.
Never in the world we have seen a situation where people who are threatened, their security is taken back, and the list as to whose security has been taken back, this confidential list is published for the public consumption. तो एक तरह से ये एक इनवाइट था. यह बहुत ही दुखद घटना है. पंजाब की कानून की व्यवस्था की, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की जो स्थिति है उसको स्पष्ट रूप से बयान करती है.
Heard the question this time very clearly. No answers from him. Our keys continue to be with his men. We faced intimidation here. What we have to see is what action will really be taken here in this case. We've been trying to get in touch with you and ask you several questions on the land deals that you had along with Priyanka Vadra and Robert Vadra. Why are you trying to avoid the camera, sir? Hanging of the rapist has been confirmed. Court has said all the evidence had already been seen at the trial court, at the high court and the top court of the country. They're not going to go into it again. Once again trying to get in a word with Mr. Vijay Mallya. Persistently been asking you only one question. Mallya, why did you escape in 2015? Do you not think the decorum of the court and the dignity needed to be maintained with the kind of language you were using? Republic TV gets you the first words from Khabar Qureshi.
Prime Minister speaks at the Bloomberg Business Forum. He of course will try to highlight India's 5 trillion economy dream and essential supplies and adequate supplies, and that is the biggest that we have from the APMCR. Raj Thackeray is not backing down, and supporters of Raj Thackeray have used the loudspeaker to send a message. They're trying to stop us from reporting. Today has picked up Arnab Goswami from his house, dragged him out, assaulted him physically. This is the Abhignya Tower in Parel, Mumbai, where the fire was reported, and their entire effort has been to somehow burst down the flame.
And a look at the top headlines at 9 this morning. Singer and Congress leader Sidhu Moosewala is assassinated in broad daylight in Punjab's Mann late last night. Moosewala murder tape is out. Republic TV tracks down the cars and the owners involved in the attack. Multiple fake number plates used by attackers. Eyewitnesses reveal shocking details as 13 gunshots were fired at Moosewala's car. The political blame game over singer-turned-politician's murder continues. The BJP demands Chief Minister Mann's resignation. The Congress demands an NIA probe. Sonia Gandhi's ticket decision sparks a massive outrage. Congress leaders ask why no ticket for those from Rajasthan. Varanasi court is to resume hearing on the Shringar Gauri Gyanvapi mosque case today. Missing Nepal plane is found in the Kowang village. The status of those inside is yet to be ascertained. The search is on for 22 on board. Forces intensify their crackdown on terror in the valley. One Jaish terrorist is gunned down in Pulwama's encounter. Now, Republic TV has accessed the FIR that has been filed by Sidhu Moosewala's father. Now, that particular FIR mentions that his son was being threatened by the Lawrence gang and that his son went without security and a bulletproof car. Let's go across live to Samiksha, who's reporting from the newsroom on this. Samiksha, give us more details of what we are picking up in terms of the FIR that has been filed by his father.
Well, absolutely, Nupur. So the latest what we know is that an FIR has been registered upon the complaint of Sidhu Moosewala's father. Now, this complaint has been filed against unknown persons. It has been filed under several sections. Let me read out the sections as well. It includes sections 302 of the IPC, 307 of the IPC, 347 of the IPC, 148, 149, 427, as well as 25 and 27 of the IPC. Now, remember, Sidhu Moosewala's father has categorically also made it clear that Sidhu Moosewala was not accompanied with his bodyguards, as well as he was not travelling in the bulletproof car. So yes, these 2 points are important here. In fact, his father is also goes on to mention that the Lawrence gang had threatened his son several times in the past as well. But even now, even as the FIR has been registered, it is important to note here that the Lawrence gang have not been named in this particular FIR that has been filed. So yes, that's the latest what we are learning, and that the latest, of course, being that the FIR has been filed under several sections. It remains to be seen the probe that happens from here on, because significant to note here that even though his father has made it clear that there was an inter-gang rivalry that seems to be an important point here, those who are the key suspects have not been named. And yes, as we speak, 7 to 8 people have currently been detained. They are being interrogated by the police, and the SIT, of course, as we know, has also been formed by the state police.
All right, let's also bring in Amandeep right now. Amandeep, what we understand is that the police are also looking into the threat that was posed by the Lawrence Bishnoi gang. Now, there has been reports of an inter-gang rivalry that was there between the two. Tell us more details.
Well, absolutely, Nupur. It is a clear-cut gang rivalry in the killing of Sidhu Moosewala. Sidhu Moosewala was facing the threat several times from Lawrence Bishnoi gang over the killing of Vicky Midukoda, which was a close associate of Lawrence Bishnoi. And in fact, this was a revenge killing. It was clearly mentioned in the police investigation as well. According to the statement of Balkaur Singh, father of Sidhu Moosewala, he clearly stated that this was not the first time or any one time Lawrence Bishnoi gang threatened him, but he had threatened Sidhu Moosewala several times on the phone and even through the messages as well. Despite knowing, when the police is taking this on record, despite knowing that Sidhu Moosewala is facing such a serious threat from the gangsters and they have downgraded the security of Sidhu Moosewala, it is a very big question arising on the working of the police department as well as the government. And meanwhile, just 2 days before, Punjab government is claiming that they are just reducing the VVIP culture in Punjab and downgraded the security of several politicians and the police officers. And Sidhu Moosewala is one of the names in that list. And in fact, the result of downgrading the security is the murder of Sidhu Moosewala.
But the other side of the story, Amandeep,
and they were also at his residence.
But the other side of the story, Amandeep, really is that he did have two security personnel, but he chose not to go with them. So obviously there was someone in the inner circle who knew about his movements, and that perhaps that person was perhaps in touch with this gang.
Absolutely, Nupur, absolutely. And in fact, Sidhu Moosewala himself told his security personnel that they should take rest. He will go alone, need not to worry about anything. Just because those two gunmen were not working in a shift, they were permanently associated and attached with the Sidhu Moosewala. And in fact, they work over the night, over the day. And on yesterday by evening, they were tired, and Sidhu himself told them to take the rest and they can accompany him later. But everybody who is in the family circle and the close inner circle of Sidhu Moosewala knows that Sidhu Moosewala was not riding his bulletproof car. Sidhu Moosewala was without security, though Sidhu Moosewala always carry a weapon that was along with him, and even that information has been passed to the rival gang and resulting to the killing in a full public view in a broad daylight with full-fledged planning. And even the location where Sidhu Moosewala was heading to, that was also disclosed with the rival gang. And I can show you the latest visual as well. The police is here. They are making the counts of the bullet marks on the SUV of Sidhu Moosewala. You can see the investigation begin, and investigation is in the process. They are just making a count of the bullet marks that was visible on Sidhu Moosewala's SUV. This because this is also a part of the investigation that may lead to several things. And you can see the policeman is now noting down with the registration number and even the bullet marks from the front side to the left and to the right and to the rear side also. He is just having a thorough check of this entire SUV where all are the visible marks and how many bullets have been fired, just because yesterday evening Punjab DGP VK Bhavra has estimately revealed the figure of the bullets that was fired, that is 30 to 40, but now they will get the exact number of the bullets that was being fired on the SUV of Sidhu Moosewala. You can see investigation is now taking place. Nupur police has tied up their shoes. On one side, certain detention has been done by the SIT, and on the other side, ground level investigation is also underway to know each and everything and to probe each and every angle in this assassination of singer turned politician Sidhu Moosewala. You can see the visuals are very much telling of this car of this investigating officer and his notings as well. He is preparing a document and even he is noting down each and everything, how many bullets on the front side, how many on the back, and how many on the left and how many on the right, just because this is a part of the investigation and he has to report to his senior officers regarding this, and this turned to be one of the very important aspect of the charge sheet as well, just because this entire situation of the SUV tells that it was a brutal killing, it was a gruesome murder. Only this SUV is the evidence, just because this SUV is having the bullet marks that are the important piece of evidence, reveals the gruesome murder of Sidhu Moosewala by the rival gang.
Now, what I wanted to ask you, Amandeep, was the other side of the story is that the Punjab police needs to answer about why there is, the kind of weapons that we've seen that obviously have come from somewhere, and there seems to be a nexus between the gangs as well as that are operating in Punjab, as well as support that they get from across the border.
Obviously, Nupur, a big question, and not only one, there are several questions, just because number one and a very prompt question is, that how these weapons have arrived in the Mansa city, and when around 15 people carrying such automatic rifles, they are roaming freely in the Mansa, and police and intelligence was unaware about it. Despite knowing that the Sidhu Moosewala is staying here and he is facing the threat from the rival gang as well. And number two, how the automatic weapons are reaching to these gangsters, just because in India sale of such weapons are completely banned, and people who are having the weapon license, they cannot keep that kind of weapons, just because the bullet marks itself are telling that automatic weapons.
ਮਨਾਵਾਂਗੇ ਕੀ ਹੋਇਆ ਮੌਲ ਦੀ ਕਾਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ 14 ਦਿਨ ਹੀ ਹੋਏ ਨੇ 15 ਕੱਲੇ ਪੁੱਛ ਮਾਤਾ ਪਿਤਾ ਦਾ ਜੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਬੁਰਾ ਹਾਲ ਹੈਗਾ ਵਿਚਾਰਾ। ਇੱਕੋ ਪੁੱਤ ਸੀ ਵਿਚਾਰਿਆਂ ਦਾ, ਉਹ ਚਲਾ ਗਿਆ। ਹੁਣ ਘਰੇ ਕੀ ਆ ਰਹਿ ਗਿਆ ਜੀ।
ਮੰਗ ਪਿੰਡ ਵਾਲਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਗੋਲੀ ਮਾਰੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਸਖਤ ਕਾਰਵਾਈ
ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਜੀ ਸਖਤ ਕਾਰਵਾਈ ਕਰੀ ਜਾਵੇ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਛੇਤੀ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਮੁਲਾਜ਼ਮ ਨੇ ਜੋ ਗਵਰਨਮੈਂਟ ਆ ਗਈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਸੋਚਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਵੀ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ 2 ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਮਾਰੇ ਗਏ, ਹੁਣ ਤੀਜਾ ਇਹ ਵਿਚਾਰਾ ਮਾਰਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਹਨਾ। ਇੰਨੇ ਕੋਈ ਹੋਰ ਨਾ ਕਿਸੇ ਦਾ ਘਰ ਪੱਟਿਆ ਜਾਵੇ। ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੂੰ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਵੀ ਛੇਤੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਫੜਿਆ ਜਾਵੇ।
All right, so that was an account that we were getting for you of the grief that the parents are, of course, feeling right now. Let me go back to Amandeep. Now, Amandeep, we were talking earlier of the fact that there seems to be a nexus between the gangs who are operating out of Punjab as well as support that they receive from across the border. Now, this is something that the Punjab police will have to perhaps look into more deeply.
Well, Nupur, assault rifles are a very small thing. When the RPG was attacked, fired on the intelligence office, how can the assault rifles, automatic weapons are important to Punjab police when the RPG was openly firing on the intelligence office as well? And even the most important question is that these gangsters are having their aids in the different states, and in fact they are receiving the weapons and the drugs to Punjab from the different parts of the country, and even they are sitting in the jail. The leaders of the gang are presently in the jail in the different states, and even they are running their nexus in Punjab. How it is happening? And when the Punjab police is having a separate anti-gangster task force in Punjab that was constituted by Aam Aadmi Party, newly formed party, and Punjab Chief Minister himself announced this, that anti-gangster task force has been constituted, and that was, I can show you the visuals as well. Investigation is still underway, and the police is now checking the vehicle that was attacked by the killers, and several questions are arising that 15 people in different cars, they are roaming around in Mansa village with the automatic weapons, but they were not intercepted by any police in Mansa. No intelligence information has been given to anyone in Mansa that certain kind of gang is active and they are trying to execute some kind of killing in Mansa. No information has been given, despite knowing that Sidhu Moosewala and several other people in Mansa facing the threats, and they are on the target of the several gangs. These are the questions arising on police as well. Yesterday, Punjab DGP VK Bhavra has done a one-sided press conference revealing the information of the entire incident, and just went off from the press conference without taking any question from the media, just because several questions. Now the police have to face the action. Opposition party, Congress party, is demanding FIR against DGP as the several police officials who were released the list, a secret note of the Punjab police where the security withdrawal was mentioned for the several leaders, and even they are also demanding the withdrawal of the Aam Aadmi Party government, just because they are claiming that in last 2 months 40 people have been killed. And you can see the police is now verifying the vehicle from all sides, just because this vehicle was completely under the attack, and even this was fired by the assailants. If we just try to talk to the police as well, and just because they are witnessing the bullet marks as well, the weapons that were used in the killing of Sidhu Moosewala, that was so strong, the bullet was fired from the front side, and that has reached to the rear side of this vehicle. You can see this bullet was being fired from the front side, from the front mirror, and this reached to the last sheet of the SUV. You can estimate the capacity and potential of the weapon that was used for the killing of Sidhu Moosewala. You can
absolutely.
see, and
what we understand also, Amandeep, at the moment is that the police are also looking perhaps into the use of an AK-47 in this particular murder. So that's being investigated still by the police. But apart from that, give a sense of the political slugfest that's on, because what we are hearing is that political parties are questioning the Aam Aadmi Party's inexperience in dealing with a border state like Punjab and saying that the Mann government has been unable to provide security and make sure that law and order prevails.
Well, absolutely, Nupur, absolutely. Though Sidhu Moosewala contested 2022 elections from the Congress party, and Congress held press conference yesterday evening questioning Aam Aadmi Party government's handling with the law and order situation. And in fact, Home Minister and Deputy Chief Minister himself held a press conference last night, revealing that there is an official secret act that always remained in a very secret manner, but that was made public just for the PR exercise of Aam Aadmi Party government. And in fact, AAP government is now getting failed to handle the situation of law and order of Punjab, and even they are not able to scale down the activities from the cross border. Certain Khalistani who are actively involved into certain kind of antisocial elements, they have active after Aam Aadmi Party came into the government, and every political party is questioning the working of Aam Aadmi Party government, that if the situation remains similar for years, the Punjab will definitely land into a big trouble. And even the point is that they are claiming that the Aam Aadmi Party government has spent almost 2 months and 40 persons have been killed. Some of them are the target killing, some are the revenge killing, and some are the terror attack as well. And it was a fact that the activities of the pro-Khalistani elements in Punjab has been escalated from past some time. Every second day something is happening in Punjab. Sometimes the Khalistani flags has been hosted, sometimes it was written on the walls, and sometimes the protest was happening in Punjab, like Patiala pro-Khalistani protest. Sometimes some people were killing some people. This all is happening in Punjab from past few months, and the activities of these pro-Khalistani has been escalated, which is not a healthy exercise. And now the police should make their each and every effort. And this gang war and this killing of Sidhu Moosewala is another feeder to the failure cap of Punjab police, that how they are not able to get the proper information in time. Intelligence department is very much responsible to look into such matters before it happened or before it executed on ground. Just because it should be the intelligence report that reveal to their seniors that at least automatic weapons have been reached in the city and some big planning is happening in Punjab or in Mansa district. But no report, nothing input, no input has been given from the side of the intelligence. And that is the reason such kind of killings are being reported openly in a full public view in a broad daylight. Politics are simultaneously happening. Congress party, Akali Dal party, and all political parties are questioning the Aam Aadmi Party regarding the law and order situation.
All right, Amandeep, stay with us. We are getting more breaking news. We are now hearing that the minority cell member of the Aam Aadmi Party in Jammu has resigned after the killing of Sidhu Moosewala. Now, he's resigned, also sought the resignation of the Home Minister of Punjab on moral ground. So that's the latest that we are getting in terms of political reactions that we are getting to this. The minority cell member of the Aam Aadmi Party in Jammu has resigned after the killing of Moosewala. I think I'm going to go back to Amandeep for more on this. Amandeep, tell us more.
Voice is breaking down. If you can repeat the question, please.
Well, I was asking you about the resignation of the Aam Aadmi Party minority cell member from Jammu. Now, we understand that he's resigned after the killing of Sidhu Moosewala, saying that it shows complete law and order failure of your government. Tell us more.
Well, absolutely, Nupur, absolutely. The resignation is a direct impact and direct failure of the Punjab police after the killing. Just because no person is feeling safe, neither the leaders nor the normal person, and minority commissions who are actually raising issues.
Hold your thoughts for a minute. Let me go across to Gursimran. I think he has more details on this. Gursimran, we understand that you've managed to access that letter that's been written by the minority cell leader to Arvind Kejriwal. Take us through those.
In Kashmir, Tejwant Singh, and he has resigned from the party, citing the reasons that the party has failed to maintain law and order situation in Punjab, and he even went on to extend to say that there is a complete law and order situation failure in Punjab, which has led to the killing of Sidhu Moosewala, and he even went on to demand the resignation of Home Minister of Punjab, the portfolio that is being held by Bhagwant Mann, the Chief Minister of Punjab. So this killing of Sidhu Moosewala is going to impact the Aam Aadmi Party in other states as well, especially in Jammu and Kashmir and other states where they are trying to build their cadre. But the cadre, after seeing these kind of horrific killings in Punjab, they are not in a mood to continue with the party, and that's why resignation has come from Tejwant Singh, who was a member of the minority cell. He was given the charge. However, there is a reshuffle that has to be happen. But yes, the people are leaving the Aam Aadmi Party, and they are writing to Arvind Kejriwal over the law and order situation, the deteriorating law and order situation in Punjab, as we have seen that how the broad daylight killings are happening in Punjab, be it the politicians, be it the singers, kabaddi players. This has become a new norm in Punjab, it seems, after the elections in which Aam Aadmi Party won with a thumping majority. So now the cadres have started to fallen in other states as well, and this resignation from Tejwant Singh, who is a member of the minority wing of Aam Aadmi Party, has resigned from the party, citing the reasons that there is no law and order situation in Punjab.
All right, Gursimran bringing us those details. Thank you. So that's the letter that we have for you right now. That's the letter that's been written by the minority cell member of Jammu of the Aam Aadmi Party. In that letter that's addressed to Arvind Kejriwal, saying that he thinks the Aam Aadmi Party government is not being able to essentially tackle with the law and order situation right now. Let me... Right, Mr. Singh now joins me on the phone line. Mr. Singh, good morning. Thank you for speaking to us on Republic TV. Now, you've written that letter to Arvind Kejriwal in which you mentioned the fact that you think that the newly elected Aam Aadmi Party government, if you can hear me, you have resigned as the minority cell member. Why is that?
ये ऐसा है कि लॉ एंड ऑर्डर सिचुएशन इस टाइम पंजाब में बहुत वर्स्ट है, क्योंकि बीइंग जैसे ये इन्होंने जीत के आई थी ये पार्टी, और उस टाइम ये कहा था कि पंजाब की सिचुएशन बड़ी जल्दी सिचुएशन जो है कंट्रोल में आएगा, पंजाब एक न्यू पंजाब बनेगा। मगर आम आदमी पार्टी है टोटल फेलियर इन पंजाब, और मूसेवाला जी की डेथ का जैसे तो ब्रॉड लाइट में दिन में कत्ल कर दिया गया, और दिन दिहाड़े इतना मतलब का कत्ल हो रहे हैं, और ऐसे मतलब के खास आदमी का जैसे मूसेवाला जी है, तो ये तो शो करता है कि लॉ एंड ऑर्डर है ही नहीं पंजाब में, और आम आदमी पार्टी टोटल फेल्ड इन पंजाब।
All right, but the defense that's been mounted by the Aam Aadmi Party is that he did not take his security along. But the other side of the story is that there's obviously a failure in law and order, because we've seen a large number of incidents that have played out over the past 40 days or so that the government has been in power over there.
There have been many killings from the last many days, and there is total law and order. You have seen it पटियाला में जैसे क्रिमिनल राइट्स हुए, उसके बाद पंजाब में जो ड्रग्स का माफिया है वो बिल्कुल हावी है इस वक्त। उस वजह से पंजाब गवर्नमेंट जो प्रॉमिस आम आदमी पार्टी करके पंजाब में आई थी, दे हैव नॉट फुलफिल्ड एनी सिंगल प्रॉमिस, और वो टोटल फेलियर है इस वक्त।
क्या आपको लगता है that the chief minister is unable to deal with the law and order situation?
Chief minister is a puppet in the hand of Kejriwal. Indirectly, Kejriwal is running Punjab.
And what do you think is the way out? All right, we seem to have lost that audio connection with Mr. Singh over there. Now, he's the minority cell leader from Jammu who's put in his resignation, saying that he believes that the Aam Aadmi Party is incapable of ruling Punjab. Now, there seems to have been a fresh SFJ threat letter that has come out. What we understand is that hours after the killing of Sidhu Moosewala, Gurpatwant Singh Pannu, the SFJ chief, has said, and I quote, "Death is imminent. Now is the time to support the Khalistan referendum for the liberation of Punjab from India." So another of those videos that are now emerging from the SFJ. This, of course, comes hours after the killing of Sidhu Moosewala. All right, so that is the Khalistan terror group that has now issued a threat to singers, saying that after Moosewala's killing, the SFJ says that death is imminent and it is time to support a referendum in Punjab. You are watching Republic, and still to come, Sonia Gandhi's ticket decision sparks massive anger. The Congress leaders asks, why no ticket for those from Rajasthan?
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World 2022 rankings, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
ജഡ്ജിമാരിരിക്കുന്നതിന്റെ അവരിട്ടിരിക്കുന്ന കോണകം അത് കാവ്യമാകുമ്പോൾ സ്വാഭാവികമാണ് ചൂടിക്കും.
The leader of PFI who spoke against the High Court judges have been confirmed to being arrested by the Kerala police.
बाबरी मस्जिद किसी ने छीनी नहीं है. आप ताजमहल वाली बात पे क्यों डिस्कस नहीं कर रहे? एक ही दिन में 3 वर्डिक्ट्स आए हैं. ताजमहल वाले में डांट पड़ी है. वो पहले तो शब्दों का इस्तेमाल करना मदनी समझें और ओबीसी. ये देश है ना, संविधान से चलेगा या सर्वमान्य कानूनों से चलेगा.
सिद्धू मूसेवाला एक रेनाउंड पर्सनालिटी, उसको दिन दिहाड़े गांव के बीचों बीच शरेआम गोलियां मार के उसकी हत्या कर दी जाती है. लॉ एंड ऑर्डर सिचुएशन पे बहुत बड़ा सवाल है कि आखिरकार इस तरह के अटैक्स कब रुकेंगे. 2 लोग दोनों तरफ से अंधाधुंध उन्होंने फायरिंग की और उनका एक ही मकसद था कि सिद्धू मूसेवाला का कत्ल करना.
Never in the world we have seen a situation where people who are threatened, their security is taken back, and the list as to whose security has been taken back, this confidential list is published for the public consumption. तो एक तरह से ये एक इनवाइट था. यह बहुत ही दुखद घटना है. पंजाब की कानून की व्यवस्था की, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की जो स्थिति है, उसको स्पष्ट रूप से बयान करती है.
Heard the question this time very clearly. No answers from him. Our keys continue to be with his men. We faced intimidation here. What we have to see is what action will really be taken here in this case.
Singer and Congress leader Sidhu Moosewala assassinated in broad daylight in Punjab's Mansa late last evening. Moosewala murder tape out. Republic tracks cars and owners involved in the attack. Multiple fake number plates used by attackers. Eyewitness reveals shocking details, says 13 gunshots were fired at Moosewala's car. Political blame game over singer-turned-politician's murder. BJP demands Chief Minister Mann's resignation. Congress demands NIA probe. Sonia Gandhi's ticket decision sparks massive anger. Congress leaders ask, why no ticket for those from Rajasthan? Varanasi court to resume hearing on Shringar Gauri Gyanvapi Mosque case today. Missing Nepal plane found in Koang village with status yet to be ascertained. Search for the missing 22 on board continues. Forces intensify crackdown on terror in the valley. One Jaish terrorist gunned down in Pulwama encounter. The Congress party has announced the names of 10 candidates for the Rajya Sabha elections, in which the names of many prominent leaders are missing. In such a situation, the voices of dissatisfaction are rising in the party. Randeep Singh Surjewala, Mukul Wasnik and Pramod Tiwari have been made candidates from Rajasthan. All these three candidates do not belong to the state, following which discontent is now brewing within the party.
राज्यसभा के चुनाव में कांग्रेस पार्टी ने राजस्थान से तीनों उम्मीदवार राजस्थान से बाहर के तय किए। प्रत्याशी तय करना पार्टी का अधिकार है, लेकिन राजस्थान के किसी भी कांग्रेस नेता और कार्यकर्ता को प्रत्याशी नहीं बनाने से राजस्थान के लोगों में गहरी निराशा है। कार्यकर्ता नाउम्मीद हुए हैं। मैं कांग्रेस पार्टी से गुजारिश करता हूं कि वो पुनर्विचार करें और राजस्थान के किसी भी कांग्रेस नेता या कार्यकर्ता को राज्यसभा में राजस्थान से जाने का अवसर प्रदान करें। ऐसा नहीं करने पर जो चुनाव सामने है अगले वर्ष राजस्थान की विधानसभा के, उसमें भी कांग्रेस पार्टी की संभावनाओं को भारी आघात पहुंचेगा। अतः जन भावनाओं को और कार्यकर्ताओं की भावनाओं को ध्यान में रखते हुए राजस्थान के कार्यकर्ताओं को भी उचित प्रतिनिधित्व दिया जाना चाहिए।
And more breaking news coming in here on Republic TV. Amidst the row, we are getting in Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot's first reaction. Silent on the dissent, Gehlot has now congratulated leaders on the Congress candidature for Rajya Sabha from Rajasthan, saying 3 senior leaders from Rajasthan have been elected to the Rajya Sabha by the party. So discontent brewing in the Congress, in the Vadra Congress, over the selection of candidates for the Rajya Sabha elections. Rajasthan members, Congress members, asking why no ticket given to Congress members, Congress leaders in the state. However, Gehlot keeps mum over the issue. Instead, he congratulates the candidates who have been selected. Sonia Gandhi's decision under fire from Congress members in Rajasthan in particular. But within the party too, discontent is brewing, even as members from outside Rajasthan have been given tickets from the state. We're talking here about how the Congress has selected 10 party leaders to the Rajya Sabha. Many prominent leaders of the party have been left out. Meanwhile, members of the Rajasthan Congress are asking why no members selected from Rajasthan. Ashok Gehlot himself quiet over the issue. Since last reports came in, we heard he congratulated the candidates who have been selected. And Ashok Gehlot, not expressing any dissatisfaction, however, even as there is discontent brewing within the Congress party, even as the Congress High Command selects 10 leaders, many prominent Congress leaders left out of Rajya Sabha tickets. And now getting you an update on the Batadraba violence, one of the main accused, Asikul Islam, died while attempting to escape from police custody. Police picked Asikul last night while he was being taken to the police station. He tried to flee by jumping from the moving police vehicle, and while doing so, another police vehicle hit him from behind, leading to his death. Police have recovered 2 pistols from his residence. So in a latest update on the Batadraba violence in Assam, one of the accused died while trying to escape from police custody. Breaking news coming in. He is one of the main accused, Asikul Islam, and now police have reported that he lost his life while he was trying to escape police custody. Asikul had jumped from the police vehicle in which he was travelling with under guard, and another vehicle that was following the vehicle he was in and from which he jumped hit him from behind, killing him on colliding with him. And Anirudh joining us with the latest. Anirudh, when we talk about the death of Asikul Islam, how big a setback is it as far as investigations and getting to the root of this matter are concerned? Anirudh, what can you tell us about what happened to Asikul Islam? We believe he lost his life while trying to escape from police custody.
Yes, yesterday Asikul Islam was picked up by the police at around midnight, and after that he confessed to his crimes and also confessed as it was he who instigated the mob on that particular day when the Batadraba police station was carried out and subsequently set ablaze. And based upon his confession of also having arms at his home, police took him to his residence, and while on its way back from the residence after recovery of 2 pistols and also 7 rounds of ammunition, when they were on their way to the Nagaon police station at a place called Riding, Asikul Islam tried to flee from the police custody by jumping out of the moving vehicle. At that particular point in time, the police escort vehicle which was following them ran over Asikul Islam. He was immediately taken to the hospital, but doctors declared him brought dead at the hospital.
Many thanks, Anirudh, for joining us there and for that update. More breaking news coming in now. In news from Jammu and Kashmir, as forces intensify the crackdown on terror, 1 terrorist of proscribed terror outfit, Jaish-e-Mohammed, killed in encounter that broke out in Pulwama district. Breaking news coming in. Jaish terrorists neutralized in an encounter in Pulwama in Jammu and Kashmir, even as forces intensify their crackdown on terror in the valley. Both security forces and Jammu and Kashmir police also participating in each of these ambushes, in each of these encounters, in each of these patrols. And a Jaish terrorist neutralized as a result of these joint efforts being taken up by the army, paramilitary forces and Jammu and Kashmir police, as security forces tighten the net around terrorists in the valley and conduct a major crackdown on terror. 1 Jaish terrorist killed in an encounter in Pulwama. This comes after a drone was shot down just a day earlier. And moving on now to other news stories. The Congress party has announced names of 10 candidates for the Rajya Sabha elections, in which the names of many prominent leaders are missing. In such a situation, voices of dissatisfaction are rising in the party. Randeep Singh Surjewala, Mukul Wasnik and Pramod Tiwari have been made candidates from Rajasthan. Congress MLA from Sirohi in Rajasthan, Sanim Lodha, has raised the question, asking the party will have to explain why no one was nominated from Rajasthan. President of Jammu and Kashmir National Conference Farooq Abdullah lashes out at the centre over the law and order situation in the Union Territory. Addressing an event in Delhi, Abdullah said deaths are happening every day in Kashmir because large part of the Union Territory has been filled with army personnel. He further went on to say that the army cannot always win the hearts of the people. Instead, love is needed there and that the centre needs to understand. Convoy of Telangana Labour Minister M. Malla Reddy allegedly attacked by a group of people with footwear, stones and chairs as he is escorted by state police after abruptly leaving a public meeting at Ghatkisar. At the event, Malla Reddy was praising State Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao, after which a few people from the crowd raised slogans against him. They were seen throwing chairs at the convoy of the Telangana minister. Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant extended his greetings and best wishes to Goans across the globe on the occasion of the 35th Goa Statehood Day. In his message to the public, Sawant said it's a day to reflect Goa's achievements and further devise a strategy to achieve much desired status of a prosperous and advanced state. Goa Governor P.S. Sridharan Pillai also extended greetings on the occasion on Sunday, saying Goa is renowned for its communal harmony. Convocation ceremony and passing out parade of the 142nd course of the National Defence Academy held in Pune, while the Chief Executive Officer of Niti Aayog took part as chief guest. Chief of Air Staff, Air Chief Marshal Vivek Ram Chaudhary, was the reviewing officer for the prestigious passing out parade. And coming up next, Moosewala murder tape out, Republic tracks cars and owners involved in the attack. Multiple fake number plates used by attackers. Varanasi court to resume hearing on Shringar Gauri Gyan Vapi Mosque case today.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
The Prime Minister speaks at the Bloomberg Business Forum. He of course will try to highlight India's 5 trillion economy dream and essential supplies and adequate supplies, and that is the biggest that we have from the APMCR. Raj Thackeray is not backing down, and supporters of Raj Thackeray have used the loudspeaker to send a message. They're trying to stop us from reporting. Today has picked up Arnab Goswami from his house, dragged him out, assaulted him physically. This is the Abhignya Tower in Parel, Mumbai, where the fire was reported, and their entire effort has been to somehow burst down the flame.
ജഡ്ജിമാര് നിൽക്കുന്നതിന്റെ അവരിട്ടിരിക്കുന്ന കോണകം അത് കാവ്യമാകുമ്പോൾ സ്വാഭാവികമാണ് പൂർവികം.
shocking video footage there of the murder of a noted singer and a politician of Punjab. An incident that has shocked the entire nation, not to speak the people of Punjab. Amandeep, our correspondent with the latest. Amandeep, this CCTV footage chills us to the bone, really.
Well, absolutely. This CCTV is with the sounds of the bullets that was being continuously fired on Sidhu Moosewala. And even if we just go by the sequence of this CCTV footage, this is the same CCTV footage that was accessed by yesterday, but that was without any sound or voice. But yes, this CCTV footage is proving that how many bullets have been fired on Sidhu Moosewala when his car was interrupted from the both sides in Jawahar Ke village. And even if we go by the sequence of this video, when the last white color sedan take the left turn and escape from the CCTV camera, all of a sudden one bullet was fired by the attackers, and later second, third, and and within the seconds n number of bullets started firing on the Sidhu Moosewala's jeep. And even in that CCTV footage, it was visible that white color sedan was taken the reverse gear, and it just came back to the way from where it had turned left, and even the people were standing there started running from the spot. And in fact, a person in a red colored t-shirt in front of the CCTV camera, he was running towards towards this bullet sounds, and just to verify what all is happening. And even the sound of that firing bullets was very much horrific. That was very much audible in this CCTV camera, that how many bullets have been fired.
Right.
N number
Amandeep,
of bullets have been fired.
coming back to you.
Voice.
We'll be coming back to you, but I have to, well, we'd like to once again watch that video footage again. This video footage with the sounds clearly audible. Amandeep, coming back to you once again. Well, 13 gunshots fired. It clearly seems like more than that. And, well, it's an event that took place in broad daylight. That's what's most frightening. So when various politicians, various leaders are saying that the law and order situation in Punjab has collapsed, well, there are definitely concerns regarding that.
Absolutely, absolutely. This is the biggest concern for every citizen of Punjab, that law and order situation was highly compromised in Punjab. Every second day, murder and even target killing and explosives, drugs, weapons, this all is happening in Punjab every second day, and nothing new. When we have just got the information that automatic weapons have been used in the killing of Sidhu Moosewala, we are even not surprised or shocked, just because almost a month back, it was an RPG fired on the intelligence office. When the RPG was fired at government offices, especially the intelligence offices, what is the new when the automatic rifles have been used to kill someone? It is nothing new. It is the situation is actually very sensitive in Punjab, and initially we have the video evidence, but now we have both video and audio evidence that how this killing happened, how many bullets have been fired, and how the vehicles were was chasing Sidhu Moosewala's SUV and where it was interrupted. And in fact, we have also inspected the spot and the CCTV camera from where the footage came out along with the sound as well. Even where it was installed, we have reached to that location also. But now when the car was taken a reverse gear in last sedan, white color sedan, turning reverse from the very much spot, all of a sudden sounds of the bullets has just flooded, and even the end number of bullets have been fired. People started running from the spot just because it was a temple nearby that place where the Sidhu Moosewala's SUV was interrupted. It was just next to it a temple. On one side it was a temple, and on the other side it was a residence of some jamidar of Jawahar Ke village. And just because from both the sides it was locked, and Sidhu Moosewala's car was intercepted in the middle of the road, and he was killed in a full public view in a broad daylight. Yes.
Right. So, Amandeep, incessant firing here, heard there in that video. And earlier, there was just the video that was available. Republic TV has now accessed the audio as well. Shocking, really, how it's happening in Punjab. And coming up next, a missing Nepal plane found in Kowang village with status yet to be ascertained. Search for the missing 22 on board continues.
Never in the world we have seen a situation where people who are threatened, their security is taken back, and the list as to whose security has been taken back, this confidential list is published for the public consumption. तो एक तरह से ये एक इनवाइट था। यह बहुत ही दुखद घटना है। पंजाब के कानून की व्यवस्था की, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की जो स्थिति है, उसको स्पष्ट रूप से बयान करती है।
Heard the question this time very clearly. No answers from him. Our keys continue to be with his men. We faced intimidation here. What we have to see is what action will really be taken here in this case. We've been trying to get in touch with you and ask you several questions on the land deals that you had along with Priyanka Vadra and Robert Vadra. Why are you trying to avoid the camera, sir? Hanging of the rapist has been confirmed. Court has said all the evidence had already been seen at the trial court, at the high court and the top court of the country. They're not going to go into it again. Once again trying to get in a word with Mr. Vijay Mallya. Persistently been asking you only one question. Mallya, why did you escape in 2015? Do you not think the decorum of the court and the dignity needed to be maintained with the kind of language you use? Republic TV gets you the first words from Khabar Qureshi.
News from around the world. Landslides caused by heavy rains killing at least 29 in Pernambuco in northeast Brazil. In Alagoas, 2 people lose their lives as they are swept away in river flooding. More than 1,000 forced. And in Tennessee shootout, 6 are wounded. In another case of mass shooting, police say 6 were wounded during the exchange of gunfire in downtown Chattanooga business district. And coming up next, missing Nepal plane found in Kowang village with status yet to be ascertained. Search for the missing 22 on board continues.
ജഡ്ജിമാര് നിൽക്കുന്നതിന്റെ അവർ ഇട്ടിരിക്കുന്ന കോണകം അത് കാവ്യാകുമ്പോൾ സ്വാഭാവികമാണ് ചൂടും.
The leader of PFI who spoke against the High Court judges have been confirmed to being arrested by the Kerala police.
बाबरी मस्जिद किसी ने छीनी नहीं है। आप ताजमहल वाली बात पे क्यों डिस्कस नहीं कर रहे? एक ही दिन में 3 वर्डिक्ट्स आए हैं। ताजमहल वाले में डांट पड़ी है। वो पहले तो शब्दों का इस्तेमाल करना मदनी समझें और ओबीसी। ये देश है ना, संविधान से चलेगा या सर्वमान्य कानूनों से चलेगा।
सिद्धू मूसेवाला एक रेनाउंड पर्सनालिटी, उसको दिन दिहाड़े गांव के बीचों बीच शरेआम गोलियां मार के उसकी हत्या कर दी जाती है। लॉ एंड ऑर्डर सिचुएशन पे बहुत बड़ा सवाल है कि आखिरकार इस तरह के अटैक्स कब रुकेंगे। 2 लोग दोनों तरफ से अंधाधुंध उन्होंने फायरिंग की और उनका एक ही मकसद था कि सिद्धू मूसेवाला का कत्ल करना।
Never in the world we have seen a situation where people who are threatened, their security is taken back, and the list as to whose security has been taken back, this confidential list is published for the public consumption. तो एक तरह से ये एक इनवाइट था। यह बहुत ही दुखद घटना है। पंजाब के कानून की व्यवस्था की, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की जो स्थिति है उसको स्पष्ट रूप से बयान करती है।
The question this time.
Singer and Congress leader Sidhu Moosewala is assassinated in Punjab's Mann. The Moosewala murder tape is out. Cars and owners involved in the attack are tracked. Multiple fake number plates used by attackers. A 59-second tell-all video of Moosewala's assassination emerges. Over 46 gunshots are heard. Political blame game over singer-turned-politician's murder. The BJP demands the Chief Minister's resignation. The Congress asks for an NIA probe. Sonia Gandhi's ticket decision sparks massive anger. Congress leaders ask why no ticket for those from Rajasthan. A Varanasi court is to resume hearing on the Sringar Gauri Gyanvapi mosque case today. And a missing Nepal plane is found in Kobang village with status yet to be ascertained. The search is still on for the 22 missing on board. Forces intensify their crackdown on terror in the valley. One Jaish terrorist is gunned down in the encounter in Pulwama. Good morning and welcome. You are watching Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. In fact, we begin with news that's just coming in. Angry leaders from the Congress party in Maharashtra will be going to Delhi today, and sources are telling Republic TV that they will meet Sonia Gandhi in the national capital. Now, the meeting is over Imran Pratap Garhi's ticket from Maharashtra. Leaders will be meeting Venugopal at 5 o'clock this evening. Now, after that, what we are learning is that if Sonia Gandhi will meet these leaders, they will be meeting. Now, many of these leaders in Maharashtra are angry with the tickets being granted to outsiders. So, what we understand is that this meeting, of course, is being held after the Congress party gave all those Rajya Sabha tickets to people who were from outside the state. Let me go across to Alicia on the phone line. Alicia, give us more details.
Well, Nupur, we know that Maharashtra Congress was very firm about, and they were really unhappy with the party leadership because this time the Maharashtra Congress does not want the Rajya Sabha candidate from outside of Maharashtra, and the Congress leadership was very keen on the people from outside from Maharashtra. And yesterday, when the notice came out and stating that Imran Pratap Singh is from UP, he's been elected as a candidate for the Rajya Sabha in Maharashtra. Now we can see that there are Congress leaders from Maharashtra. Now they're going to go Delhi today and will meet Sonia Gandhi in Delhi, and the meeting will be over the Imran Pratap Singh ticket from Maharashtra Rajya Sabha in appointed by Gandhi itself. So it will be that leaders will meet in Venugopal at 5, and after that, if Gandhi will give time to them, they will meet them. But it is also that Ashok Chavan and Bharat they have been elected to vote the Gandhi, and this has been going since long because many leaders in Maharashtra are angry with the leadership of Congress leadership, and that is the only reason they have been waiting for what is the decision that is from the Congress. And yesterday, when the letter came out,
well, that's a poor audio connection we have with you, Alicia. We're going to come back to you. But here's what we know so far. There are several leaders within the Congress party who are extremely upset over ticket distribution for the Rajya Sabha tickets that have been given by the Congress party. Now, particular dissent coming in from Maharashtra. Let me go across, I think, to Harsha. Harsha, give us more details of what we are learning right now. What we understand is that regional aspirations seem to have been ignored by the Congress party as far as 7 of these states are concerned. Now, one of them happens to be Maharashtra.
Yes, now initially we are seeing Maharashtra because Dagma was expecting her ticket, her nomination for Rajya Sabha from Maharashtra. But apart from her, she was completely ignored, and Imran Pratap Gadi was given the ticket. He was nominated from Maharashtra, and the discontentment and the rift is being seen amongst the Congress leaders. After many intense deliberations and round of meetings yesterday night, the list came up, and in that list we have seen that either from Rajasthan, if we see Rajasthan, Jharkhand or Maharashtra, the party leaders who come from those states were completely ignored. Like Pawan Khera, he hails from Rajasthan. He was expecting his nomination and candidature from Rajasthan, but ignoring him completely. Randeep Surjewala, Pramod Tiwari and Mukul Vasning are nominated for Rajya Sabha from Rajasthan. He is also very angry. There are many leaders who have come in front on social media, on public platform, and they have completely said that our patience, our penance, our work has been completely denied and ignored in the party. And apart from then, the leaders who have worked for less number of time, for the very less span of time, they have been given that opportunity. And therefore today many Maharashtra leaders at 5 PM they are coming to Delhi. They will meet the senior Congress leader KC Venugopal at his residence, and after that they will sought time with Sonia Gandhi to meet her and express their concerns, express that why they have been ignored, why the local leaders have been ignored who have been working in those particular states since long, be it Rajasthan, be it Maharashtra. But today Maharashtra leaders seems to be very angry that they have taken first step after this list has come.
Right, so Harsha, as you're pointing out, of course, there is significant dissent within the Congress party over tickets that have been given to the Rajya Sabha. Thank you for joining us. Now, moving on, Republic TV, of course, has been bringing you all the updates as far as the investigation into Sidhu Moosewala's murder case is concerned. Now, here's an exclusive ground report that has been filed. Now, this, of course, is a video that is most shocking. In this particular video, we can actually hear about 49 gunshots that were fired at Sidhu Moosewala by assailants who actually, in fact, jumped on the bonnet of his car and fired at him.
car has been seized by the Mansa police, and even there are certain people who have been detained who are having the close links with the Lawrence Bishnoi gang as well. And even I can show you, we are just at the Mansa police station, and I'm showing you the visuals of the car of Sidhu Moosewala, which was attacked by 6 to 7 people. You can see, I'll start from showing you the tires which was busted by the fire. First, assailants have attacked on the tire so that at least Sidhu Moosewala should not manage to fled from the spot in the car. So tire was the first target, and even this is the side seat where Gurpreet was sitting. Gurpreet was the friend of Sidhu Moosewala from the same village, and in fact he was accompanied with Sidhu Moosewala. Here you can see the entire window pane has been broken, and there are certain bullet marks also on the window as well. You can see there are certain bullet marks. You can see not much bullet marks, just because their prime target was Sidhu Moosewala. And now I can show you the back side. I can show you the back side of the car. Even that was facing a maximum damage, just because the assailants has covered this jeep from 3 sides: front, right, all 4 sides, I beg to pardon. Front, right, left and back. You can see the stepney is here, but still the window pane of the rear side of this jeep has been damaged, and even 5 to 6 bullet marks are very much visible on this window pane as well. That's because Sidhu Moosewala was driving the car, Gurpreet was sitting left to him, and another person was sitting on the rear seat, and both of them are struggling to survive against the bullet injuries. Now I'll show you the side which was completely under the attack, just because 5 to 7 armed men attacked this car with the automatic weapons, 3 type of weapons. You can see another tire busted. This tire was a prime target of all the assailants. It was a planned attack. This car, the damage to this car entirely shows that their target was very much clear. They know Sidhu Moosewala was driving the car, and that is the reason the entire bullet load was on the right side of this jeep. And you can see the damage inside. The entire broken window panes are lying inside. The bloodshed is there, and even the bullet marks is even the inside of the car. The weapons were not normal. The bullet marks on the right side of the car where Sidhu Moosewala was sitting, and Sidhu Moosewala was on the wheels, and that is the reason this complete area was the full-fledged target of the attackers. 5 to 7 bullet marks on the window of the driver's seat where Sidhu Moosewala was sitting. You can see even the broken window pane, and even I request my camera person to kindly show inside visuals also. One of the gunmen was just jumped onto the bonnet of this jeep and started firing from the front side, so that at least Sidhu Moosewala should not be able to survive in this entire attack. You can see 13 bullet marks on the front window pane. 13 bullets marks, and even 8 to 10 are on the side of the driver. It's a clear-cut indication that the driver was a prime target, and they know Sidhu Moosewala was driving this car.
Well, news just coming in, we are learning that 6 PFI activists have been arrested for an attempt to free Yahya Thangal from the police jeep in Alura last evening. Now, the attack on the vehicle has been reported at the Kumbalam toll plaza near Kochi-Alleppey border. Let's go across live to Ashwin, who's reporting on this. Ashwin, give us more details.
What we get to gather is that Yahya Thangal, the state committee member of PFI, was taken into custody from Kundankulam in Thrissur district, and he was being brought from there for the inflammatory speech that he had given during the PFI rally held in Alappuzha last Saturday. Now, while the police convoy was being brought at the suburbs of Kochi as they entered from Thrissur in a place called Aluva, there was a protest protest and various protest marches were held, and the PFI members had blocked the police vehicle, and then police had to call extra reinforcement to ensure the safety of the people who of the man of Yahya who was taken into custody. Now the situation grew out of hand, and they also stopped and attacked. We are also getting reports that the glass pane of the police vehicle was also damaged, but then the police was quickly able to take out from the situation after reinforcement came, and this has been confirmed to us by the CA of Aluva Police, Mr. Anil Kumar, as well. And further, we also got reports that at the border of Alappuzha and Kochi, in a place called Kumbalam, there's a toll plaza. There also there were similar protests that happened, but no case has been registered over there, is what we understand as of now. But what's important is that today Yahya Tangal will be taken to remand. We are right now outside the South Police Station in Alappuzha, where inside this very police station Yahya Tangal is there. We are waiting for him to be taken out for remand as well. So we need to see that a police vehicle has been attacked. Earlier judges were also insulted, kids being misused, and now media also, Republic crew was attacked. So everything has happened in the last 1 week. We are closely following this matter, and we'll see how the public will respond, and the society and the political leaders will respond to this latest update. Back to you.
Absolutely. So as you're pointing out, of course, there are many charges that have been laid out against the PFI leader, including, of course, that hate speech that was made. But not just that, we actually saw the Kerala High Court step in and ask for the police to act against the PFI.
Absolutely. The Kerala High Court had made some strong observations. Justice P.B. Kunjikrishnan had said, how can such thing happen in this country? And that was a concern that he had raised during while he was hearing some of the assault against children and minors being misused. In that context, he had asked. Even Justice P. Gopinath had also stated that how can a child grow up with such hate in the society? So all this was criticized by the PFI, and that is what is a matter of concern. And we need to see whether Yahya Tangal, who will be taken to the magistrate in a short while from now from this very police station, we need to see what are the cases that are being slapped, what are the sections that will be slapped against him, because whether it's contempt of court or whether it is just section 153A is all that we need to see the details of it. But at the moment, Yahya Tangal is there inside this very police station behind me, and he will be taken to remand today as well.
All right, Ashwin reporting from Alappuzha over there. Thank you for joining us. Well, in fact, we're now going back to the big breaking news story we've been following since the morning. We are getting a response now from the Aam Aadmi Party on Sidhu Moosewala's murder probe. Now, the Aam Aadmi Party over there, of course, which governs Punjab, has said that a foreign angle is now being looked into. The Chief Minister and the Aam Aadmi Party have been under considerable fire over the murder of Sidhu Moosewala. Sidhu Moosewala was murdered by assailants who actually pumped about 32 bullets into the vehicle that he was traveling in. He died on the spot. What we understand is that there is also questions being raised about the intelligence failure over the arms that were brought in to kill Sidhu Moosewala. Gang rivalry is said to be behind this particular murder, but just a day before, his security was reduced substantially by the Punjab government. 2 of his bodyguards were withdrawn. However, when he was traveling and was murdered, he did not have any security along with him. Let's in fact listen in to a reaction that we are getting from the Aam Aadmi Party.
हमारे साथ जुड़ रहे हैं आम आदमी पार्टी के प्रोमिनेंट फेस संजय सिंह जी। सर, पंजाब में ब्रॉड डे लाइट में एक मशहूर सिंगर जिनके मिलियंस में फॉलोअर्स होते हैं, वहाँ पे उनका मर्डर हो जाता है। 30 राउंड्स वर फायर्ड ऑन हिम, और कहीं ना कहीं जो सुरक्षा है, जो सिक्योरिटी है पंजाब में, वो एक बहुत बड़े कटघरे में आके खड़ा हो जाता है। क्या कहेंगे, आपकी आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार है वहाँ पर, कैसा आप किस तरीके से पूरे सिचुएशन को देख रहे हैं?
देखिए, ये बहुत ही दुखद और पीड़ादायक घटना है। पूरे पंजाब ने अपने एक लोकप्रिय गायक को, एक अपने बेटे को खोया है। हम सब लोग दुखी हैं, स्तब्ध हैं इस घटना से। और मैं आपको सिर्फ ये कह सकता हूँ कि भगवंत मान जी की सरकार, पंजाब में आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार पूरी तरीके से प्रतिबद्ध है, संकल्पबद्ध है हत्यारों को सजा दिलाने के लिए, गैंगवार और अपराधीकरण की जो वहाँ पे संस्कृति चल रही उसको रोकने के लिए। और मैं एक चीज़ ये कह सकता हूँ कि इसमें जो लोग भी शामिल हैं वो बचेंगे नहीं, बख्शे नहीं जाएंगे, नज़ीर बनेगी दूसरे लोगों के लिए। ऐसी तरीके से उनको भगवंत मान जी की सरकार सजा देगी। कुछ गिरफ्तारियां भी हुई हैं इसमें और कुछ बिंदु भी सामने आए हैं जिसकी जांच होने की ज़रूरत है। उनके पास बुलेट प्रूफ गाड़ी थी, उनके पास 2 पुलिस के कमांडो थे, लेकिन घटना के वक्त ना बुलेट प्रूफ गाड़ी थी ना कमांडो थे, तो आखिर क्यों नहीं थी, ये एक जांच का विषय है। कुछ लोगों ने जो बाहर विदेश में कनाडा में बैठे हुए हैं, एक गैंग ने उसने दावा भी किया है इस घटना में शामिल होने का। तो जो लोग भी इसमें शामिल होंगे वो बख्शे नहीं जाएंगे। मैं विपक्ष के मित्रों से कहना चाहूँगा कि ये वक्त उनके परिवार के साथ खड़ा होने का है। मैं वाहिगुरु से प्रार्थना करता हूँ उनके परिवार को ये अपार कष्ट सहन करने की शक्ति दें, उनके समर्थकों को ये कष्ट सहने की शक्ति दें, और ये वक्त संयम धैर्य का है। निश्चित रूप से आप देखेंगे जल्द ही इसमें जो लोग शामिल हैं वो सलाखों के पीछे होंगे।
सर, कांग्रेस भी और कई सारे फैंस भी सोशल मीडिया पे काफ़ी ज़्यादा एंगर जता रहे, अपना एक्सप्रेस कर रहे हैं, और ये भी एक, जैसे कि आपने कहा, सिक्योरिटी उनकी कम कर दी गई थी। 2 ही लोग थे और वो भी जब टाइम ऑफ द इंसिडेंट था वो तब मौजूद नहीं थे। तो सिक्योरिटी कम करना भी बहुत एक बड़ा रीज़न बताया जा रहा है वाई दिस एग्जैक्टली हैपन, क्योंकि गैंग वॉर हमेशा से प्रिवेलेंट रहा है वहाँ पर।
मैं ये कह रहा हूँ कि बुलेट प्रूफ गाड़ी और 2 पुलिस के कमांडो जो उनके पास थे, अगर शायद घटना के वक्त होते तो ये रोका जा सकता था। लेकिन मैं तो ये कह रहा हूँ कि एक दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण और दुखद घटना है। सारे बिंदुओं की जांच होगी और कोई बख्शा नहीं जाएगा, इसमें कोई छूटेगा नहीं। विपक्ष के मित्रों से मैं फिर हाथ जोड़ के अनुरोध करूँगा कि ये वक्त इस दुख की घड़ी में उनके परिवार के साथ खड़े होने का है।
Well, that of course was Sanjay Singh from the Aam Aadmi Party. Now what he's saying is that an investigation is currently on and all angles will be probed by the Punjab police. All right, though that of course was a video that we have managed to access that actually in which we can actually hear those gunshots being fired. Now the police of course is investigating all angles, and what the police are saying so far is that there were 2 vehicles that were following him, and it was on a curb, on a sharp turn, that he was fired upon. So also we have heard the Punjab police's version, which says that Moosewala did not take his bulletproof car, neither did he take those 2 security personnel which have been provided by the Punjab police. He was also guarded by his personal security guards. They were also not there at the moment when this murder took place. Now, the police in Punjab have formed a special investigation team to look into the murder. Demands are being raised by various political parties, including the Congress, for an NIA probe. A look now at some news in brief. The Congress party has announced the names of 10 candidates for Rajya Sabha elections, in which names of many prominent leaders are missing. Voices of dissatisfaction are rising in the party. Randeep Singh Surjewala, Mukul Wasnik, Pramod Tiwari have been made candidates from Rajasthan. The Congress MLA from Sirohi in Rajasthan, Sanyam Lodha, has questioned the list of candidates. The president of the Jammu and Kashmir National Conference, Farooq Abdullah, has lashed out at the centre over the law and order situation in the Union Territory. Addressing an event in Delhi, Abdullah said that deaths are happening every day in Kashmir because a large part of the UT has been filled with army personnel. He further went on to say that the army cannot always win hearts of people. Instead, love is needed. The convoy of Telangana Labour Minister M. Mala Reddy was allegedly attacked by a group of people with footwear, stones and chairs while he was being escorted by the state police after abruptly leaving a public meeting in Ghatkesar. At the event, Mala Reddy was praising the state chief minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao, after which a few people from the crowd raised slogans against him and were seen throwing chairs at the convoy. Goa's Chief Minister Pramod Sawant has extended his greetings and best wishes to Goans across the globe on the occasion of the 35th Goa Statehood Day. In his message to the public, Sawant said it's a day to reflect Goa's achievements and further devise a strategy to achieve much desired status of a prosperous and advanced state. Goa's Governor P.S. Sridharan Pillai also extended greetings on the occasion. And today marked the 142nd course of the National Defence Academy's passing out parade. Here are visuals of these young men and women who marched out of the NDA.
Ladies and gentlemen, please look ahead. Approaching the parade ground in lightning formation are 3 Sukhoi 30 MKI aircraft.
अब कैडेट परेड की समाप्ति के लिए अपना अपना स्थान ले रहे हैं। दीक्षांत समारोह का गौरव व गरिमा से पूर्ण यह अवसर इन कैडेटों के 3 वर्षों के कठिन परिश्रम का सबसे महत्वपूर्ण दिन है।
The cadets are now forming up in preparation for the culmination of the parade. The cadets of the passing out course will proceed towards the Antim Pag at the quarterdeck. The Antim Pag is marked at the quarterdeck, which symbolizes the passing out of cadets of the 142nd course. Later, when the band will play the lilting tune of...
So that is the 142nd course of the National Defence Academy passing out of the NDA. You are watching Republic. On the other side, missing Nepal plane is found in the Kowang village with status yet to be ascertained. The search continues. Forces intensify their crackdown on terror in the valley. One Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorist is gunned down in an encounter in Pulwama.
The Prime Minister speaks at the Bloomberg Business Forum. He, of course, will try to highlight India's 5 trillion economy dream and essential supplies and adequate supplies. And that is the biggest that we have from the APMCR. Raj Thackeray is not backing down, and supporters of Raj Thackeray have used the loudspeaker to send a message. They're trying to stop us from reporting. Today has picked up Arnab Goswami from his house, dragged him out, assaulted him physically.
This is the Abhignya Tower in Parel, Mumbai, where the fire was reported, and their entire effort has been to somehow cross down the flames.
മാറിയിരിക്കുന്നതിന് അവർ ഇട്ടിരിക്കുന്ന കോണകം അത് കാവ്യമാകുമ്പോൾ സ്വാഭാവികമാണ് ചൂടെടുക്കും.
The leader of PFI who spoke against the High Court judges have been confirmed to being arrested by the Kerala police.
बाबरी मस्जिद किसी ने छीनी नहीं है. आप ताजमहल वाली बात पे क्यों डिस्कस नहीं कर रहे? एक ही दिन में 3 वर्डिक्ट्स आए हैं. ताजमहल वाले में डांट पड़ी है. वो पहले तो शब्दों का इस्तेमाल करना मदनी समझें और ओबीसी. ये देश है ना, संविधान से चलेगा या सर्वमान्य कानूनों से चलेगा.
सिद्धू मूसेवाला एक रेनाउंड पर्सनालिटी, उसको दिन दिहाड़े गांव के बीचों बीच शरेआम गोलियां मार के उसकी हत्या कर दी जाती है.
Top headlines at 10:30. Singer and Congress leader Sidhu Moosewala assassinated in broad daylight in Punjab's Mansa late last evening. Moosewala murder tape out. Republic tracks cars and owners involved in attack. Multiple fake number plates used by attackers. Most shocking video of Moosewala's killing emerges. Over 46 gunshots heard on camera. Political blame game over singer turned politician's murder. BJP demands Chief Minister Mann's resignation. Congress demands NIA probe. Sonia Gandhi's ticket decision sparks massive anger. Congress leader asks why no ticket for those from Rajasthan. Missing Nepal plane found in Kowang village with status yet to be ascertained. Search on for the missing 22 on board continues. Forces intensify crackdown on terror in the valley. One Jaish terrorist gunned down in Pulwama encounter. Good morning, viewers. Thanks for tuning in. Tracking all the news breaks coming in this hour. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Now starting with the breaking news coming in amid raging dissent that continues against the Congress top brass. Manish Tiwari has now hit out, saying that Rajya Sabha has become a parking slot. That's the statement that's been made by Congress leader Manish Tiwari amid the brewing dissent within the Congress party. So after Rajasthan, we've seen a similar situation unfolding in Maharashtra as well, and now we have Manish Tiwari who has taken a dig at the top brass. Let's listen into that soundbite of Manish Tiwari.
कि जिस कारण के लिए राज्यसभा को बनाया गया था, काउंसिल ऑफ स्टेट्स, राज्यसभा ने बहुत ही दशक पहले वो जो कार्य था जिसके लिए उसका गठन किया गया था, संविधान में उसको जगह दी गई थी, वो कार्य बहुत पहले ही करना बंद कर दिया है. अब ये राज्यसभा पार्किंग स्लॉट बन गई है और जिसकी ऊपर ठीक होती है उसको राज्यसभा मिल जाती है. तो इसलिए इस चीज़ पे भी बहुत गंभीरता से विचार करना चाहिए कि क्या इस देश को राज्यसभा की ज़रूरत है भी कि नहीं.
Getting an inside track of Moosewala's murder probe, the number plate that's been accessed is of Mahindra Scorpio vehicle registered in Ferozpur and was used by attackers in Bolero at the time of carrying out the attack on Sidhu Moosewala. So another detail that has now emerged. We're also getting to know that the police has picked the dump of police mobile numbers near the crime spot, and that the latest being police is now analyzing the call details of the multiple numbers that have been recovered. We will go across to Amandeep as well to track all the latest updates with regard to the probe into Sidhu Moosewala's death case. But the latest being the inside details that we've accessed on the murder probe, which says that the number plate is of Mahindra Scorpio vehicle. So that's the latest what we are learning. Remember, the attack on Moosewala happened late last evening, and multiple bullets were fired at the jeep of Sidhu Moosewala. And the visuals there on your screens as well, very disturbing visuals that came in last evening of the attack that happened on Sidhu Moosewala. So the police are currently probing all angles in this particular case. Remember, 7 to 8 suspects have also been detained, and gang war angle that is also being looked into by the Punjab police.
Two car has been seized by the Mansa police, and even there are certain people who have been detained who are having the close links with the Lawrence Bishnoi gang as well. And even I can show you, we are just at the Mansa police station, and I'm showing you the visuals of the car of Sidhu Moosewala, which was attacked by 6 to 7 people. You can see, I'll start from showing you the tires which was busted by the fire. First, assailants have attacked on the tire so that at least Sidhu Moosewala should not manage to fled from the spot in the car. So tire was the first target, and even this is the side seat where Gurpreet was sitting. Gurpreet was the friend of Sidhu Moosewala from the same village, and in fact he was accompanied with Sidhu Moosewala. Here you can see the entire window pane has been broken, and there are certain bullet marks also on the window as well. You can see there are certain bullet marks. You can see not much bullet marks, just because their prime target was Sidhu Moosewala. And now I can show you the backside. I can show you the backside of the car. Even that was facing a maximum damage, just because the assailants has covered this jeep from 3 sides: front, right, all 4 sides, I beg to pardon. Front, right, left and back. You can see the stepney is here, but still the window pane of the rear side of this jeep has been damaged, and even 5 to 6 bullet marks are very much visible on this window pane as well. Just because Sidhu Moosewala was driving the car, Gurpreet was sitting left to him, and another person was sitting on the rear seat, and both of them are struggling to survive against the bullet injuries. Now I'll show you the side which was completely under the attack, just because 5 to 7 armed men attacked this car with the automatic weapons, 3 type of weapons. You can see another tire busted. This tire was a prime target of all the assailants. It was a planned attack. This car, the damage to this car entirely shows that their target was very much clear. They know Sidhu Moosewala was driving the car, and that is the reason the entire bullet load was on the right side of this jeep. And you can see the damage inside. The entire broken window panes are lying inside. The bloodshed is there, and even the bullet marks is even the inside of the car. The weapons were not normal. The bullet marks on the right side of the car where Sidhu Moosewala was sitting, and Sidhu Moosewala was on the wheels, and that is the reason this complete area was the full-fledged target of the attackers. 5 to 7 bullet marks on the window of the driver's seat where Sidhu Moosewala was sitting. You can see even the broken window pane, and even I request my camera person to kindly show inside visuals also. One of the gunmen was just jumped onto the bonnet of this jeep and started firing from the front side, so that at least Sidhu Moosewala should not be able to survive in this entire attack. You can see 13 bullet marks on the front window pane. 13 bullets marks, and even 8 to 10 are on the side of the driver. It's a clear-cut indication that the driver was a prime target, and they know Sidhu Moosewala was driving this car.
And a lot of breaking updates coming in on this. We are now getting to know that Moosewala's father has written to the Punjab Chief Minister. We will also put out the image of this letter that we've accessed of Sidhu's Moosewala's father, who's now written to Chief Minister Mann, saying that demanding an inquiry from a sitting judge, seeking NIA and CBI probe into the murder of his son, saying that action against officers who leaked the secret document of security withdrawal. So seeking action against the officers also who leaked the secret document of the security that had been partially withdrawn with respect to the security cover that was given to Moosewala, and also has sought a public apology from the Punjab DGP for downgrading the security of Sidhu Moosewala. So the latest being Moosewala's father, who's written to the Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann demanding stringent action, demanding an inquiry from a sitting judge, seeking the NIA and CBI investigation as well. So those are some of the inside details that we've also accessed, which says that mobile data dump has also been recovered. Big lead coming in this particular case, in which Dun Mobile has been recovered from the spot. So that's another development that is coming to light now of the mobile data that has also been recovered from the crime spot. And also the latest what we are learning is that Moosewala's father has now written to Bhagwant Mann. Another development, Punjab Chief Minister will also be chairing a meet today over the murder of Sidhu Moosewala. So shocking visuals that we've also accessed, the 59-second video clip in which the gunshots can also be heard in the 59-second clip. That's the visual on your screens. And a big lead that is now coming in with the father now demanding an NIA probe into the murder of his son. So remember Sidhu Moosewala, just to give a quick recap of what happened late last evening. Sidhu Moosewala was fired at multiple bullet injuries that were fired at Sidhu Moosewala by the attackers, and he was fired at from both the sides. The latest being an SIT that has also been formed to probe the murder of Sidhu Moosewala, and that's the visual on your screens as well that we are showing to you of the letter that has also been written by Sidhu Moosewala to the Punjab Chief Minister, demanding an NIA as well as a CBI investigation into the case, seeking an action against the officers who leaked the secret document of the security withdrawal that was given to Sidhu Moosewala. And Sidhu's Moosewala's father has also demanded a public apology from Punjab DGP over downgrading the security cover that was initially provided to Sidhu Moosewala. Remember, 7 to 8 suspects that have also been detained by the Punjab police as of now, who are currently being questioned. And these are the visuals that we are getting to you right now of the protest which is also taking place, which is the protest that is taking place outside the Mansa hospital, the hospital where Moosewala was brought and was declared dead. And slogans can also be heard against the Punjab government. So Punjab government there facing massive backlash over the murder of Sidhu Moosewala.
21 होगा ना?
We have Amandeep who's reporting live from Mansa. Amandeep, we can see there a massive backlash that is being faced by the Punjab government.
₹4,000 हर महीने की व्यवस्था भी की गई है। साथियों, ऐसे बच्चे जब अपनी स्कूल की पढ़ाई पूरी करेंगे तो आगे भविष्य के सपनों के लिए और भी पैसों की जरूरत होगी। इसके लिए 18 साल से 23 साल तक के युवाओं को हर महीने स्टाइपेंड मिलेगा और जब आप 23 साल के होंगे तब 10 लाख रुपया एक साथ आपको मिलेंगे। साथियों, एक और बड़ी चिंता स्वास्थ्य से जुड़ी भी बनी रहती है। कभी कोई बीमारी आ गई तो इलाज के लिए पैसे चाहिए होते हैं, लेकिन किसी भी बच्चे को, उनके गार्डियंस को उसके लिए भी परेशान होने की जरूरत नहीं है। पीएम केयर्स फॉर चिल्ड्रन के माध्यम से आपको आयुष्मान हेल्थ कार्ड भी दिया जा रहा है। इस कार्ड से 5 लाख तक के इलाज की मुफ्त सुविधा भी आप बच्चों को मिलेगी। साथियों, इन सब प्रयासों के बीच हमें एहसास है कि कई बार बच्चों को भावनात्मक सहयोग और मानसिक मार्गदर्शन की भी जरूरत पड़ सकती है। परिवार के बड़े बुजुर्ग तो है ही नहीं, लेकिन एक कोशिश सरकार ने करने का प्रयास किया है। इसके लिए एक विशेष संवाद सेवा शुरू की है। संवाद हेल्पलाइन पर विशेषज्ञों से बच्चे मनोवैज्ञानिक विषयों पर सलाह ले सकते हैं, उनसे चर्चा कर सकते हैं। साथियों, कोरोना वैश्विक महामारी की आंच पूरी मानवता ने सही है। दुनिया का शायद ही ऐसा कोई कोना होगा जहां सदी की इस सबसे बड़ी त्रासदी ने कभी न भुलाने वाले जख्म न दिए हो। आपने जिस साहस और हौसले से इस संकट का सामना किया है, उस हौसले के लिए मैं आप सभी को सैल्यूट करता हूं। देश की संवेदनाएं आपके साथ है और साथ ही आपके सपनों को पूरा करने के लिए पूरा देश आपके साथ है। और मैं एक बात और कहूंगा, मैं जानता हूं कोई भी प्रयास, कोई भी सहयोग आपके माता पिता के स्नेह की भरपाई नहीं कर सकता, लेकिन अपने पिता के, अपनी मां के न होने पर इस संकट की घड़ी में मां भारती आप सभी बच्चों के साथ है। पीएम केयर्स फॉर चिल्ड्रन के जरिए देश अपनी इस जिम्मेदारी के निर्वहन की कोशिश कर रहा है और ये प्रयास किसी एक व्यक्ति, एक संस्था या सरकार का मात्र प्रयास नहीं है। पीएम केयर्स में हमारे करोड़ों देशवासियों ने अपनी मेहनत, अपने पसीने की कमाई को जोड़ा है। आप याद करिए, सेवा और त्याग के कैसे कैसे उदाहरण हमारे सामने आए हैं। किसी ने अपने पूरे जीवन की कमाई दान कर दी, तो किसी ने अपने सपनों के लिए जोड़ी गई पूंजी इसमें लगा दी। इस फंड ने कोरोना काल के दौरान अस्पताल तैयार करने में, वेंटिलेटर्स खरीदने में, ऑक्सीजन प्लांट लगाने में बहुत मदद की। इस वजह से कितने ही लोगों का जीवन बचाया जा सका, कितने ही परिवारों का भविष्य बचाया जा सका। और जो हमें असमय छोड़ गए, आज ये फंड उनके बच्चों के लिए, आप सबके भविष्य के लिए काम में आ रहा है। साथियों, अभी आप सबको जीवन में एक लंबी यात्रा करनी है। आप सभी बहुत साहस से जीवन में आई स्थिति का सामना कर रहे हैं। हमारे देश में, दुनिया में जितने भी महान लोग हुए हैं, चाहे वो हमारे देश में हो या विश्व में हो, उन्होंने अपने जीवन में कभी न कभी अलग अलग तरह की मुश्किलों का सामना किया है, लेकिन उन्होंने हार नहीं मानी। वो सफलता के शिखर तक पहुंचे। उन्होंने हार को कभी हताशा में नहीं बदलने दिया। जीत का यही मंत्र आपको अपने जीवन में बहुत बड़ा मार्गदर्शन करेगा, मदद करेगा। इसे कभी भूलना नहीं है। एक और बात का आपको हमेशा ध्यान रखना है कि अब आपके पास अच्छे, बुरे, सही, गलत, इसका भेद बताने के लिए आपके परिजन और शिक्षक ही है। इसलिए आपका दायित्व है कि उनकी बातें सुने, उनकी बातें माने। आपका एक भरोसेमंद साथी ऐसे संकट की भरी जिंदगी में जो बहुत बड़ी मदद कर सकता है, वो अच्छी पुस्तकें भी हो सकती हैं।
Never in the world we have seen a situation where people who are threatened, their security is taken back, and the list as to whose security has been taken back, this confidential list is published for the public consumption. तो एक तरह से ये एक इनवाइट था। यह बहुत ही दुखद घटना है। पंजाब की कानून की व्यवस्था की, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की जो स्थिति है, उसको स्पष्ट रूप से बयान करती है।
Heard the question this time very clearly. No answers from him. Our keys continue to be with his men. We faced intimidation here. What we have to see is what action will really be taken here in this case. We've been trying to get in touch with you and ask you several questions on the land deals that you had along with Priyanka Vadra and Robert Vadra. Why are you trying to avoid the camera, sir? Hanging of the rapist has been confirmed. Court has said all the evidence had already been seen at the trial court, at the high court and the top court of the country. They're not going to go into it again. Once again trying to get in a word with Mr. Vijay Mallya. Persistently been asking you only one question. Mallya, why did you escape in 2015? Do you not think the decorum of the court and the dignity needed to be maintained with the kind of language you were using? Republic TV gets you the first words from Khabar Qureshi.
Prime Minister speaks at the Bloomberg Business Forum. He of course will try to highlight India's 5 trillion economy dream and essential supplies and adequate supplies, and that is the biggest that we have from the APMCR. Raj Thackeray is not backing down, and supporters of Raj Thackeray have used the loudspeaker to send a message. They're trying to stop us from reporting. Today has picked up Arnab Goswami from his house, dragged him out, assaulted him physically.
This is the Abhignya Tower in Parel, Mumbai, where the fire was reported, and their entire effort has been to somehow burst down the flames.
की नजर से देख रहे थे, लेकिन नकारात्मकता के उस माहौल में भारत ने अपने सामर्थ्य पर भरोसा किया। हमने अपने वैज्ञानिकों, अपने डॉक्टर्स, अपने युवाओं पर भरोसा किया और हम दुनिया के लिए चिंता नहीं बल्कि उम्मीद की किरण बनकर के निकले। हम प्रॉब्लम नहीं बने बल्कि हम सॉल्यूशन देने वाले बने। हमने दुनिया भर के देशों को दवाइयां भेजी, वैक्सीन्स भेजी। अपने इतने बड़े देश में भी हम हर एक नागरिक तक वैक्सीन लेकर गए। आज करीब 200 करोड़ वैक्सीन डोज देश में लगाई जा चुकी है। इस आपदा के बीच ही हमने आत्मनिर्भर भारत जैसे संकल्प की भी शुरुआत की और आज ये संकल्प तेजी से सिद्धि की तरफ बढ़ रहा है। इसलिए कोरोना के दुष्प्रभावों से निकलकर आज हम सबसे तेजी से बढ़ती वैश्विक अर्थव्यवस्थाओं में से एक बन गए हैं। विश्व हमें आज एक नई उम्मीद से, नए भरोसे से देख रहा है। साथियों, आज जब हमारी सरकार अपने 8 वर्ष पूरे कर रही है तो देश का आत्मविश्वास, देशवासियों का खुद पर भरोसा भी अभूतपूर्व है। भ्रष्टाचार, हजारों करोड़ के घोटाले, भाई भतीजावाद, देश भर में फैल रहे आतंकी संगठन, क्षेत्रीय भेदभाव, जिस कुचक्र में देश 2014 से पहले फंसा हुआ था, उससे अब बाहर निकल रहा है। ये आप सभी बच्चों के लिए इस बात का भी उदाहरण है कि कठिन से कठिन दिन भी गुजर जाते हैं। सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास और सबके प्रयास के मंत्र पर चलते हुए भारत अब तेज गति से विकास कर रहा है।
ജഡ്ജിമാരിരിക്കുന്നതിന്റെ അവരിട്ടിരിക്കുന്ന കോണകം അത് കാവ്യാകുമ്പോൾ സ്വാഭാവികമാണ് ചൂടെടുക്കും.
The leader of PFI who spoke against the High Court judges have been confirmed to being arrested by the Kerala police.
बाबरी मस्जिद किसी ने छीनी नहीं है। आप ताजमहल वाली बात पे क्यों डिस्कस नहीं कर रहे? एक ही दिन में 3 वर्डिक्ट्स आए हैं। ताजमहल वाले में डांट पड़ी है। वो पहले तो शब्दों का इस्तेमाल करना मदनी समझें और ओबीसी। ये देश है ना, संविधान से चलेगा या सर्वमान्य कानूनों से चलेगा।
सिद्धू मूसेवाला एक रेनाउंड पर्सनालिटी, उसको दिन दिहाड़े गांव के बीचों बीच शरेआम गोलियां मार के उसकी हत्या कर दी जाती है। लॉ एंड ऑर्डर सिचुएशन पे बहुत बड़ा सवाल है कि आखिरकार इस तरह के अटैक्स कब रुकेंगे। 2 लोग दोनों तरफ से अंधाधुंध उन्होंने फायरिंग की और उनका एक ही मकसद था कि सिद्धू मूसेवाला का कत्ल करना।
Never in the world we have seen a situation where people who are threatened, their security is taken back, and the list as to whose security has been taken back, this confidential list is published for the public consumption. तो एक तरह से ये एक इनवाइट था। यह बहुत ही दुखद घटना है। पंजाब की कानून की व्यवस्था की, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की जो स्थिति है उसको स्पष्ट रूप से बयान करती है।
The question this time very clearly, no answers from him. Our keys continue to be with his men. We faced intimidation here. What we have to see is what action will really be taken here in this case. We've been trying to get in touch with you and ask you several questions on the land deals that you had along with Priyanka Vadra and Robert Vadra. Why are you trying to avoid the cameras, sir? Hanging of the rapist has been confirmed. Court has said all the evidence had already been seen at the trial court, at the high court and the top court of the country. They're not going to go into it again. Once again trying to get in a word with Mr. Vijay Mallya. Persistently been asking you only one question. Mallya, why did you escape in 2015? Do you not think the decorum of the court and the dignity needed to be maintained with the kind of language you use? Republic TV gets you the first words from Khabar Qureshi.
जज्बा है, आपके भीतर संकल्प है और संकल्प को सिद्ध करने के लिए सामर्थ्य है, तो आपको कभी रुकने की जरूरत नहीं है। जैसे मैंने प्रारंभ में कहा था, एक परिवार के व्यक्ति के नाते आज बात कर रहा हूं। परिवार के व्यक्ति के नाते आज मैं आपको आशीर्वाद देना चाहता हूं। मैं नहीं जानता हूं आशीर्वाद देने का मुझे कोई हक है कि नहीं है, लेकिन मुझे आप में सामर्थ्य दिख रहा है, आप बच्चों में सामर्थ्य दिख रहा है, और इसलिए मैं आशीर्वाद दे रहा हूं। आप बहुत आगे बढ़िए। आपको हमारी बहुत शुभकामनाएं हैं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
आपके आशीर्वाद के लिए प्रधानमंत्री।
Well, the Prime Minister over there releasing the Ayushman health card, also going on to say that there are numerous amounts of benefits in the Prime Minister's fund that has been set up for children. So that was the Prime Minister announces being PM Cares. Well, news just coming in. We are learning that a team of 15 Nepali soldiers have been dropped near the crash site to retrieve bodies. Now, the crash site lies at an elevation of about 14,500 feet, while the team has been dropped at about 11,000 feet. Now, Fadindra Pokhrel, the spokesperson of the Home Ministry, has said that they suspect that all passengers on board the ill-fated aircraft may have lost their lives. Preliminary assessment, however, shows that no one could have survived the plane crash, but an official statement is still awaited. Pictures on your screen are of the scattered debris of this ill-fated aircraft that crashed. 15 Nepalese army soldiers have been airdropped to the site to try and retrieve the bodies, but reports that seem to be coming out of the Nepalese media seem to suggest that the bodies may be scattered around that area, and it could perhaps take time for the bodies to be identified and brought out. Just to tell our viewers that Tara Air a 9A AET aircraft, which was a twin-engine aircraft, was en route to the Jomsom airport and lost contact while flying. The aircraft was carrying about 22 passengers on board. There are reports that seem to suggest that there are very few hopes of any survivors in this particular air crash. What we understand is that reports now seem to suggest that about 13 bodies may have been recovered, but most of them will take time to be recognized. There's a Nepalese army team which has been sent to the spot to try and retrieve the bodies, as well as perhaps the black box, which could contain more information about what led to this crash. So investigations currently on the cause of the crash, but this ill-fated aircraft went down on its way to a site to the site of to Pokhara. It was in fact flying over Pokhara when it went down. Well, protests over there taking place outside the hospital where Moosewala's body has been kept. Let's go across to Amandeep for more on this. Amandeep, take us through what's happening.
Well, Nupur, so many things are happening after the killing of Sidhu Moosewala. At the hospital, there is a protest launched against the Aam Aadmi Party government, and certain slogans has been raised against Bhagwant Mann just because they have downgraded the security of Sidhu Moosewala 2 days before the incident. And we are at the residence of Sidhu Moosewala, and I can show you the visuals, the followers and the people who actually love Sidhu Moosewala like anything. They are gathered here outside and inside the residence. They are meeting the family members. They are consoling the killing of Sidhu Moosewala, and you can see the maximum other youth. Basically, he was a youth icon who has a great influence on the youth. He was a renowned popular singer who actually always stayed at his native place, that is village Moosewala, and in fact entered into the politics just before 2022 Punjab Assembly elections. But still, the people are having a high fan following for him, and you can see this is the entrance gate of his residence in village Moosewala, where n number of people are stepping in to console the family, to share the emotions with the family. Just because it is very uncertain incident, Sidhu Moosewala always remain grounded to his native place and meeting the people normally, and he never remain into a VVIP culture. And in fact, that is the reason so many people are coming here. He was a renowned, and even the family on the other side, family has written a letter to Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann regarding the demand and probe into this entire case. They have 3 to 4 specific demands in their letter. They are demanding a CBI and NIA investigation into this entire killing, and in fact they have also demanded the sitting judge inquiry so that at least truth can be revealed during the course of inquiry. Meanwhile, Sidhu Moosewala's father Balkaur Singh has also demanded that Punjab DGP should publicly apologize for downgrading the security of Sidhu Moosewala and quoting it as a gang war, this incident as a gang war, and though it was not. And the fourth demand is his father was demanding to take the action against those police officials who have leaked the letter of secret letter of Punjab Police mentioning the withdrawal of the security.
All right, stay with us, Amandeep. In fact, we are getting some breaking news right now that seems to suggest that there is a Delhi angle that has emerged in the assassination of Sidhu Moosewala. What we understand is that these are inputs that have been received by the Delhi police. Let's go back to Amandeep for more details on this. Yes, Amandeep.
Well, absolutely, Nupur. The point is that the investigation is taking multiple turns into this case just because these gangsters, some gangsters are lodged in Delhi, and in fact, there are certain gangsters whose data has been procured by the Delhi police. And the Vicky Midhukheda, who was murdered in Mohali a long time back, his accused were arrested by the Delhi police and later brought to the Punjab. And that is the reason now Punjab police is continuously get in touch with the Delhi police and sharing the information about the incident and also the names that are cropping up into this entire incident. And continuously I'm showing you the visuals outside the residence of Sidhu Moosewala, and we will try to talk to some of the people here also, so that at least we will be able to know the kind of situation. We will try to talk to some of the people. Sir, क्या नाम है जी आपका?
कृष्ण मित्तल जी।
आप सिद्धू मूसेवाला को कैसे जानते थे?
उनके चाचा जी हमारे कमेटी मार्केट सेक्रेटरी लगे हुए थे।
अच्छा जी। तो अभी क्या स्थिति है परिवार की? आप लोग अंदर से आ रहे हैं, क्या स्थिति?
अभी तो अंदर ही, कोई जाने नहीं दे रहे अंदर ज़्यादा।
अच्छा।
हाँ, पहले बात हुई जो यहीं पर है घर पे, वो अंदर है अभी। हाँ जी।
तो आप आखिरी बार सिद्धू मूसेवाला
All right, let's go back, in fact, cut across to Gursimran, who's reporting on this. Gursimran, what we understand is that there is a new angle that's emerging to the murder case, one that connects the gangsters to Delhi. Give us more details.
See, now a team of Punjab police is reaching Delhi in a short while from now, we are being told, and they will be working along with the special cell of the Delhi police, and they will be questioning some of the gangsters that are lodged in Delhi jails, while some of them are in the custody of Delhi police. One angle that has emerged so far is a gangster from South Delhi whose name has emerged. He was arrested by the Delhi police in an operation last month, and at present he is in custody of Delhi police. He was the one who went to Punjab, and the police during investigation has found that his call record suggests that he was in touch with some person in a foreign country, possibly in Canada. So name of the Goldie Barad comes into the scene, and he was working, the gangster from the South Delhi who was arrested last month by the Delhi police. He was working with the Lawrence Bishnoi, Kala Jatheri and Gogi gangs in New Delhi, and these all gangs are linked with Goldie Barad. So this angle has now come into the fore, and now the team of Punjab police will be reaching Delhi in a short while to work along with the Delhi police to crack this angle, because this is now something really very serious, that how gangsters sitting in the jails of Delhi inside the custody of Delhi police, they were coordinating this kind of attacks on a Congress leader and a singer of Punjab. Apart from that, all other angles, including the call details of the jail.
All right, what we understand is, Gursimran, hold your thoughts for a minute. News just coming in. We understand a first arrest has been made in the Moosewala murder. I think Gursimran has more details on this. Yes, Gursimran.
Two arrests have been made, but whether they are linked with Sidhu Moosewala case or not, they are being probed. Two gangsters have been arrested by the Moga police from Moga, and they have also recovered a Scorpio vehicle that ends with the number 22. And the police has also recovered 332 bore weapons and 8 live rounds from their possession from the vehicle they were traveling in. Now the police is probing all other possible angles, whether they were linked with the killing of Sidhu Moosewala or directly or indirectly they had some connection. This is part of the probe but yes, 2 gangsters have been arrested by Moga police. Senior official in the Punjab police has confirmed this development, and in a short while from now, the Moga police will be addressing a press conference wherein they will be sharing all the details about these 2 gangsters that have been arrested by the Moga police.
All right, so that's the latest that we are getting from Gursimran. Gursimran, we also understand that there have been massive recoveries made after the arrest that was made in Moga. Can you give us more details of the recoveries that have been made?
3 pistols have been recovered. These are 32 bore weapons that have been recovered. Along with that, 8 live arms and live ammunition, live rounds have been recovered by the Moga police. And based on the recovery of the Scorpio vehicle and the disclosure that has been made by these 2 gangsters, the police is carrying out raid. I spoke to some of the senior officials in the Punjab police, and they said that the raids that followed the investigation are going on, and they expect that some more arrests will be made very shortly in this case. But in a short while from now, there will be an official press conference by the police authorities in Moga, wherein they will be sharing all the key details about these 2 gangsters and this success they have got, and whether it is linked to Sidhu Moosewala's killing or not. This is a part of investigation that is going on.
All right, so Gursimran, of course, is bringing us those updates in which we understand that 2 people have been brought in for questioning. What we are also given to understand is that arms have been recovered from these people. So those are details that are just emerging. The police, of course, is investigating various angles. Now, there are gangs whose names are cropping up. One of them, of course, is based out of Canada. Let me go across to Amandeep. He has more details on that aspect. Now, Amandeep, what we understand is that this appears to be a gang war, and gangs which are operating outside the country, particularly from Canada, are believed to be responsible for this killing.
Well, Nupur, let me explain the chain of entire gang that was against Sidhu Moosewala. That is Lawrence Bishnoi gang. Lawrence Bishnoi is presently in Rajasthan jail. He's operating his gang from Rajasthan jail. And even in Sidhu Moosewala's killing, Lucky Patel is the one who's the mastermind behind this entire incident. And in fact, Goldie Barad and certain other people, they all are chain members of the Lawrence Bishnoi gang, including Lucky Patel. And even I can continuously show you the visuals as well. And that is the reason Punjab DGP VK Bhavra is quoting it as a gang war. But the family members are denying this theory that it was not a gang war. It was a clear-cut target killing of Sidhu Moosewala just because he is not connected to any kind of gang in Punjab. And even the way the operation was carried out, the way this target killing was carried out by the gangsters and armed weapons, and it was clear cut that this is the handiwork of the certain gangs who are actively working in Punjab. We are trying to talk to Pratap Singh Bajwa as well, who is here. Bajwa sahab
Kalyana nahi karni, talk to everybody here. Sir, Saranwal.
All right, we seem to have lost that audio connection with Amandeep. We'll try and get him back right now, but
ਕਾਂਗਰਸ ਦਾ ਸਾਡਾ ਸਾਥੀ ਤੇ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਲੋਕ ਗਾਇਕੀ ਦਾ ਇੱਕ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡਾ ਸਟਾਰ ਸਾਡੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਨਹੀਂ ਰਿਹਾ। ਅੱਜ ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਫਾਦਰ ਤੇ ਮਦਰ ਨਾਲ ਹੁਣੇ ਮੈਂ ਅਫਸੋਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਆਇਆ। ਮਦਰ ਦਾ ਫਾਦਰ ਦਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਬੁਰਾ ਹਾਲ ਹੈ। ਇਕਲੌਤਾ ਬੇਟਾ ਚਲੇ ਜਾਣਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡੇ ਗਹਿਰੇ ਦੁੱਖ ਦਾ ਅਹਿਸਾਸ ਹੈ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਪਿਤਾ ਨੇ ਡਿਮਾਂਡ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਹੋਣਾ ਕੋਲੋਂ ਕਿ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਇੱਕ ਇੰਡੀਪੈਂਡੈਂਟ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇਸ ਟਾਈਮ ਸਿਟਿੰਗ ਜੱਜ ਨੇ पंजाब एंड हरियाणा हाई कोर्ट दे वो गवर्नमेंट वालों तैनात किए जान। वो आ जिहड़ा एक ग्रूसम किलिंग्स हुईयां ने ਉਹਦੀ तहकीकात करन, टाइम बाउंड होण ते ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਟਿੰਗ ਏਜੰਸੀ ਤੇ CBI ਇਹਨਾਂ ਗਵਰਨਮੈਂਟ ਦੀ ਏਜੰਸੀਆਂ ਦੀ ਵੀ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਕੋਲ ਐਕਸਪਰਟਿਜ਼ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਬਕਾਇਦਾ ਤੌਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮਿਲੀਅਨਸ ਆਫ ਸਪੋਰਟਰਸ ਨੇ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਮੂਸੇਵਾਲਾ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਵਰਲਡ ਓਵਰ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਇਹਦੇ ਤੱਥ ਪੇਸ਼ ਕੀਤੇ ਜਾਣ। ਵੇਖੋ, ਐਜ਼ ਅ ਲੀਡਰ ਆਫ ਦੀ ਆਪੋਜੀਸ਼ਨ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਇਸ ਗੱਲ ਦਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਅਫਸੋਸ ਹੋਇਆ ਕਿ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਜੀ ਜਿੰਨਾ ਚਿਰ ਮੁੱਖ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀ ਬਣੇ, ਉਹ ਇਸੇ ਹੀ ਧਰਤੀ ਤੇ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਮੌਕਾ ਦਿਓ, ਅਸੀਂ ਸੱਥਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਆ ਕੇ ਬੈਠਿਆ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ, ਮੈਂ ਸੱਥ 'ਚ ਆ ਕੇ ਬੈਠਿਆ ਕਰੂੰਗਾ ਤੇ ਬਿਨਾਂ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਆਇਆ ਕਰੂੰਗਾ। ਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਅੱਜ ਮੂਸੇਵਾਲਾ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਪਿੰਡ ਤੋਂ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਕਰਨਾ, ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਜੀ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਅਸੀਂ ਯਾਦ ਕਰਵਾ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ, ਇਹ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਹੀ ਫੀਲਡ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਨੇ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਵੀ ਫਿਲਮਾਂ ਦੇ ਜਗਤ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਹੀ ਆਏ ਹੋ। ਸਾਡਾ ਨੌਜਵਾਨ ਸਾਥੀ ਵੀ ਫਿਲਮੀ ਜਗਤ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ, ਸੰਗੀਤ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ ਸੀ, ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਵਿਰਸੇ ਨਾਲ, ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਕਲਚਰ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜਿਆ ਸੀ। ਘੱਟ ਤੋਂ ਘੱਟ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਫਰਜ਼ ਬਣਦਾ ਹੈ, ਹੈਲੀਕਾਪਟਰ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਹੈ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕੋਈ ਪੈਦਲ ਆਣਾ ਨਹੀਂ, ਆਓ ਆਪਣੀ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਓ, ਆਓ ਆ ਕੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਪੇਰੈਂਟਸ ਨੂੰ ਮਿਲੋ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਦਿਲ ਨਾਲ ਲਾਓ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਵਿਸ਼ਵਾਸ ਦਿਵਾਓ ਕਿ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਨੌਜਵਾਨ ਬੱਚਾ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਹੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਮੁੱਚੇ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦਾ ਇਹ ਗੱਭਰੂ ਸੀ, ਇਹ ਆਈਕਨ ਸੀ, ਅਸੀਂ ਜਸਟਿਸ ਦਿਵਾਵਾਂਗੇ। ਮੈਨੂੰ ਇਸ ਗੱਲ ਦਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡਾ ਅਫਸੋਸ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਕੱਲ ਦੀਆਂ ਹੀ ਆਪ ਦੀਆਂ ਟ੍ਰੋਲਿੰਗ ਟੀਮਸ ਇੰਨਾ ਵੱਡਾ ਦੁਖਾਂਤ ਹੋਇਆ ਹੋਏ। ਮੈਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਵਾਂਗੇ, ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਦਿੱਲੀ ਤੋਂ ਲਿਆ ਕੇ ਟ੍ਰੋਲਿੰਗ ਟੀਮਸ ਬਿਠਾਈਆਂ, ਉਹ ਥੋੜੀ ਮੋਟੀ ਸ਼ਰਮ ਕਰੋ, ਥੋੜੀ ਮੋਟੀ, ਕਿਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਤੇ ਬਖਸ਼ ਦਿਓ ਘੱਟ ਤੋਂ ਘੱਟ। ਪੰਜਾਬ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਤੇ ਕੱਲ ਬਜਾਏ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਜਿਸ ਆਦਮੀ ਦੀ, ਵੇਖੋ ਇੱਕ ਅਫਸੋਸਨਾਕ ਗੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆਈ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆਏਗੀ, ਕਿਉਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਸਿਟਿੰਗ ਜੱਜ ਦੀ ਇਨਕੁਆਇਰੀ ਦੀ ਡਿਮਾਂਡ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ। IB ਜਿਹੜੀ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਆਪਣੀ ਏਜੰਸੀ ਹੈ ਗਵਰਨਮੈਂਟ ਦੀ, ਇੰਟੈਲੀਜੈਂਸ ਬਿਊਰੋ, ਉਹ ਚੰਦ ਦਿਨ ਪਹਿਲੇ ਰਿਵਿਊ ਹੋਇਆ, ਉਸ ਰਿਵਿਊ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਬਕਾਇਦਾ ਤੌਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਗੱਲ ਕਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਮੂਸੇਵਾਲਾ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੇ ਇਹ ਵਨ ਆਫ ਦੀ ਹਾਈਐਸਟ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਥ੍ਰੈਟ ਪਰਸੈਪਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਖਤਰਾ ਹੈ, ਇਹ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਨੇ। ਇਨ ਸਪਾਈਟ ਆਫ ਦੈਟ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਵਿਡਰਾਅ ਕਰਦੇ। ਅਸੀਂ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਤੇ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦਾ ਹਰ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਤੇ ਹਰ ਨੌਜਵਾਨ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਜਾਏ ਕਿ ਕਿਸ ਆਦਮੀ ਨੇ ਅਪਰੇਜ਼ਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਮੂਸੇਵਾਲਾ ਜੀ ਦੀ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ, ਕੌਣ ਆਦਮੀ ਰਿਸਪੌਂਸਿਬਲ, ਸਾਨੂੰ ਬੰਦਾ ਰਿਸਪੌਂਸਿਬਲ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਜਾਏ। ਤੇ ਮੈਂ DGP ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਚਾਹਾਂਗਾ, DGP ਸਾਹਿਬ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ DGP ਬਣਦਾ ਤੇ ਬੜਾ ਸ਼ੌਕ ਹੈ, ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੀ ਜ਼ਿੰਦਗੀ ਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਮਾਲ ਨੂੰ ਮਹਿਫੂਜ਼ ਕਿੰਨੇ ਰੱਖਣਾ। ਜਦੋਂ ਵੀ ਕੋਈ ਨਾਮੀ ਬੰਦਾ ਮਰਦਾ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲੇ ਤਾਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਬਚਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਪਾਉਂਦੇ ਤੇ 15 ਮਿੰਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੱਸ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਹੋ ਕੋਈ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ 'ਚ ਬੈਠਾ, ਕੋਈ ਅਮਰੀਕਾ 'ਚ ਬੈਠਾ, ਕੋਈ ਗੈਂਗ ਵਾਰ। ਵੇਖੋ ਕਿੱਡੇ ਅਫਸੋਸ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਹੈ, ਇੱਕ ਨੌਜਵਾਨ ਬੱਚਾ ਮਿਹਨਤ ਕਰਕੇ 28-29 ਸਾਲ ਦੀ ਉਮਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਪਣੇ ਸੰਗੀਤ ਦੇ ਜ਼ਰੀਏ, ਆਪਣੇ ਗੀਤਾਂ ਦੇ ਜ਼ਰੀਏ ਇਮਾਨਦਾਰੀ ਨਾਲ ਕਮਾਈ ਕਰਦਾ, ਉਹਦੇ ਕੋਲ ਗੈਂਗਸਟਰਸ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੇ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਜੇਲ੍ਹਾਂ 'ਚ ਬੈਠੇ ਜਾਂ ਜੇਲ੍ਹਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਹਰ ਬੈਠੇ ਨੇ, ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕੰਟਰੋਲ ਕਰਨਾ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੀ ਨੈਤਿਕ ਜ਼ਿੰਮੇਵਾਰੀ ਹੈ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਕੋਲ ਫਰੌਤੀਆਂ ਮੰਗਦੇ ਨੇ। 3-4 ਇਨਸੀਡੈਂਟਸ ਹੋ ਚੁੱਕੇ ਨੇ। ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਵਨ ਆਫ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਟਰੋਂਗ ਟਾਰਗੇਟਸ ਹੈ ਨੇ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਤੇ ਕਿਸੇ ਟਾਈਮ ਵੀ ਇਹ ਹੋ ਸਕਦਾ ਇਸ ਕਿਸਮ ਦਾ ਵਾਕਿਆ ਉੱਥੇ ਹੋਇਆ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਹਿਣ ਲੱਗ ਪਏ ਹੋ। ਕੱਲ ਦੇ ਸਵਾਲ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕਰ ਲਏ ਕਿ ਬੁਲੇਟ ਪ੍ਰੂਫ ਗੱਡੀ ਕਿਉਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਗਿਆ। ਮੈਂ ਪੁੱਛਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਭਾਵਰਾ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ, ਭਾਵਰਾ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ਕੋਈ ਬੁਲੇਟ ਪ੍ਰੂਫ ਗੱਡੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਮੂਸੇਵਾਲੇ ਨੂੰ ਪ੍ਰੋਵਾਈਡ ਕੀਤੀ ਸੀ? 4 ਤੇ ਗਾਰਡ ਪ੍ਰੋਵਾਈਡ ਕੀਤੇ ਨੇ, 35 ਤੋਂ 40 ਲੋਕ 4 ਗੱਡੀਆਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹਦੀ ਅਸੈਸੀਨੇਸ਼ਨ ਕਰਨ ਆਏ ਨੇ। ਕੋਈ 1-2 ਮੁੰਡੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਵੀ ਤੇ ਉਹ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੱਸੋ ਕਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਮੁਕਾਬਲਾ ਕਰ ਪਾਉਂਦੇ। मैं इन्हों को भगवंत मान जी को पूछना चाहना। भगवंत मान जी नेरा प्रताप सिंह बाजवा नहीं पूछता, समूचा पंजाबी जगत पूछ रहा तुहानू। अज केजरीवाल साहब जेडे तुहाडे आका ने, जेडे दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री ने, जिन्होंने Z सिक्योरिटी सेंटर ने प्रोवाइड की है, उन्होंने 80 कमांडो तुसीं किहड़ी गल नूं भेजे ने? किहड़ा खतरा है अरविंद केजरीवाल साहब ते की केजरीवाल साहब की सेंटर प्रोटेक्शन नहीं दे रही जी? वो अपने आप दे विच ही He does not need your protection. ਤੁਸੀਂ ਰਾਘਵ ਚੱਡੇ ਨੂੰ 35 ਤੋਂ 40 ਲੋਕ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਨੇ, ਕੀ ਖਤਰਾ ਹੈ ਉਹਦਾ?
Why Raghav Chadha is
ਡੈਵੋਸ
given
ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ
35
ਫਿਰਦਾ
to
ਜੀ,
40 people?
ਸਵਿਟਜ਼ਰਲੈਂਡ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਫਿਰ ਰਹੇ ਆ। ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਮਦਰ ਨੂੰ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਸਿਸਟਰ ਨੂੰ 15-20 ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਗਾਰਡਸ ਪ੍ਰੋਵਾਈਡ ਕੀਤੇ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੇ।
You have provided.
ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਪਣਿਆਂ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਹਰ ਸੁਵਿਧਾ ਪ੍ਰੋਵਾਈਡ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੀ ਜਾਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਖਤਰਾ ਹੈ। ਹੁਣ ਇਸ ਮਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਤੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਸਰਦਾਰ ਸਿੰਘ ਹੁਣਾਂ ਦੇ ਇੱਕ ਹੀ ਨੌਜਵਾਨ ਬੱਚਾ ਸੀ।
Facility at your place.
ਤੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕੌਣ ਇਹ ਜ਼ਿੰਮੇਵਾਰ ਹੋਏਗਾ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਮੌਤਾਂ ਤੋਂ? ਡਾਇਰੈਕਟਲੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਇਹ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਹਾਂ
Who will be responsible for
ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ
these
ਗੱਲਾਂ
deaths?
ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਪਿਤਾ ਨੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਪੇਰੈਂਟਸ ਨੇ ਮੰਗ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ,
We
ਜਲਦੀ
as
ਤੋਂ
a party
ਜਲਦੀ ਉਸ ਨੂੰ ਪਹਿਲੇ
wants
ਫੁੱਲਫਿਲ
that what
ਪੰਜਾਬ
the parents of Sidhu Moosewala has demanded
ਦੁਨੀਆ ਭਰ ਚ ਬੈਠਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ
that should be
ਕਤਲ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਾਜ਼ਿਸ਼
met at an earliest.
ਬੇਨਕਾਬ ਹੋਏ, ਕਾਤਲ ਲੱਭੇ ਜਾਣ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਇਮੀਡੀਏਟ ਗ੍ਰਿਫਤਾਰੀਆਂ ਹੋਣ।
Every Punjabi wants to see
ਉਨੀ ਦੇਰ ਵਾਸਤੇ
this
ਕੋਈ
conspiracy
ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਆਰਾਮ ਨਾਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਬੈਠੇ।
to be exposed.
How the Congress party is going to take this forward?
ਉਹ ਅਜੇ
So questions being raised over this murder, but Republic TV has managed to access a shocking video of the singer-turned-politician Sidhu Moosewala's killing. Now, the 56-second tell-all video lays bare the gruesome murder plot. Watch this video. Watch how over 46 gunshots were fired. In fact, Republic TV, of course, has managed to access that video that lays bare the truth of what happened. On that video, you can hear gunshots being fired continuously. You are watching Republic TV, and still to come, there is dissent within the Congress party, particularly from Maharashtra, over the Rajya Sabha nominations. And also up next, forces intensify a crackdown on the terror in the valley. One Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorist is gunned down.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Never in the world we have seen a situation where people who are threatened, their security is taken back, and the list as to whose security has been taken back, this confidential list is published for the public consumption. तो एक तरह से ये एक इनवाइट था। यह बहुत ही दुखद घटना है। पंजाब की कानून की व्यवस्था की, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की जो स्थिति है, उसको स्पष्ट रूप से बयान करती है।
The question this time very clearly, no answers from him. Our keys continue to be with his men. We faced intimidation here. What we have to see is what action will really be taken here in this case. We've been trying to get in touch with you and ask you several questions on the land deals that you had along with Priyanka Vadra and Robert Vadra while you're trying to avoid the camera. Hanging of the rapist has been confirmed. Court has said all the evidence had already been seen at the trial court, at the high court and the top court of the country. They're not going to go into it again. Once again trying to get in a word with Mr. Vijay Mallya. Persistently been asking you only one question. Mallya, why did you escape in 2015? Do you not think the decorum of the court and the dignity needed to be maintained with the kind of language you were using? Republic TV gets you the first words from Khabar Qureshi.
Singer and Congress leader Sidhu Moosewala assassinated in broad daylight in Punjab's Mansa late last evening. Moosewala murder tape out. Republic tracks cars and owners involved in the attack. Multiple fake number plates used by attackers. Most shocking video of Moosewala's killing emerges. Over 46 gunshots heard on camera. Sonia Gandhi's ticket decision sparks massive anger. Congress leaders ask, why no ticket for those from Rajasthan? Political dissent continues to brew in the Congress after Rajasthan missed Maharashtra Congress leaders to meet top brass in national capital. Manish Tiwari hits back, says Rajya Sabha has now become a parking slot. Missing Nepal plane found in Kowang village with status yet to be ascertained. Search for the missing 22 on board continues. Forces intensify crackdown on terror in the valley. One Jaish terrorist gunned down in Pulwama encounter. Top stories at this hour, Republic has been getting you every update of the shooting case in Punjab's Mansa, where noted singer turned politician Sidhu Moosewala was shot dead in broad daylight. Here's an exclusive ground report filed by my colleague Amandeep Dixit from the murder spot in Punjab's Mansa.
Absolutely, Nupur, absolutely. And in fact, Sidhu Moosewala himself told his security personnel that they should take rest. He will go alone, need not to worry about anything. Just because those two gunmen were not working in a shift, they were permanently associated and attached with the Sidhu Moosewala. And in fact, they work over the night, over the day. And on yesterday by evening, they were tired and Sidhu himself told them to take the rest and they can accompany him later. But everybody who is in the family circle and the close inner circle of Sidhu Moosewala knows that Sidhu Moosewala was not riding his bulletproof car. Sidhu Moosewala was without security, though Sidhu Moosewala always carry a weapon that was along with him, and even that information has been passed to the rival gang and resulting to the killing in a full public view in a broad daylight with full-fledged planning. And even the location where Sidhu Moosewala was heading to, that was also disclosed with the rival gang, and I can show you the latest visual as well. The police is here. They are making the counts of the bullet marks on the SUV of Sidhu Moosewala. You can see the investigation begin, and investigation is in the process. They are just making a count of the bullet marks that was visible on Sidhu Moosewala's SUV. This because this is also a part of the investigation that may lead to several things, and you can see the policeman is now noting down with the registration number and even the bullet marks from the front side to the left and to the right and to the rear side also. He is just having a thorough check of this entire SUV where all are the visible marks and how many bullets have been fired, just because yesterday evening Punjab DGP VK Bhavra has estimately revealed the figure of the bullets that was fired, that is 30 to 40, but now they will get the exact number of the bullets that was being fired on the SUV of Sidhu Moosewala. You can see investigation is now taking place. Nupur police has tied up their shoes. On one side, certain detention has been done by the SIT, and on the other side, ground level investigation is also underway to know each and everything and to probe each and every angle in this assassination of singer turned politician Sidhu Moosewala. You can see the visuals are very much telling of this car of this investigating officer and his notings as well. He is preparing a document and even he is noting down each and everything, how many bullets on the front side, how many on the back and how many on the left and how many on the right, just because this is a part of the investigation and he has to report to his senior officers regarding this, and this turned to be one of the very important aspect of the charge sheet as well, just because this entire situation of the SUV tells that it was a brutal killing, it was a gruesome murder. Only this SUV is the evidence, just because this SUV is having the bullet marks that are the important piece of evidence, reveals the gruesome murder of Sidhu Moosewala by the rival gang.
Republic has accessed the most shocking video of singer-turned-politician Sidhu Moosewala's assassination. The 56-second tell-all tape lays bare the gruesome murder plot. Watch this video. Watch how over 46 gunshots were fired at Moosewala's car. And joining us now is Amandeep to continue with the latest updates on this story. Amandeep, that tape, as we hear it again and again, the sound of the gunshots fired, nearly 40 they are saying now. It could be even more, but it's an incident that took place in broad daylight. Meanwhile, the latest development is the family of the victim speaking out in public and coming out with their request. But there are also multiple angles emerging as far as this particular story is concerned. First there was the Canada angle, now there's a Delhi angle, there was the SFJ angle, now there is a gangster angle as well. So what is the latest news?
Well, absolutely. This story is now running simultaneously on 2 or 3 lines. Number one is a family line. Family has written a letter to Punjab Chief Minister demanding the NIA CBI investigation, and this investigation should be headed by a sitting judge, and even action against those police officials who have leaked the secret note of the withdrawal of the security by Punjab Police, and even asking the DGP to apologize publicly to downgrade the security of Sidhu Moosewala despite knowing the threat. And these are the demands, and in fact the family has put the post-mortem of Sidhu Moosewala on hold till the time any decision can be taken by Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann on the demands of the family. Only then they will allow to for the post-mortem of Sidhu Moosewala's body that is presently at civil hospital in Mansa. This is one line. Another line is the investigation line of Punjab Police. Punjab Police is now trying to verify the connection of the Lawrence Bishnoi gang, Goldie Barad, Lucky Patel, all of them, that who all are involved into this attack, who have actually carried out this attack, who have supplied the weapons, that sophisticated and automatic weapons that was used in the killing of Sidhu Moosewala. And they are in touch with the multiple police, even they are in touch with the Delhi police, even they are in touch with the Haryana police, even all the adjoining districts of Mansa, including Bathinda, Muksar, Firozpur. All the SSP are having a brainstorming discussion with each other to verify the network of the Lawrence Bishnoi gang, just because they have taken an open responsibility of the entire killing. And meanwhile, I can show you the visuals of at the residence of Sidhu Moosewala, where people, maximum number of people are here to console the family after the killing, just because he is having a huge fan following. So this is how the story is getting bigger every minute, just because when the Punjab Police has recovered the cars used in the killing of Sidhu Moosewala, but still it turned to be a dead end for them, just because those cars were having the fake registration plates. They were registered on the other numbers, and in fact in the car which was used to fled from the spot, that was snatched by the gangsters itself after the attack. And even the police is now probing multiple angles. They are also analyzing the call data. They have taken the procured the call dump from the area where the attack happened, Jawhar ke village. So many people are eyewitness, and even they are trying to verify the weapons as well, just because according to the statement of the DGP, 3 different type of weapons used in the attack, 2 pistols and 1 automatic rifle. And this is how almost 30 to 40 rounds were fired on Sidhu Moosewala when this attack happened. So multiple angles are there, and even the police is in complicated situation how to nail down and zero down the people and the accused who are actually involved in this entire case, just because they have already taken the stand that it is a gang war and Lawrence Bishnoi gang is behind this entire incident. Though Lawrence Bishnoi himself is lodged in the Rajasthan jail, and Lucky Patel, who is the mastermind of this entire killing, he is sitting in Canada, and even Goldie Barad, he is also sitting in Canada. And in fact now they are procuring the data of Lawrence Bishnoi gang.
देखी जा रही कि किस तरह से यहाँ पर कुछ साक्ष्य बरामद हो सकते हैं। इसी गाड़ी में सवार थे सिद्धू मूसेवाला और ड्राइविंग सीट पर बैठे हुए थे। बुलेट्स के निशान आप देख पाएंगे। देखिए, अगर आप देखें तो फोरेंसिक टीम एक एक चीज को बारीकी से देख रही है। कांच बिखरा हुआ है सीट पर अभी भी, अगर आप तस्वीरों में देखें कांच अभी भी सीट पर बिखरा हुआ है। सिद्धू मूसेवाला इसी गाड़ी में सवार थे और करीब 30 राउंड फायरिंग हुई है और क्लोज शॉट्स मारे गए, क्लोज शॉट्स मारे गए। जगन्नाथ, अगर तस्वीरें आप दिखाएं बुलेट की किस तरह से निशान बोनट पर पड़े हैं, और ये विंड स्क्रीन पर देखिए, विंड स्क्रीन पर तरह दिखाइए जगन्नाथ तस्वीरें, किस तरह से बुलेट के निशान पड़े हुए हैं। 30 राउंड के करीब फायरिंग हुई है और किसी ऑटोमेटिक वेपन से फायरिंग हुई है। पहले कहा जा रहा था AK-47, लेकिन ये जानकारी मिली ऑटोमेटिक वेपन से फाइटिंग, यहाँ पर लगातार गोलियां मारी गई हैं और तब तक मारी गई हैं क्योंकि मंशा ये थी कि उन्हें उनका कत्ल किया जाए। मंशा ये थी, देखिए टायर पहले पंचर हुआ और उसके बाद लगातार यहाँ पर फायरिंग होती गई जब तक सिद्धू मूसेवाला की जान नहीं चली गई। फॉरेंसिक टीम की तस्वीर हम दिखाएंगे, साक्ष्यों को यहाँ पर जुटाया जा रहा है। जरा जगन्नाथ वो तस्वीरें भी दिखाइए, ये जो बक्सा है इसके जरिए तमाम जो फॉरेंसिक जो एविडेंसेस हैं उन्हें कलेक्ट किया जा रहा है और इन्हें चंडीगढ़ ले जाया जाएगा और उसके बाद जांच को आगे बढ़ाया जाएगा। ये आप तस्वीरों में देख पा रहे, कांच पूरी तरह से टूटा हुआ है। देखिए ये कांच पूरी तरह से टूटा हुआ है। आगे का अगर हम ड्राइविंग सीट दिखाएं जगन्नाथ, ड्राइविंग सीट अगर आप दिखा पाएं, देखिए आगे से किस तरह से गोलियां बरसाई गई थी, ये विंडस्क्रीन बता रही है। विंडस्क्रीन बता रही है। गोल्डी बराड़ ने पहले ही कहा, साफ तौर पर जिम्मेदारी ली फेसबुक पोस्ट के जरिए और कहा कि सिद्धू मूसेवाला का नाम आया था उनके साथी की हत्या में, ऐसे में बदला उनकी तरफ से लिया गया। अब साक्ष्यों को जोड़ा जा रहा है, इन साक्ष्यों के जरिए जांच को आगे बढ़ाया जाएगा। अभी भी बहुत सारी चीज़ें हैं यहाँ पर जिसको यहाँ पर देखा जा रहा है फॉरेंसिक टीम की तरफ से। आप देख पाएंगे जगन्नाथ, आगे की तस्वीरें दिखाएं किस तरह से फॉरेंसिक टीम देखिए एक एक चीज़ को यहाँ पर जांच रही है, खंगाल रही है। देखिए जो बुलेट के मार्क्स हैं उनको मेजर किया जा रहा है, यहाँ पर बुलेट के जो मार्क्स हैं उनको मेजर किया जा रहा है। ये देखिए तस्वीरों में आप देख पा रहे हैं, उनको मेजर किया जा रहा है समझने के लिए कि आखिर किस तरह की चीज़ का इस्तेमाल, किस तरह के हथियार का इस्तेमाल किया गया है। क्योंकि पहले AK-47 कहा जा रहा था, लेकिन ये कहा जा रहा है कि ऑटोमेटिक वेपन है, लेकिन कौन सा वेपन है इसको लेकर जांच यहाँ पर की जा रही है फॉरेंसिक टीम की तरफ से। साक्ष्यों को खंगाल कर एक एक चीज़ देखिए नोट डाउन की जा रही है। तस्वीरों में हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं, एक एक चीज़ नोट डाउन की जा रही है फॉरेंसिक एक्सपर्ट्स की तरफ से और इन्हीं एविडेंसेस को खंगाला जाएगा, इन्हीं एविडेंसेस के जरिए तह तक पहुँचा जाएगा कि आखिर कौन सी गन का इस्तेमाल हुआ, कितने राउंड ऑफ फायरिंग्स हुई हैं। ये देखिए नाप लिया जा रहा है। हम दिखा रहे हैं आपको किस तरह से जो बुलेट के निशान पड़े हुए हैं विंड स्क्रीन पर। ये थार गाड़ी जो कि सिद्धू मूसेवाला की गाड़ी है और इसी में वो सवार थे और इन्हीं से अब साक्ष्य निकाले जा रहे हैं। तस्वीरों में आप देख पा रहे हैं यहाँ पर फॉरेंसिक टीम एक एक चीज़ को खंगाल रही है। सबसे बड़ा सवाल यह है कि सुरक्षा एक दिन पहले ही घटाई गई थी और उसके बाद इतनी बड़ी घटना हो जाना, तमाम सवाल खड़े होते हैं कि आखिर ये घटना हुई कैसे, क्या टिप ऑफ पहले ही दे दिया गया था, किस तरह से रेकी की गई थी। ये तमाम सवाल हैं जिनका जवाब अब तलाशने की कोशिश की जाएगी। तस्वीरों में आप देख पा रहे हैं फॉरेंसिक टीम एक एक चीज़ नोट डाउन कर रही है, जॉट डाउन कर रही है और उसके बाद जांच को आगे बढ़ाया जाएगा। पूरी तरह से चकनाचूर है कांच, विंड स्क्रीन का अगर कांच आप देखें, बुलेट के वाउंड्स पूरी तरह से गाड़ी पर भी पड़े हैं और क्लोज शॉट्स मारे गए हैं। ये तस्वीरों में देखकर लग रहा है कि क्लोज शॉट्स मारे गए हैं और देखिए बुलेट वाउंड्स को नापने की कोशिश हो रही है। देखिए तस्वीरों में आप देख पा रहे हैं कि किस तरह से फॉरेंसिक टीम एक एक चीज़ को यहाँ पर बारीकी से देख रही है। सीधी तस्वीरें हम आपको सबसे पहले रिपब्लिक भारत पर दिखा रहे हैं। रिपब्लिक भारत एक एक तस्वीर आपके सामने रख रहा है इस पूरे प्रकरण की। आखिर सिद्धू मूसेवाले की हत्या का जिम्मेदार कौन है, इसके तह तक पहुँचने के लिए SIT टीम का भी गठन किया गया है, लेकिन फॉरेंसिक की टीम एक एक साक्ष्य खंगालने की कोशिश करिए। देखिए अब एक एक चीज़ यहाँ पर नोट डाउन की जा रही है। तस्वीरें लगातार हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं। लॉरेंस बिश्नोई, जिस इंटरनेशनल क्रिमिनल का जिक्र यहाँ पर आया है, जिसने ये साफ तौर पर जिम्मेदारी ली है इस पूरे प्रकरण की, उसको बताया जा रहा है कि कहीं ना कहीं दुश्मनी थी और उसी दुश्मनी का बदला लिया गया है। सिद्धू मूसेवाला को मौत के घाट उतारकर फायरिंग इतनी क्लोज रेंज से की गई कि ये सुनिश्चित हो कि सिद्धू मूसेवाला मर गया है। ये कत्ल के इरादे से ही ये पूरा प्लान किया गया था, ऐसा लगता है कि कत्ल के इरादे से ही पूरा प्लान किया गया था और SIT अब जांच कर रही है। मुख्यमंत्री भरोसा दिला रहे हैं कि जल्द से जल्द इस मामले में कार्रवाई की जाएगी, जल्द से जल्द तह तक पहुंचा जाएगा कि आखिर इस घटनाक्रम को कैसे अंजाम दिया गया है। देखिए कनाडा कनेक्शन इस पूरे घटनाक्रम का सामने आया है। पुलिस साफ तौर पर कह रही है कि ये गिरोह का जो गैंगस्टर फाइट है ये उसका नतीजा है, ये हत्या गैंगस्टर फाइट का नतीजा है, दुश्मनी का परिणाम है। लॉरेंस बिश्नोई गिरोह इसमें शामिल था, ये बात पुलिस की तरफ से भी कही गई। DGP ने VK बावरा ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस कर ये बात कही। अब इस पूरे मामले में जांच आगे बढ़ रही है। जांच आगे बढ़ रही है। लेकिन देखिए कनाडा कनेक्शन सामने आने के बाद किस तरह से कनाडा में बैठे बैठे गोल्डी बराड़ जो कि गैंगस्टर बताया जा रहा है कनाडा का, उसने गोल्डी बराड़ ने बिश्नोई गैंग का जो हेड है उसने
रुके अब कर दूं।
शूटर्स को प्लान किया, किस तरह से टिप ऑफ मिला, कितनी पुख्ता जानकारी मिली कि सिद्धू मूसेवाला ड्राइविंग सीट पर तैनात है, क्योंकि जो एम किया गया, आप देखिए ड्राइविंग सीट पर सबसे ज़्यादा विंड स्क्रीन से सबसे ज़्यादा एम ड्राइविंग सीट पर ही किया गया, यानी प्रॉपर टिप ऑफ मिला हुआ था, प्रॉपर रेकी की गई थी कि ड्राइविंग सीट पर ही मूसेवाला बैठा होगा और उसी पर निशाना साधना है, उसी पर निशाना साधना है, ये बात समझ में आ रही है। देखिए विक्की मिड्डू खेड़ा का जिक्र आया, विक्की मिड्डू खेड़ा का जिक्र आया जिनकी हत्या 8 अगस्त 2021 में हुई थी। 2021 में हुई थी। अकाली नेता विक्रम सिंह या विक्की मिड्डू खेड़ा के नाम से जाने जाते थे और उसी का बदला लेने की बात कही गई है गोल्डी बराड़ की तरफ से, जो कनाडा का गैंगस्टर है, और बार बार कनाडा ना आने की भी धमकी दी गई थी। देखिए तमाम जो चीज़ें जॉट डाउन की जा रही है, अगर आप जूम करके दिखाएं, फॉरेंसिक टीम एक एक चीज़ जॉट डाउन कर रही है कि क्या मेजरमेंट है उन बुलेट वोन्स का जो विंड स्क्रीन पर पड़े हुए हैं, ये आप तस्वीरों में देख पा रहे हैं, एक एक चीज़ मेजर करके लिखी जा रही है और ये रिपोर्ट अब चंडीगढ़ जाएगी और हो सकता है कि गाड़ी को भी वहां ले जाया जाए, ऐसा हो सकता है कि गाड़ी को भी वहां ले जाया जाए। लेकिन तस्वीरें लगातार जो हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं ये बता रही है कि अब जांच को तेजी से आगे बढ़ाया जा रहा है। भगवंत मान खुद मिनट टू मिनट मॉनिटरिंग कर रहे हैं कि इस पूरी घटना में किसका हाथ था। उन्होंने कहा कि जल्द से जल्द सजा दी जाएगी, जो जिम्मेदार हैं उनको सज़ा दी जाएगी, ये बात उनकी तरफ से कही गई है। ये भी बताया गया कि मिनट टू मिनट मॉनिटरिंग उनकी तरफ से की जा रही है। लेकिन चूक बहुत बड़ी हुई है, क्योंकि देखिए अभी तक दो हमले हो चुके हैं। आपको याद होगा इंटेलिजेंस हेडक्वार्टर्स पर भी हमला हुआ था पंजाब पुलिस के, और अब सिद्धू मूसेवाला पर हमला, जो कि कानून व्यवस्था पर गंभीर सवाल खड़े कर रहा है। और इन सवालों का जवाब देने के लिए कहीं ना कहीं भगवंत मान सरकार को भी सामने आना होगा। आप देखिए ये जो तमाम एविडेंस है, इनको यहाँ पर इसी ब्रीफकेस में रखा जाएगा। होल टेस्टिंग किट है, ये बुलेट होल टेस्टिंग किट लेकर आए हैं, ये आप देख पा रहे हैं, बुलेट होल टेस्टिंग किट है और इसके ज़रिए जांच आगे बढ़ाई जाएगी। और लगातार रिपब्लिक भारत पर बड़ी कवरेज जारी रुक रहे हैं। बहुत थोड़ी देर के लिए जल लौटते हैं, बने रहिए रिपब्लिक भारत के।
Well, now the campaign has been launched for the Sidhu Moosewala. You can see the youth have came up with the placards. Black Day, 29th of May, and Justice for Sidhu Moosewala. They have came up with the placard, and it is revealing a big message to Punjab government that not only the family, the entire youth and entire society is demanding justice in the killing of Sidhu Moosewala's case. We will try to talk to this youth who just came here outside the residence of Sidhu Moosewala. क्या नाम है जी आपका?
पुनीत।
ये आप प्ले कार्ड लेके आए हैं, क्या मतलब है इसका?
ये ਆਪਾਂ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਏ ਬਣਾ ਕੇ ਵੀ ਆਪਣੇ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਬਾਈ ਨੂੰ ਇਨਸਾਫ ਮਿਲਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਜੀ, ਤੇ ਇਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਲਦੀ ਤੋਂ ਜਲਦੀ ਕੋਈ ਕਾਰਵਾਈ ਹੋਣੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਹੈ ਤਾਂ ਕਿ ਬਾਈ ਨੂੰ ਇਨਸਾਫ ਮਿਲੇ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਬਾਈ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਵੀ ਸੀਗਾ ਯਾਰ ਆਪਣੇ ਲਈ ਜਾਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਲਈ, ਪਰ ਉਹ ਆਪਦੀ ਮਾਂ ਲਈ ਇੱਕ ਪੁੱਤ ਸੀਗਾ ਜੀ। ਸਾਡੀ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੂੰ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਦੇਖੋ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਤਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ, ਪਰ ਜਦੋਂ ਦੀ ਇਹ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਆਈ ਹੈ ਕੁਛ ਨਾ ਕੁਛ ਹੈ ਜਿਹਾ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ ਜੀ।
आप लोग किस तरह से कनेक्टेड थे सिद्धू मूसेवाला के साथ, क्योंकि आपके चेहरे पे बड़ी मायूसी नज़र आ रही है?
ਸਰ ਅਸੀਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਪੜ੍ਹਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਜੀ ਗੁਰੂ ਗ੍ਰੰਥੀ ਕਾਲਜ 'ਚ। ਅਸੀਂ ਬਾਈ ਨੂੰ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਹੀ ਸਾਡੀ ਇੱਛਾ ਸੀਗੀ ਮਿਲਣ ਦੀ, ਸਾਨੂੰ ਕੀ ਪਤਾ ਸੀ ਵੀ ਬਾਈ ਨੂੰ ਇਸ ਦਿਨ ਅਸੀਂ ਮਿਲਾਂਗੇ। ਵੀ ਚਲੋ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੂੰ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਹਟਾਉਣੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਆ, ਪਰ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਦਿਖਾਇਆ ਵੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਮੂਸੇ ਵਾਲੇ ਬਾਈ ਦੀ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਹਟਵਾਈ, ਐਕਸਪੋਜ਼ ਕੀਤਾ ਉਹਨੂੰ, ਪ੍ਰਾਈਵੇਸੀ ਨੂੰ, ਵੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਮੌਕਾ ਮਿਲ ਗਿਆ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਧਿਰ ਨੇ ਬਾਈ ਤੇ ਹਮਲਾ ਕੀਤਾ। ये बहुत शर्मनाक गल है।
आप लोग कॉलेज के स्टूडेंट्स हैं तो सिद्धू मूसेवाला से मिलते जुलते रहते थे?
आने की इच्छा थी सर पहले, बस टाइम नहीं लगा, एग्जाम थे इसलिए सोचा बाद में आके जाएंगे, पर पता नहीं था इस टाइम मिलना पड़ेगा।
आपने कब प्लानिंग की थी उनसे?
अब एग्ज़ाम है जून में, इसके बाद मिलने की प्लानिंग थी सिद्धू मूसेवाला के साथ, तो क्या पता था कि ये होगा।
These students remain with their wish uncompleted just because they wanted to meet Sidhu Moosewala after their examination. These are the college students who came here with the placards. Over to studio.
Our forces are our pride, and these visuals of young army men and women at the 142nd Passing Out Parade at the National Defence Academy in Pune sure fills the heart of every Indian with pride. And as we and Republic salute the valor of our brave soldiers, the nation salutes our forces.
Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and days of auld lang syne? The lyrics of this popular Scottish song is a fitting tribute to the days gone by of lifelong friendships and an unbreakable bond between the cadets of the tri-services established at the National Defence Academy during their years of training. The cadets pass out of National Defence Academy for the second lap of their journey in different academies, but with a deep sense of connection between them developed at their alma mater. The junior cadets are now marching back towards the quartermaster's fort, while the cadets of the 140
ജഡ്ജിമാർ ഇരിക്കുന്നതിന്റെ അവരിട്ടിരിക്കുന്ന കോണകം അത് കാവ്യമാകുമ്പോൾ സ്വാഭാവികമാണ് കൂടെടുക്കും.
The leader of PFI who spoke against the High Court judges have been confirmed to be arrested by the Kerala police.
बाबरी मस्जिद किसी ने छीनी नहीं है. आप ताजमहल वाली बात पे क्यों डिस्कस नहीं कर रहे? एक ही दिन में 3 वर्डिक्ट्स आए हैं. ताजमहल वाले में डांट पड़ी है. वो पहले तो शब्दों का इस्तेमाल करना मदनी समझें और ओबीसी. ये देश है ना, संविधान से चलेगा या सर्वमान्य कानूनों से चलेगा.
सिद्धू मूसेवाला एक रेनाउंड पर्सनालिटी, उसको दिन दिहाड़े गांव के बीचों बीच शरेआम गोलियां मार के उसकी हत्या कर दी जाती है. लॉ एंड ऑर्डर सिचुएशन पे बहुत बड़ा सवाल है कि आखिरकार इस तरह के अटैक्स कब रुकेंगे. 2 लोग दोनों तरफ से अंधाधुंध उन्होंने फायरिंग की और उनका एक ही मकसद था कि सिद्धू मूसेवाला का कत्ल करना.
ਵੋਟਾਂ ਬਤੋੜਦੇ ਹੋ ਲੋਕ. ਸਾਡੀ ਡਿਮਾਂਡ ਹੈ ਸੀਐਮ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਅਸਤੀਫਾ ਦੇ. ਸੀਐਮ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜ਼ਿੰਮੇਵਾਰੀ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਮੂਸੇਵਾਲੇ ਜੀ ਦਾ ਮਰਡਰ ਦੀ ਜ਼ਿੰਮੇਵਾਰੀ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਦੀ ਬਣਦੀ ਹੈ, ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਡੀਜੀਪੀ ਦੀ ਬਣਦੀ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਅੱਜ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਤੋਂ ਉੱਠ ਕੇ ਚੱਲ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਆ ਕਹਿ ਕੇ ਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ 2 ਬੋਡੀਗਾਰਡ.
And breaking news now, Punjab Chief Minister orders probe on a security provocation. Bhagwant Mann's first statement on the murder of Sidhu Moosewala, noted singer, very popular singer and turned politician who was shot dead in Mansa yesterday. The Punjab Chief Minister now responding. This is his first statement after the tragic killing of Moosewala.
The Prime Minister speaks at the Bloomberg Business Forum. He of course will try to highlight India's 5 trillion economy dream and essential supplies and adequate supplies, and that is the biggest that we have from the APMCR. Raj Thackeray is not backing down, and supporters of Raj Thackeray have used the loudspeaker to send a message. They're trying to stop us from reporting. Today has picked up Arnab Goswami from his house, dragged him out, assaulted him physically.
This is the Abhignya Tower in Parel, Mumbai, where the fire was reported, and their entire effort has been to somehow cross down the flames.
ജഡ്ജിമാരിരിക്കുന്നതിന്റെ അവരിട്ടിരിക്കുന്ന കോണകം അത് കാവ്യമാകുമ്പോൾ സ്വാഭാവികമാണ് ചൂടെടുക്കും.
The leader of PFI who spoke against the High Court judges have been confirmed to being arrested by the Kerala police.
बाबरी मस्जिद किसी ने छीनी नहीं है. आप ताजमहल वाली बात पे क्यों डिस्कस नहीं कर रहे? एक ही दिन में 3 वर्डिक्ट्स आए हैं. ताजमहल वाले में डांट पड़ी है. वो पहले तो शब्दों का इस्तेमाल करना मदनी समझें और ओबीसी. ये देश है ना, संविधान से चलेगा या सर्वमान्य कानूनों से चलेगा.
सिद्धू मूसेवाला एक रेनाउंड पर्सनालिटी, उसको दिन दिहाड़े गांव के बीचों बीच शरेआम गोलियां मार के उसकी हत्या कर दी जाती है. लॉ एंड ऑर्डर सिचुएशन पे बहुत बड़ा सवाल है कि आखिरकार इस तरह के अटैक्स कब रुकेंगे. 2 लोग दोनों तरफ से अंधाधुंध उन्होंने फायरिंग की.
Are staging protest here in Jammu against the Aam Aadmi Party. They are staging protest against the law and situation that has become a real headache for the common people of Punjab, and they are saying that the Congress party and the leaders they should immediately tender resignation. I'll request Gaurav to keep showing you the visual that they are heading towards the Jammu office of the Aam Aadmi Party. They will be staging protest outside the Aam Aadmi Party office in Jammu, and what they are saying that the government of Bhagwant Mann has totally failed. They have failed to provide security to the common masses, and even the decision to revoke the security was not something required, and that's why the government should tender their resignations. They are outside the office of the Aam Aadmi Party wherein they are staging protests, and what they are demanding is the resignation of Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann. I have some of the Congress workers with me. We'll try to speak to them. So, क्या मांग आप लोग आज यहाँ पर कर रहे हैं?
हमारी सीधी सी मांग है, इनकी गंदी नीतियों के कारण कल सिद्धू मूसेवाले की डेथ हुई है, उसका मर्डर हुआ है, और सीधा सा बात है कि रॉ का इंटेलिजेंस की रिपोर्ट थी कि उसके ऊपर हमला हो सकता है, लेकिन भगवंत मान ने सिर्फ सुर्खियां बटोरने के लिए, कहने के लिए वीआईपी कल्चर खत्म हो गया है, ट्वीट करने के लिए उस इंसान की जान चली गई है. ये पॉलिटिकल किलिंग है, इसमें दाल में कुछ काला है, और जब तक एनआईए की इन्वेस्टिगेशन नहीं होती यूथ कांग्रेस पूरे देश भर में चुप नहीं रहेगी. ये डेमोक्रेसी की हत्या है, और इसमें बता दिया है कि ये जो एक्सपेरिमेंट करने वाले लोग हैं, इनके आने से देश को खतरा है, देश की एकता को खतरा है. ये कॉमेडियन देश नहीं चला सकते, देश को देशभक्ति चला सकते हैं.
So they are saying that these comedians terming the Aam Aadmi Party leaders are comedians. They are burning the effigy. They are burning the effigy of Bhagwant Mann. Here they are staging protests. I'll request Gaurav to keep showing you the visuals that they are anguished over the killing of Congress leader and the singer Sidhu Moosewala. They are saying that it's a high time that the government should resign on the moral grounds, and I'm joined by one more Congress spokesperson. Sir, what are you demanding?
Sir, as we have been telling from day one, Rahul Gandhi ji has said that a sensitive state like Punjab can't be governed by a comedian. He's clearly a comedian, and by yesterday's incidents, it is clear that Aam Aadmi Party is working on the directions of their bosses.
So Aam Aadmi Party is working on the direction of their bosses. This is what the Congress leaders are saying, and they are anguished. They are burning the effigy of Bhagwant Mann, and what they are saying that these leaders who are being remote controlled from New Delhi, those comedians, they cannot run a sensitive state like Punjab, and they need serious leadership. The Punjab need nationalist government to rule them, to take them in the right directions. So Congress staging all-out protest not only in Jammu and Kashmir but also in other parts of the country, taking on to the Aam Aadmi Party, and they are burning the effigy of Bhagwant Mann outside the Aam Aadmi Party office here in Jammu. They are saying that the government should actually act on what they have been failed to do so, and they have publicized that security letter in which the security was revoked just for the sake of publicity. They are doing nothing for the cause, but only doing it just for the sake that they want the publicity, and it is all being done for the cheap publicity. And now they are heading towards the Aam Aadmi Party office. So this is what is being done here in Jammu by the Aam Aadmi outside the Aam Aadmi
डेलिब्रेट किलिंग है, राजनीतिक हत्या की गई है, और उसको रॉ का इंटेलिजेंस की रिपोर्ट थी कि उसकी हत्या हो सकती है, लेकिन उसकी सिक्योरिटी 10 से 2 बंदे करके सिक्योरिटी हटा के भगवंत मान ट्वीट करते हैं और बोलते हैं वीआईपी कल्चर खत्म कर दिया। इस उनकी एंटरटेनमेंट, इन उनकी जो पब्लिसिटी है उसके कारण उसकी जान चली गई है। वो कलाकार थे, विश्व के प्रसिद्ध कलाकार थे, आज भारत ने अपना रतन खोया है। और किस लिए? क्योंकि ये एक्सपेरिमेंटल लोग इस सरकार में थे और ये जानबूझ के डेलिब्रेट और पॉलिटिकल के लिए।
So the Congress party is saying that these people who are on to experiments have done this to Punjab, that the law and order situation in Punjab is in shambles, and they have also burned the effigy of Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann. They want to send a message across that they want a high-level probe, be it the CBI inquiry or the NIA probe, so that the facts can come out. They are also terming this as a political killing. Yes. I'll request Gaurav to keep showing you the visuals that the Congress workers, they have camped outside the office of Aam Aadmi Party here in Jammu, and they are staging protests. They are saying that they will be marching towards the Aam Aadmi Party office also. Outside that they have burned the effigy of Bhagwant Mann, the Chief Minister of Punjab, and we have also seen the anguish that has been shown by the various leaders of the Punjab Congress as well. So these leaders, they are anguished, and what they are demanding, that the government of Punjab should be dismissed. They should resign on the moral grounds, and this should be like that they have completely failed. The security scenario in Punjab is in shambles. This is what they are saying, and what they are demanding is the resignation from the Chief Minister of Punjab. They are outside the Aam Aadmi Party office here in Jammu, and they are saying that we will be holding a protest. We will be sending across a message to the Aam Aadmi Party that these comedians won't be able to run the government, and now the state of Punjab needs some serious leadership. See, there is a visible security deployment that too has been done to avoid any kind of crashes between the two, and now they are heading towards the Aam Aadmi Party's office. The Congress workers head on the Aam Aadmi Party's office. They are saying that we are going to stage protest. Now the workers of the Congress party, they have started a sit-in protest outside the Aam Aadmi Party office in Jammu, and they are saying that they will remain here. They want the justice be delivered to those. And now I'll request Gaurav, they are pushing the gates. They want the gates to be open so that they can go inside. These are the Congress workers. They are trying to barge into the Aam Aadmi Party office here in Jammu. The Congress workers trying to barge inside. Kya mang? What are you demanding?
ये ऑफिस बंद हो जाना चाहिए. Bhagwant Mann should resign immediately. Bhagwant Mann has no place in Punjab. पंजाब सरकार को जल्द इस्तीफा दे देना चाहिए. आम आदमी पार्टी is B team of BJP. Murderers of Sidhu Moosewala.
So the Aam Aadmi Party, there is a resistance also by the Aam Aadmi Party, and what these Congress workers are saying that they shouldn't do it.
ये लोग जन विरोधी हैं. जन विरोधी, देश
I
विरोधी.
request Gaurav to keep showing you the visuals that there is a now the Congress workers, they are sitting outside the Aam Aadmi Party office here. They are saying that the government of Punjab should should resign with immediate effect. We'll try to speak to them. आप लगातार सिट इन प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं, यहाँ पे क्या मांग?
देखिए, हमारे देश में, जिस देश में हम रह रहे हैं, आज हमारे देश में जो ये पॉलिटिकल किलिंग हुई है, ये एक आम यूथ, एक आम आदमी नहीं था। पूरी इंटरनेशनली इसकी फैन फॉलोइंग थी, इसको बहुत यूथ फॉलो करता था। आज भगवंत मान ने अगर कुछ किया है तो वो यूथ का गला घोटा, जो यूथ इसको प्यार करता था। सिद्धू मूसेवाला वो हस्ती थी जिसने मान साथ दावेदारी पेश की थी कांग्रेस की, और बहुत के गोडे नीचे लग गए थे। आज भगवंत मान ने, ये पूरी पॉलिटिकल किलिंग हुई है, इसकी पूरी इंक्वायरी, रॉ की खबर, NIA की खबर कि सिद्धू मूसेवाले पर अटैक हो सकता है, इसको एम्बुश किया जा सकता है। इस निकम्मी सरकार ने सिर्फ सिक्योरिटी वापस की, संरक्षण।
The Congress workers are anguished. They have started a sit-in protest, and they have also torn this poster of Arvind Kejriwal, Aam Aadmi Party, here outside the AAP office in Jammu. And the sit-in protest of the Aam Aadmi Party continues here in Jammu, with AAP, the Congress leaders protesting against the AAP leadership in Punjab. And what they are demanding, that there should be a resignation by the Aam Aadmi Party. They are saying that the only demand of them is a partial probe. They have seen that there shouldn't be any biasness in the probe. There should be a free and fair probe by the NIA. Is one of the demands. And second demand is that the government of Punjab should immediately resign. They are demanding the resignation of the Chief Minister of Punjab. Yes.
All right, so that's the protest that's taking place in Jammu. A lot of fire that's being directed at the Aam Aadmi Party government in Punjab. Gursimran, one of the arguments that's being used right now is that people from across the political spectrum are saying that the Aam Aadmi Party government is inexperienced in handling law and order. And in the past month or so that they've been ruling, there have been several such incidents.
See, this is the allegation that is being made by the political parties from almost all spheres of the political arena in the entire country, that they have failed to tackle the law and order situation. There have been allegations that the Punjab government is being remote controlled by New Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, and now they are demanding the resignation of Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann. The demands are same here in Jammu as well. They tried to barge inside the Aam Aadmi Party office in Jammu, and what they are saying that the party has no moral stand to be in Jammu and Kashmir, as they have failed in Punjab and failed to such a level that the people are being killed on almost daily basis.
Which is, of course, are coming to you from Jammu. There's a stir on over there. The Congress party trying to barge into the Aam Aadmi Party's office over there. A large amount of criticism being mounted against the Punjab government. Questions being raised about the security withdrawal.
रणवीर बनाया जगह मेरी ओ भाई मेरे को मत करना रणवीर साइड में नहीं क्या 2 मिनट आगे
See, the Congress workers here are protesting against the Aam Aadmi Party leadership, and what they are saying that leaders of the Congress party, they are not secure as for the mere benefits. The Aam Aadmi Party has resorted to the cheap politics. Now the Udeban Chib, who is a youth president of Congress, is speaking.
ऐसे आम आदमी पार्टी पे हमें कोई विश्वास नहीं है। एनआई की इंक्वायरी की हम मांग कर रहे हैं और जब तक एनआई की इंक्वायरी नहीं होती हम चुप नहीं बैठेंगे। और हम फिर से बोल रहे हैं ये पॉलिटिकल किलिंग है, डेलिब्रेट किलिंग है जो आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार में हुई है।
कब तक आप इसी प्रकार से यहाँ बैठे रहेंगे?
हम बैठे रहेंगे, आज भी बैठेंगे, आगे भी बैठेंगे जब तक हमें इंसाफ नहीं मिलता और जब तक एनआई की इंक्वायरी नहीं होती इस केस में। भारत ने अपना रतन खोया है, कोई छोटी बात नहीं है। 40 से ज्यादा किलिंग हो चुकी है, मर्डर हो गए पंजाब में पिछले 2 महीने से, जब से ये घटिया सरकार पंजाब में आई है। जब तक खुश और शांति पंजाब में वापस नहीं आएगी, ये सरकार बदलेगी नहीं, हम प्रोटेस्ट करते रहेंगे।
So the Congress is all in anguish against the government of Bhagwant Mann, demanding the resignation of Bhagwant Mann in Punjab as the government has failed on all quarters, including the law and order situation.
अकाल तख्त के जत्थेदार साहब का मैंने कल पेपर में पढ़ा, उनकी भी सुरक्षा कम की गई। उन्होंने कहा कि मेरी सुरक्षा पूरी वापस ले लो। आखिर वो कौन लोग हैं जिन्होंने सुरक्षा वापसी का रिकमेंडेशन दिया गया? क्या ये साजिश तो नहीं है? क्या अपनी इमेज बिल्डिंग केवल आम आदमी पार्टी के नाम पे अरविंद केजरीवाल पूरे देश में ढोंग कर रहे हैं? एक तरफ तो लोगों के जो इंपॉर्टेंट लोग हैं जिन्होंने पंजाब को बनाया, संवारा, शांति स्थापित की, पंजाब को देश के अंदर एक मॉडल पेश किया, विश्व के अंदर पेश किया, चाहे वो बच्चे हो, उद्यमी हो, किसान हो, वहां पर उन लोगों की जान को खतरे में डाल देना, प्रचार के लिए मीडिया में, सोशल मीडिया में डाल देना कि हमने लोगों की सुरक्षा वापस ले ली, और एक तरफ अपने परिवार, अपनी बहन, अपने दिल्ली के नेताओं को 70-80 जवान दे देना, जिसमें राघव चड्ढा दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री, आप आम से खास बन गए, 15 लैंड क्रूजर गाड़ियों में ट्रेवल करते हो और दूसरों को मरने के लिए छोड़ देते हो। आखिर गुनाह क्या है सिद्धू मूसेवाले का, जिसके लिए सुरक्षा वापस ली गई? और आज नतीजा सामने, सुरक्षा एजेंसियों के कहने के बावजूद कि उनकी जान को खतरा था, अपनी इमेज बिल्डिंग के लिए आपने सुरक्षा वापस ली, अपराधियों को बताया और आज उसका मर्डर हो गया।
पंजाब सरकार का कहना है कि उनकी सिक्योरिटी बस घटाई गई थी, हटाई नहीं गई थी। 2 कमांडो थे, बुलेट प्रूफ गाड़ी थी, वो लेकर नहीं गए साहब।
देखिए, एक इतनी बड़ी चेतावनी थी, तमाम एजेंसियों ने कहा था उसको।
केजरीवाल को पंजाब पुलिस के 90 पीएसओ है, राघव चड्ढा को 45 पीएसओ है पंजाब पुलिस के, और वो जिसके ऊपर एजेंसीज ने बोला कि उसको थ्रेट है, उसको एम्बुश लग सकता है, उसके 10 पीएसओ से 10 पीएसओ निकाल के 2 कर दिए। और सबसे घटिया बात यह कि भगवंत मान ने वो सिक्योरिटी निकालकर ट्वीट करके पूरी दुनिया को बता दिया कि इसकी सिक्योरिटी चले गई है। उनके कातिलों तक भी ये मैसेज पहुंच गया और कल उसकी मृत्यु होगी, उसका मर्डर हो गया। इसका पूरे की पूरी जिम्मेदारी भगवंत मान को लेनी चाहिए और इस्तीफा देना चाहिए, अदरवाइज ये प्रोटेस्ट चलते रहेंगे पूरे देश में।
कांग्रेस ये कह रही है कि लगातार जो पॉलिटिक्स की गई है उस ऑर्डर पे, उसको लेकर वही कारण बना कि सिद्धू मूसेवाला को गैंगस्टर्स की तरफ से जो अभी तक निकल के आ रहा है मौत के घाट उतारा गया। गौरव सानी के साथ गुरसिमरन सिंह, रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क लाइव है।
दीवारों पर उसके निशान नहीं चले जाते हैं।
आगे क्या कुछ कदम होगा आप लोग?
हम यहाँ आज आम आदमी पार्टी की ये जो कठपुतली वाली सरकार चल रही है उसको बर्खास्त करने की मांग लेकर अरविंद केजरीवाल के घर जा रहे हैं, और हम बैठेंगे जब तक ये हमारी मांग पूरी नहीं हो जाती और अपराधियों को ना पकड़ा जाए।
So, all right, protests over there taking place in Jammu. This is Congress workers who are protesting outside the Aam Aadmi Party's office in Jammu, demanding action from the Aam Aadmi Party, also asking for the dismissal of the Chief Minister of Punjab, Bhagwant Mann. Let me go back across on the ground to Gursimran, who's reporting on this. Gursimran, there's considerable anger amongst Congress Party workers over there who are also now demanding an NIA probe into the killing.
जहां कांग्रेस कार्यकर्ता आप देखेंगे तो बड़े नंबर में यहां पर इकट्ठे हुए हैं। ये लोग लगातार विरोध प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं, लगातार भगवंत मान सरकार के खिलाफ ये लोग विरोध प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं। इनका कहना है कि जो केजरीवाल सरकार है वो कहीं ना कहीं हर एक फ्रंट पे जो है पूरी तरह से विफल हुई है, और बड़ी तादाद में आप देखेंगे कि कांग्रेस के जो कार्यकर्ता हैं वो आम आदमी पार्टी दफ्तर के बाहर पहुंचे थे। इन्होंने आम आदमी पार्टी दफ्तर के बाहर से गेट से लांघने का प्रयास भी जो है वो किया। इन लोगों की मांग है कि जो कोई भी एक्शन जो है वो नहीं लिया जा रहा। जो कांग्रेस यूथ केजरीवाल मुर्दाबाद वो यहाँ पर बात कर रहे हैं।
अलावा भी लोग खतरे में आपको लगता है?
लोग खतरे, पंजाब की सिक्योरिटी खतरे में है। वहाँ पे 40 से ज्यादा मर्डर पिछले 2 महीने में हो गए हैं, तो पंजाब के लोग बिल्कुल खतरे में हैं। 40 जाने कम जाने नहीं होती, इसलिए हमारी डिमांड है इस सरकार को जल्द से जल्द हटा दिया जाए।
इस्तीफा मांगा है आपने?
इस्तीफा हमने भगवंत मान का, पंजाब सरकार का ही मांगा है, और कार्रवाई करेगी डीजीपी के खिलाफ जल्द से जल्द कार्रवाई हो।
तो डीजीपी के खिलाफ जो है वो जल्द से जल्द कार्रवाई जो है वो की जाए, ये जो है कांग्रेस के यहाँ पर कार्यकर्ताओं का कहना है। लगातार ये लोग मार्च कर रहे हैं। कांग्रेस की सरकार का इनका कहना है कि वो कहीं ना कहीं स्टेबल गवर्नमेंट प्रोवाइड कर रही थी, लेकिन अब जो सरकार आई है वो विफल हुई है। जी।
All right, so that is Gursimran who's reporting from outside the Aam Aadmi Party's headquarters in Jammu, where Congress workers are protesting. And here's a look at some news in brief. The Congress party has announced the names of 10 candidates for the Rajya Sabha elections, in which the names of many prominent leaders are missing. Voices of dissatisfaction have been raised over this list. Randeep Singh Surjewala, Mukul Vasnik and Pramod Tiwari have been made candidates from Rajasthan. The Congress MLA from Sirohi in Rajasthan, Sanyam Lodha, has also raised several questions. The National Conference President Farooq Abdullah has lashed out at the centre over law and order situation in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. Addressing an event in New Delhi, Abdullah said that deaths are happening each day in Kashmir because large part of the UT has been filled with army personnel. He also further went on to say that the army cannot always win the hearts of people. Instead, love is needed and that the centre needs to understand this. The convoy of Telangana's Labour Minister M. Malla Reddy was allegedly attacked by a group of people with footwear, stones and chairs while he was being escorted by the state police after abruptly leaving a public meeting at Ghat Kesar. At the event, Malla Reddy was praising the state chief minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao, after which a few people from the crowd raised slogans against him and were seen throwing chairs at the convoy of the minister. Goa's Chief Minister Pramod Sawant has extended his greetings and best wishes to Goans across the globe on the occasion of the 35th Goa Statehood Day. In his message to the public, Sawant said that it's a day to reflect Goa's achievements and further devise a strategy to achieve much desired status of a prosperous and advanced states. Goa's Governor P.S. Sridharan Pillai also extended greetings on the occasion of the convocation ceremony and passing out parade of the 142nd course of the National Defence Academy was held in Pune, while the Chief Executive Officer of the Niti Aayog took part as a chief guest for the convocation. The Chief of Air Staff, Air Chief Marshal Vivek Ram Chaudhary, was the reviewing officer for the prestigious passing out parade. Well, we're now cutting across to visuals that we are getting of Republic TV confronting the arrested PFI leader. Now, this, of course, has taken place after the police arrested this PFI leader after a case was filed against him over an inflammatory speech that was made. Now, Republic TV has confronted the arrested PFI leader. I'm going to try and cut across to our correspondent on the ground to give us more details of what really happened. I think we've got Ashwin. He's live from Alapura. Ashwin, tell us more.
Of Vyakya Tangal, the state committee member of the PFI, being taken to remand in the district court of Alapura. He will be taken to remand, and at the court will also decide. He was taken into custody from Kundankulam in Thrissur, and later he was brought into the Alapura South police station. And what needs to be seen is what are the charges in which he will be put. We don't know whether he will speak will you want to speak? You want to speak? Yeah, you want to say something? No. You want to say something here?
Yes.
Yes. What do you want to say? No. Do you want to say something here? Yeah. Is your arrest? Yes. You want to say something here? Okay, that's Yahya saying that he has been taken into custody. That is illegal, and that is what he is trying to say.
ഞങ്ങൾ ഈ RSSനെതിരെ പറയുന്നത് കുറ്റകൃത്യമാണെങ്കിൽ
അത് ഞങ്ങൾ പറഞ്ഞുകൊണ്ടേയിരിക്കും. അതിൻ്റെ പേരിലാണ് ഈ കേസ് എടുത്തിട്ടുള്ളത്. അത് അല്ല, അത് കോടതികൾ നീതിയുക്തമായി എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ കേൾക്കേണ്ടവരെ കൂടെ കേട്ടുകൊണ്ടായിരിക്കണം വിധി പറയേണ്ടത്. അതല്ലാതെ RSS നിർമ്മിച്ച പൊതുബോധത്തിൻ്റെ അടിസ്ഥാനത്തിൽ സംസാരിക്കുന്നതിനെ ന്യായീകരിക്കാൻ നമുക്ക് കഴിയില്ല.
He is again saying very strongly that he spoke against the RSS, and that is what he wants to say. And exclusively, he has spoken to Republic. He is being taken right now as we speak to the district court in Alappuzha. We'll need to see what will the case that will be charged against him. We had already exposed the video of him speaking against the judiciary of the country, but it certainly looks like he says he does not regret it. He spoke about the RSS. He has questioned the police action against him. These are the exclusive visuals only on Republic TV. That is Yahya speaking to Republic, stating that his arrest has been illegal. Yes, so the Rajya has come on record to say again that he feels that the court judgment and observation is something which is created as a result of the ideals of RSS, and that is what he's saying. And that he also says that if this continues, we will always speak against the RSS, and if that means getting arrested, we don't mind getting arrested again. I repeat, Yahya Tangal has spoken on record to state that he feels that the observations made by the court is as a result of the ideals that has been created in the society by the RSS. Now, this is very strong criticism against the court yet again by the man, and in a short while he was brought in to the district court in Alappuzha, where he was remanded for 2 weeks of judicial custody. He will be kept in the Mavelikara jail till June 13th is what we have got confirmation from. So Yahya Tangal is now taken into judicial custody. Arrest has been marked. More people are likely to be arrested in this case is what the South Alappuzha police has confirmed to Republic. We will be tracking this story further, and we will also be looking at the development on this story, where how many arrests will be made and what is the likely action by the law enforcement in curbing the problems that has been created by the PFI.
All right, so Ashwin, of course, reporting on the PFI leader who has been remanded to judicial custody for 14 days now. In this particular case, of course, the PFI leader, Yahya Tangal, continues to criticize the judiciary. Let me go back to Ashwin, who's reporting on this. Ashwin, unrepentant and continuing again to criticize the judiciary. Well, we are cutting across to visuals that we are getting currently from Mangalore's University. Now, these pictures are of girls who turned up in a hijab. Now, they were, of course, trying to enter their classrooms in their hijabs. However, in these pictures, we can see some officials of the college trying to talk to them. Do remember that this comes even after we have seen the High Court expressly Pictures on your screen right now are of the BJP delegation that is meeting the Punjab governor over there. Now, the BJP delegation, of course, is demanding strict action as well as a thorough investigation into the killing of Sidhu Moosewala. The BJP, of course, has been criticizing the Punjab government over this particular murder, saying that the Punjab government has been unable to control the law and order situation in the state of Punjab. So, the BJP delegation over there meeting Punjab's governor and raising the issue issue of Sidhu Moosewala's murder that took place in broad daylight on Sunday evening. We're going to try and cut across to our correspondents to get a sense of what are the demands that the BJP is making. But there have been a lot of criticism that has come in from the Congress and the BJP both over what they say is the inexperience of the Punjab government to be able to deal with the law and order situation. Amandeep is reporting on this. Amandeep, tell us more about the demands of the BJP.
BJP, including all the opposition parties, Shromani Akali Dal and Congress, they met governor several times whenever the law and order situation created in Punjab, and in fact every time they are demanding to restore the peace and harmony in Punjab, and in fact it is not the cup of Aam Aadmi Party's government that they will be able to handle the situation of law and order in Punjab, that Punjab is a border state and it is not so easy to handle Punjab's security. And now again, after Sidhu Moosewala's killing, BJP delegation is at the gate of the Punjab governor with the same demand, with the concern to law and order situation, just because it is not about the killing of a Congress leader, it is not about the killing of a renowned singer, it is a broad daylight murder. It was a gruesome murder. In a broad daylight, in a public place, these attackers spent good amount of time in the middle of the village. They have satisfied their soul while firing 30 to 40 rounds on the car of Sidhu Moosewala, and in fact that is the reason everybody is concerned about the law and order situation. If the people who are contested the election, who are renowned personalities in Punjab, they are not safe, and despite knowing that they are on the high target of the gangsters or any social elements, and they are not safe, how can you secure the safety of the normal citizen in Punjab? That is the biggest concern of every political party. And this time again, BJP delegation is meeting Punjab governor with the same demand, and in fact that demand and that memorandum will be handed over to Punjab governor, and further it will be forwarded to the union government to look into the matter. Though earlier when the attack was launched against the intelligence office, when the RPG was fired at the intelligence office, again the BJP and the other political parties demanded to maintain the law and order situation, and also to requested the center to intervene into the issue of law and order in Punjab and to take over the situation of law and order. Just because Punjab government is having a control of Punjab police, and Punjab police is not able to control the situation of law and order in Punjab. Sidhu Moosewala's killing is another example of collapsing the law and order situation in Punjab, and in fact again and again these situations are repeatedly
All right, so news that's just coming in. We understand that two gang members who were earlier picked up by the police are now being questioned in relationship to this murder that took place. Now, gangster Kala Jathidi and Kala Rana are being questioned by the special cell of the Delhi police. The questioning is in connection with the killing of Sidhu Moosewala. So these are updates that we are just getting. Do remember that we had earlier broken here on Republic TV that there were two gangsters who had been picked up by the police in connection with this particular murder case. Now they are, of course, being questioned by the police, the special cell of the Delhi police. All right, I'm going to try and go across to our correspondents on the ground to give us more details on this. But do remember that the Punjab police has also been talking of... Punjab police has also been talking of a gang rivalry that led to the murder of Sidhu Moosewala. However, the Congress party says that this is a political killing, and visuals that you see on your screen are coming to you from Jammu, where Congress party is protesting outside the Aam Aadmi Party's office.
मंदिर बनाया गया भाई मेरे को मत कर
Well, news just coming in amidst the raging dissent that is being seen in the Congress party's top brass. We are now hearing that Manish Tiwari has now hit out saying that Rajya Sabha has become a parking slot. Do remember that there has been a lot of outrage over the Rajya Sabha nominees that have been picked by the Congress High Command, specifically the G23 leaders, including Ghulam Nabi Azad, Anand Sharma, as well as many others, have been ignored by the Congress party. Now, the Congress High Command, of course, has picked its candidates for the biennial elections in Rajya Sabha as it fielded outsiders, but staunch Gandhi family loyalists from 4 states, including, of course, the party-ruled Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh, where assembly elections are due next year. Now, what we understand is that the party announced its 10 candidates from 7 states, keeping the suspense on its nominee from Jharkhand, of course, still. However, people who've been picked for the nomination include P. Chidambaram as well as other leaders. Now, also what we understand is that at least 7 states where Rajya Sabha nominees have been picked from outside the state. Now, one of them, of course, is Maharashtra, where we have seen significant dissent. In fact, leaders from the Maharashtra Congress have already landed at Sonia Gandhi's doorstep to meet her.
ये आप मुझसे नहीं पूछ सकते। ये जो कोई बाहरी नहीं है, कोई बाहरी नहीं है। क्या बीजेपी के जब लोग यहाँ पर बाहर से कॉन्टेस्ट करते थे तो आप ये प्रश्न करते थे क्या?
Now, here's the latest that we are getting on Sidhu Moosewala's murder case. What we understand is that the Punjab police are now seeking the remand of gangster Lawrence Bishnoi. Now, he, of course, is lodged currently in the Tihar jail, and what we understand is that the Punjab police want his remand to be able to question him. The Punjab police so far has said that it was Lawrence Bishnoi's gang which was behind the murder. They have also linked this murder to another gangster who's operating out of Canada. So right now the Punjab police seeking the remand of gangster Lawrence Bishnoi in this particular case. Now, Lawrence Bishnoi, of course, is currently lodged in Tihar jail. I think we've got Aishwarya Kapoor on the phone line with us. Aishwarya, more details on this?
Well, absolutely. At this point of time, we are being told that Lawrence Bishnoi, the gangster who's lodged in Tihar jail, who's already behind bars, but his name has openly come out in the killing of a controversial singer turned politician Sidhu Moosewala. Punjab police can seek his remand because he has been named in the FIR. That is what we are being clearly told, that Punjab police will move soon to seek his remand from the court. He's lodged in Tihar jail. We are talking about Lawrence Bishnoi, who's the head of the Lawrence Bishnoi gang, and his name has come out in the killing of Sidhu Moosewala. Primarily, there are names of 2 gangs. One Bambiya gang, which is run by a gangster called Vipul Patel from Armenia, and then the other gang is of Lawrence Bishnoi, and whose leader, gangster Lawrence Bishnoi, is lodged behind bars and is in Tihar jail. And Punjab police has mentioned both of these names in their FIR, and hence we are being told that Punjab police will move ahead to seek the remand of Lawrence Bishnoi, who's already lodged in Tihar jail.
The Punjab police has linked this to a gang war. What we understand is that one of the people who the Punjab police believes to be behind this murder is operating out of Canada. So for our viewers, can you join the dots? Okay, I don't think we've got Aishwarya Kapoor on the phone line with us, but here's the latest that we are getting right now, that the Punjab police has sought the remand of gangster Lawrence Bishnoi, who's currently lodged in the Tihar jail. The Punjab police, of course, believe that this is a case of gang rivalry, and also have in their FIR that's been lodged in this particular case said that gangster Lawrence Bishnoi is behind this killing. So they have now, of course, asked for his remand. The Punjab police, of course, have in a press conference said that they are investigating various angles to this particular murder case. But the Congress party to which Moosewala belonged is not really buying this. They believe that this is a political murder. Do remember that security of Moosewala was withdrawn just a day ago.
And viewers, we're getting you some more updates with respect to this shocking video that has also come to light. Republic, in fact, has accessed the most shocking video of the singer turned politician Sidhu Moosewala's assassination. The 56-second tell-all tape lays bare the gruesome murder plot of the entire incident that took place as well. Now watch this video. Watch how 46 gunshots were fired at Moosewala's car. Let's take a look at this video and then we'll bring you all the breaking updates. Well, there you have it, viewers. A shocking video emerging. Your channel, in fact, accessing that video for you. You can see in that video that you just saw 46 gunshots fired at Moosewala's car. It is a 50-second video that shows 46 gunshots that were fired. Aishwarya Kapoor also joins us on the broadcast. Aishwarya, this is a very tell-all shocking video that we have accessed. 46 gunshot fired under 56 seconds. Where has the investigation led to now?
Well, that's right. And as you were just saying, now Punjab police is going to seek the remand of a gangster Lawrence Bishnoi, who is already behind bars in Tihar jail. But the murder of this very controversial singer turned politician, Sidhu Moosewala, and in broad daylight, question basically arises on the law and order, and that the Punjab DGP would have to answer. But how did? And they themselves have accepted that multiple weapons. And as you were just mentioning, in 50 seconds, more than 40 rounds were being fired very openly on the streets of Punjab. Kalashnikovs are being used, 9mm are being used. So what is the police doing? What is the Punjab police doing? And why was the security reduced? It was not completely removed. But Sidhu Moosewala had 2 Punjab police commandos with him, but he decided not to go with him, not to take them with him yesterday, and neither did he chose his own bulletproof car, which he had procured. So he was moving in another different car. He was going for a personal meeting. He decided not to go with the Punjab police commandos. But the law and order situation is something which has completely gone out of hand. It seems very clearly this is not the first high-profile killing we've seen. International Khiladi players openly being killed, and now Sidhu Moosewala. So very, very clearly, and the video which we were just showing to our viewers is very clear that he was being tailed. He was being tailed from his residence to wherever he was going. They were aware that he is not in his bulletproof car today. They were aware that Sidhu Moosewala is not carrying his how do we say so, his security protocol with him today. He had 2 Punjab police commandos issued to him still, but he decided not to move with them. So all of these questions will be a part of the investigation, but the manner in which these 2 gangs, the Bambia gang and then the Lawrence Bishnoi gang, are at it, and what connection was it to Sidhu Moosewala. So all of this is going to be a part of the investigation. We've seen that Sidhu Moosewala's manager.
Aishwarya, stay on with us. We're getting some more breaking inputs when it comes to the entire killing of Sidhu Moosewala as well. Now, DGP's clarification after the Chief Minister's order has come to light. Clarification was given about the press conference held on the previous day, and they're saying that they strongly condemn the murder of Moosewala and the culprits will be arrested soon and justice will be given as well. Aishwarya, if I could come to you on this breaking input that we are also getting about DGP's clarification, and the DGP's office also condemning this murder of Moosewala and also claiming that the culprits will be arrested soon. You have been giving us details of the entire investigation. Please continue about this latest update that we've gotten from the DGP office. And
ने कितना संताप सहा और कितनी कुर्बानियों के बाद पंजाब के अंदर अमन, शांति, भाईचारा बहाल हुआ, लेकिन ऐसी सरकार तुरंत जानी चाहिए और इस सरकार को डिसमिस करना चाहिए। दूसरी, हमने ये चिंता प्रकट की है कि सुरक्षा का मामला बहुत गंभीर मामला रहता है। किसी व्यक्ति की सुरक्षा को कम करना, अधिक करना, ये गोपनीय विषय है, लेकिन ये प्रचार करने वाली सरकार, विज्ञापनों के माध्यम से चलने वाली सरकार ने 424 जो पॉलिटिकल लोग हैं, सामाजिक लोग हैं, धार्मिक लोग हैं, उनकी सुरक्षा को कम किया और उसको मीडिया के माध्यम से जनतक किया, उनकी सुरक्षा को खतरे में डाला केवल वाहवाही लूटने के लिए। और ये सारे डॉक्यूमेंट सीक्रेट होते हैं। जिन्होंने इस नियम को तोड़ा है, जिन्होंने जनतक किया है, उनके ऊपर कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए। ये सब बातें हमने उनसे कही हैं और हमने कहा है कि एनआईए की द्वारा स्वतंत्र जांच जो है वो होनी चाहिए।
ये भगवंत मान ने भी मान लिया है कि एनआईए और सीबीआई जांच करेगी, क्योंकि उनके पास और साथ में हाई कोर्ट का जो सिटिंग जज है वो इसकी जांच करेंगे। अब इस पे आपका क्या कहना है? कौन कह रहा है? भगवंत मान सरकार। मेरा ये कहना है, निष्पक्ष जांच। और डीजीपी को उन्होंने बोला कि स्पष्टीकरण दे, सिक्योरिटी किसने वापस?
डीजीपी होम, देखो किस प्रकार का मजाक ये सरकार करती है। होम विभाग किसके पास है? होम विभाग किसके पास है? मुख्यमंत्री के पास है। पंजाब के अंदर, मैं तो दूसरे शब्दों में कहूंगा और कठोर शब्दों के अंदर ये बात कहूंगा, ये जान बच सकती थी अगर ये जनतक ना किया होता कि उनकी सुरक्षा को कमी की है। सुरक्षा को कमी करके हत्या करने वालों को मौका दिया गया है। तो असल में हत्यारे जिन्होंने सुरक्षा कम करवाई है, जिनकी हाथों की कठपुतलियां हैं, इनके कातिल असल में केजरीवाल साहब हैं और चड्ढा साहब हैं, जो पंजाब को नहीं समझते हैं, पंजाब को लहूलुहान करने की ओर भाग रहे हैं ये लोग। इसलिए हमने ये चिंता प्रकट की है और उनसे मांग की है कि इस सरकार को चुकता करें, पंजाब में अमन, शांति, भाईचारे का वातावरण पैदा हो। और मैं मान साहब को भी मैंने कहा, हम लोगों ने, कि भाई तुमको पंजाब के लोगों ने वोट दिया है, मुख्यमंत्री पंजाब के हो। मजे की बात सुनो, बयान क्या आया? दोषियों को बख्शा नहीं जाएगा। 40 कत्ल हुए, एक ही लाइन है, लेकिन ये बयान भी पहले केजरीवाल साहब देते हैं, उसके बाद मान साहब बोलते हैं। इसी से पता चलना चाहिए कि कहां से सरकार चल रही है। लेकिन पंजाब के अंदर बहुत संताप के बाद अमन और शांति किसी भी कीमत पर भंग ना हो। आप एक बार ना जरा सीक्वेंस देखो 40 दिन का। क्या पटियाला की घटना रोकी जा सकती थी या नहीं रोकी जा सकती थी? रोकी जा सकती थी। 10 दिन से वहां का वातावरण खराब किया जा रहा था, लेकिन नहीं रोकी गई। आखिर में जो पन्नू बोलता है, ये किसी उसी का रिफंड तो नहीं दिया जा रहा कि हमने इस सरकार को बनाने में सहयोग भी किया है। और ये फिर एक बात और कल से कह रहे हैं, डीजीपी साहब 1.5 मिनट के लिए आते हैं और ये गैंगस्टरों का काम है, ये बोल के अपनी जान को बचाना चाहते हैं। इन्होंने ही गैंगस्टर कल्चर समाप्त हो इसके लिए एंटी गैंग स्क्वाड बनाया। उसने क्या किया? ये सारा का सारा जब तक ये केजरीवाल के साये से बाहर नहीं निकलेंगे, जब तक राघव चड्ढा के से बाहर नहीं निकलेंगे, पंजाब के अंदर अमन और शांति ये सरकार पैदा नहीं कर सकती। मैं पूरी सरकार सस्पेंड करने को कह रहा हूँ, बर्खास्त होना, डीजीपी को तुरंत बर्खास्त करना चाहिए।
शर्मा जी, डीजीपी ने कहा कि ये बिश्नोई गैंग का करना है, लेकिन वो सिर्फ एक पोस्ट के बिहाफ पे पुलिस की इन्वेस्टिगेशन।
मैं इन्वेस्टिगेशन कब हुई? अरे आपने तो गैंग खत्म करने के लिए सिट बनाई है, आपने स्क्वाड बनाया था, तो उसने क्या किया? ये केवल और केवल अपने आप को बचाने के लिए हर समय करते हैं। खुद की सुरक्षा, इन्होंने कितने लोगों की सुरक्षा को खतरे में डाला? केजरीवाल के पास कितनी सुरक्षा है? मुख्यमंत्री वो दिल्ली के हैं, सुरक्षा के लिए 90 कर्मचारी पंजाब के गए हुए हैं। अपना राघव चड्ढा के पास 45 लोगों की सुरक्षा है, सीएम की बहन के पास सुरक्षा है। और इन्होंने क्या किया? जत्थेदार अकाल तख्त साहब से सिक्योरिटी वापस ले ली, डेरा राधा स्वामी से सुरक्षा वापस ले ली। इन्होंने अपनी झूठी वाहवाही के लिए पंजाब के वो लोग जिनको वास्तव में थ्रेट है, उनके जीवन को खतरे में डाला है। और इनके ऊपर कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए जिन्होंने जनता किया
है कि डीजीपी स्पष्ट करे कि किसकी कहने पे सिक्योरिटी वापस ली, और प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में जिस तरह से उन्होंने कल
अरे मान साहब, इधर उधर की बात क्यों करते हो? मान साहब बताए ना कि सिक्योरिटी किसके ऑर्डर पे वापस हुई? होम डिपार्टमेंट उनके पास है। इसी से पता नहीं चलता कि झूठ बोलना, भ्रम फैलाना, अभी तक भी विज्ञापनों के माध्यम से राजनीति करना बंद नहीं कर रहे हैं। और बोलते क्या है? और सुरक्षा वापस लेके अपनी पीठ तपतपा रहे थे, ट्वीट कर रहे थे, और आज ये उल्टा बोल रहे हैं।
शर्मा जी, केंद्रीय गृह मंत्रालय से मुलाकात होगी, अमित शाह से मुलाकात होगी,
पार्टी इस पे पूर्ण विचार कर रही है और उनसे उनके संपर्क में। और बहुत
Well, there you have it, viewers. That was the BJP in Chandigarh, in fact, talking about the entire conspiracy of Sidhu Moosewala's murder, and also claiming why was the security really reduced to half when there was in fact a threat perception that was there in the IB reports as well. Let me go across to my colleague Harsha, who's been reporting on the story. Harsha, we have seen these kind of allegations coming in from the BJP now, claiming that why was the requirement there to cut off the security in half of Sidhu Moosewala, even when there was a threat perception, even when there were intelligence reports that suggested that he might be under some kind of threat.
Exactly, and the same thing is being put out by Congress as well. As we are seeing the anger and rage amongst public, we have seen the protests in Punjab as well. But now in Delhi, I'll show you the visuals outside CM Kejriwal house. We are showing you the visuals where the DPCC is staging a protest against CM Kejriwal, and they are stating it clearly that why security was withdrawn. They have placards in their hands, and now these DPCC कार्यकर्तास have come here. Sir, आप लोग आज protest कर रहे हैं यहाँ पे. आप लोग को क्या लगता है ये सब मूसेवाला को किसने मारा होगा, क्या लगता है?
ये देखिए, ये जो है एक बड़ी तानाशाही साजिश के तहत जो है ये सब षड्यंत्र जो है किया गया है, और आज पंजाब की हालत जो है बहुत बुरी हो गई है। सरेआम जो है लोगों को मारा जा रहा है, एक खालिस्तान की तरह से किया जा रहा है। एक आम नागरिक का, एक सिंगर का जो देश के बच्चे को प्यारा था, उसका जो है ब्रूटली मर्डर कर दिया जाता है।
एक नहीं 30 गोलियां उसको मार दी जाती है। और ये सरकार जो है मोदी के इशारे पर और जो केजरीवाल के इशारे पर काम कर रही है, एबी और टीम होकर, ये बिल्कुल जो है
सिक्योरिटी एक दिन पहले विड्रॉ कर ली गई थी। क्या आपको लगता है कि ये भी कॉन्स्पिरेसी
ये बहुत गलत हुआ है। एक साजिश के तहत वहाँ से उनकी सिक्योरिटी हटाई गई है मैम, बहुत ही बुरा हुआ है। ऐसे कभी कोई नहीं हटाता था, कांग्रेस के टाइम में कभी भी ऐसा नहीं होता था कि किसी की सिक्योरिटी हटाई जाए। और जिसकी जान पर ऐसे पहले से ही ये लग रहे हो भाई इसकी जान को जोखिम है, उसकी तो सिक्योरिटी बिल्कुल भी नहीं चाहिए, वो पक्ष में हो या विपक्ष में हो, कोई भी हो, उसको सिक्योरिटी देती थी कांग्रेस। पर ये क्या सैटरडे को उनकी क्या नाम सिक्योरिटी हटाई गई और संडे को उनका क्या नाम मर्डर हो गया। ऐसे होता है कहीं, बहुत गलत हुआ, बहुत गलत।
So these are कार्यकर्तास of DPCC who have come here outside CM residence who are staging protest against CM Kejriwal. They are putting out point clearly. They are saying this is conspiracy against Sidhu Moosewala, and we have lost a legendary Punjab singer. So these are the visuals which are coming in from outside CM Kejriwal residence. Yes.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World 2022 rankings, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
ജഡ്ജിമാരിരിക്കുന്നതിന്റെ അവരിട്ടിരിക്കുന്ന കോണകം അത് കാവ്യാകുമ്പോൾ സ്വാഭാവികമാണ് ചൂടെടുക്കും.
The leader of PFI who spoke against the High Court judges have been confirmed to being arrested by the Kerala police.
बाबरी मस्जिद किसी ने छीनी नहीं है। आप ताजमहल वाली बात पे क्यों डिस्कस नहीं कर रहे? एक ही दिन में 3 वर्डिक्ट्स आए हैं, ताजमहल वाले में डांट पड़ी है। वो पहले तो शब्दों का इस्तेमाल करना मदनी समझें और ओबीसी। ये देश है ना, संविधान से चलेगा या सर्वमान्य कानूनों से चलेगा।
सिद्धू मूसेवाला एक रेनाउंड पर्सनालिटी, उसको दिन दिहाड़े गांव के बीचों बीच शरेआम गोलियां मार के उसकी हत्या कर दी जाती है। लॉ एंड ऑर्डर सिचुएशन पे बहुत बड़ा सवाल है कि आखिरकार इस तरह के अटैक्स कब रुकेंगे। 2 लोग दोनों तरफ से अंधाधुंध उन्होंने फायरिंग की और उनका एक ही मकसद था कि सिद्धू मूसेवाला का कत्ल करना।
Never in the world we have seen a situation where people who are threatened, their security is taken back, and the list as to whose security has been taken back, this confidential list is published for the public consumption. तो एक तरह से ये एक इनवाइट था। यह बहुत ही दुखद घटना है।
Viewers, we're getting you some more breaking inputs as far as Sidhu Moosewala's gruesome murder is concerned. And now, after the Punjab police seeking help from Delhi Police Special Cell is questioning several gangsters, Lawrence Bishnoi and his aides, and Kala Jathedi and Kala Rana in Moosewala's murder. Now, we are being told that this questioning is happening right now inside of the Tihar jail as well. Now, this comes after there were multiple reports, intelligence reports that also suggested that there is an involvement of Lawrence Bishnoi and his aides, along with Kala Jathedi and Kala Rana in the Moosewala murder as well. Remember that gruesome murder that took place yesterday, and we have seen the number of times, in fact, Sidhu Moosewala had been shot at as well. There were multiple reports suggesting that threat perception for Sidhu Moosewala still continues. However, his security had also been reduced, and now we are learning that Punjab police had also been investigating, and now they have sought help from the Delhi police as well, and which is why we see the Delhi police special cell is as of now questioning several gangsters, including Lawrence Bishnoi, his aides, and several others in the Moosewala murder. And as we speak, we will get some more inputs because the questioning as of now is currently underway in the Tihar jail.
कल सिद्धू मूसेवाला जी
ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇੱਕ ਐਜੇ ਇਨਸਾਨ ਸੀ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਪੂਰੇ ਦੇਸ਼ ਵਿੱਚ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਪਣੀ ਮਿਹਨਤ ਆਪਣੀ ਕਾਬਲੀਅਤ ਨਾਲ ਨਾਂ ਕਮਾਇਆ। ਨੌਜਵਾਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਇੱਕ ਸਟਾਰ ਸੀ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਕੱਲ ਬੜੀ ਬੇਰਹਿਮੀ ਨਾਲ ਮਰਡਰ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ। ਸ਼੍ਰੋਮਣੀ ਅਕਾਲੀ ਦਲ ਨੇ ਕੱਲ ਵੀ ਬੜਾ ਦੁੱਖ ਪ੍ਰਗਟ ਕੀਤਾ, ਅੱਜ ਫਿਰ ਤੋਂ ਮੈਂ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਤਰਫੋਂ ਮੈਂ ਦੁੱਖ ਪ੍ਰਗਟ ਕਰਦਾ। ਅੱਜ ਅਸੀਂ ਗਵਰਨਰ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਨੂੰ ਮਿਲੇ क्योंकि मैं क्लियर शब्दां नाल मैं कहना चाहना जे पंजाब सरकार गलत फैसले ना करदी अज सिद्धू मूसेवाला जी अपने विच होंदे। जिहड़ा सिक्योरिटी दा थ्रेट है, जिहड़ा सिक्योरिटी दा थ्रेट है, एक कमेटी तय करदी हुंदी है। चीफ मिनिस्टर नहीं तय करता किनू किन्ने सिक्योरिटी मिलनी चाहिए है। पंजाब पुलिस के अंदर एक सिक्योरिटी थ्रेट परसैप्शन की कमेटी है। पहली बार होया कि मुख्यमंत्री अपने भगवंत मान ने सू मोटो ऑर्डर करता कि इन्हां लोगों के सिक्योरिटी खत्म कर दिओ। ते सब तो माड़ी गल कीती कि खबरां विच ना दिते गए कि इन्हां दी सिक्योरिटी अज इन्नी रह गई है, इन्हां दी खत्म।
The Prime Minister speaks at the Bloomberg Business Forum. He of course will try to highlight India's 5 trillion economy dream and essential supplies and adequate supplies, and that is the biggest that we have from the APMCR. Raj Thackeray is not backing down, and supporters of Raj Thackeray have used the loudspeaker to send a message. They're trying to stop us from reporting. Today has picked up Arnab Goswami from his house, dragged him out, assaulted him physically. This is the Abhignya Tower in Parel, Mumbai, where the fire was reported, and their entire effort has been to somehow burst down the flames.
ജഡ്ജിമാർ നിൽക്കുന്നതിന്റെ അവരിട്ടിരിക്കുന്ന കോണകം അത് കാവ്യമാകുമ്പോൾ സ്വാഭാവികമാണ് ചൂടെടുക്കും.
The leader of PFI who spoke against the High Court judges have been confirmed to being arrested by the Kerala police.
बाबरी मस्जिद किसी ने छीनी नहीं है। आप ताजमहल वाली बात पे क्यों डिस्कस नहीं कर रहे? एक ही दिन में 3 वर्डिक्ट्स आए हैं। ताजमहल वाले में डांट पड़ी है। वो पहले तो शब्दों का इस्तेमाल करना मदनी समझें और ओबीसी। ये देश है ना, संविधान से चलेगा या सर्वमान्य कानूनों से चलेगा।
मनसा के सिविल अस्पताल की बाहर की ये तस्वीरें। यहाँ पर सिद्धू मूसेवाला के चाहने वाले जो उनके फैन हैं वो लगातार यहाँ पर खड़े हैं, धरना प्रदर्शन दे रहे हैं और इनका कहना कि जिस तरीके से सिद्धू मूसेवाला की हत्या कर दी गई है इसके लिए कहीं ना कहीं पंजाब पुलिस और पंजाब सरकार जो है वो जिम्मेदार है।
And massive protests erupt against Aam Aadmi Party government across the country, demand Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann's removal. More shocking video of Moosewala's killing emerges. Over 46 gunshots heard on cam. Sonia Gandhi's ticket decision sparks massive anger. Congress leaders ask, why no ticket for those from Rajasthan? Political dissent continues to brew in Congress after Rajasthan miffed Maha Congress leaders to meet top brass in national capital. Republic leads coverage on radical organisation PFI confronts arrested PFI leader in Alapura.
ਚੱਲ ਹੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਰਹੀ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਚੋਂ ਸਾਰੇ ਫੈਸਲੇ ਕਿਹਨੂੰ ਐਸਐਸਪੀ ਲਾਉਣਾ ਕਿਹਨੂੰ ਡੀਐਸਪੀ ਲਾਉਣਾ ਕਿਹਨੂੰ ਐਸਪੀ ਲਾਉਣਾ ਕਿਹਨੂੰ ਇੰਟੈਲੀਜੈਂਸ ਲਾਉਣਾ ਸਾਰੇ ਫੈਸਲੇ ਦਿੱਲੀ ਕੇਜਰੀਵਾਲ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਜਿਸ ਸੂਬੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੰਨਾ ਕਨਫਿਊਜ਼ਨ ਹੋਏ ਕਿ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੂੰ ਐ ਹੀ ਨਾ ਪਤਾ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਸੀ ਮੁੱਖ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਕੋਲੇ ਰਿਪੋਰਟ ਕਰਨਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਕੇਜਰੀਵਾਲ ਕੋਲ ਰਿਪੋਰਟ ਕਰਨਾ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਹਾਲਾਤ ਤਾਂ ਬਣਨੇ ਹੀ ਹੈ ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਗਵਰਨਰ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਨੂੰ ਅਪੀਲ ਕਰਕੇ ਆਏ ਕਿ ਇਹਦੀ ਡਾਇਰੈਕਟ ਜਾਂਚ ਕਰਾਈ ਜਾਏ ਐਨਆਈ ਤੋਂ ਜਾਂਚ ਕਰਾਈ ਜਾਏ ਨਾਲੇ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੂੰ ਡਿਸਮਿਸ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਏ ਸਹੀ ਮੈਨੇ ਤੇ ਜੇ ਅੱਜ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਨੂੰ ਬਣਾਉਣਾ ਬਚਾਉਣਾ ਜੇ ਜੀ ਹਾਲਾਤ ਬਣ ਗਏ ਪੰਜਾਬ 'ਚ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਸੀਐਮ ਇੱਕ ਦਿਨ ਵੀ ਰਹਿਣ ਦੇ ਕਾਬਿਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਇੱਕ ਦਿਨ ਇੱਕ ਘੰਟਾ ਰਹਿਣ ਦੇ ਕਾਬਿਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਦੇਖੋ 2 ਮਹੀਨਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਅੰਦਰ ਜੇ ਜੀ ਹਾਲਾਤ ਬਣ ਗਏ ਪੰਜਾਬ 'ਚ ਇਹ ਜੇ ਹਾਲਾਤ ਬਣ ਰਹੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਆਪਾਂ ਦੌਰ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਸੀ ਉਤੋਂ ਉਸ ਤਰਫ ਜਾਣ ਹਾਲਾਤ ਬਣ ਗਏ ਇਹਦੇ ਇਸ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਦੀ ਇਸ ਨਿਕੰਮੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਦੀ ਪਾਲਿਸੀਆਂ ਕਰਕੇ ਝੂਠੀ ਚੌਧਰ ਕਰਕੇ ਆ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਹੋ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਸੋ ਅਸੀਂ ਸਟਰੋਂਗਲੀ ਕੰਡੈਮ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਤੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਡਿਮਾਂਡ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਤੇ ਸੀਐਮ ਨੂੰ ਡਿਸਮਿਸ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਏ ਤੇ ਇਨਕੁਆਇਰੀ ਐਨਆਈਐਮ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਜਾਏ
जो तर्क दिया जा रहा है कि जो कमांडो और वापस लिए गए
इंक्वायरी बी हैंडेड और टू द नेशनल इन्वेस्टिगेशन एजेंसी
ये एक मिनट ये आप अखबारों में दे रहे हो कि इनकी कोई सिक्योरिटी नहीं है क्या मतलब है जो दुश्मन है उनको मालूम चल गया कि अगर 10-15 आदमी थे अब तो कोई नहीं है या एक है उनका इतना बड़ा हौसला बन गया अगर और भी जैसी हालात बनी है आज भी मालूम चला है कि जलंधर में एक इंस्पेक्टर की एएसआई की कत्ल किया गया है अगर पुलिस का ही कत्ल हो रहा है जी महान शख्सियतां का कत्ल हो रहा है मर्डर डे लाइट हो रहे हैं दलेरी ना हो रहे है मतलब की है कि ਜਿਹੜੇ ਲੋਕ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਗਲਤ ਅਨਸਰ ਹੈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦਾ ਕੋਈ ਡਰ ਹੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ
सरकार ने मान लिया है कि सिटिंग जज से इसकी इंक्वायरी होगी और एनआईए
ਇਹਦੀ ਸਿਟਿੰਗ ਜਾਂਚ ਤੋਂ ਇਨਕੁਆਇਰੀ ਹੋਣੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਵਿਡਰੋ ਕਰਨ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲੇ ਕੀ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਰਿਵਿਊ ਬੋਰਡ ਬੈਠਾ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਣੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਤੇ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਵਿਡਰੋ ਕੀਤੀ ਕਿਹਦੇ ਹੁਕਮ ਤੇ ਕੀਤੀ ਇਹਦੀ ਵੀ ਇਨਕੁਆਇਰੀ ਹੋਣੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਹੈ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਇਸ ਆ ਮਰਡਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਬਗੈਰ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਰਿਵਿਊ ਬੋਰਡ ਤੋਂ ਬਗੈਰ ਫੈਸਲਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਅਫਸਰਾਂ ਨੇ ਕੀਤਾ ਤੇ ਜਦੋਂ ਅਫਸਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਹੁਕਮ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਗਏ ਆ ਦੇ ਆਰ ਰਿਸਪੌਂਸਿਬਲ ਫॉर ਦਿਸ ਮਰਡਰ
ਉਸ ਪੀਸੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਡੀਜੀਪੀ ਦਾ ਰਵੱਈਆ ਕੀ ਨਜ਼ਰ ਆ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਤਾਂ ਸਮਾਈਲ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਸੀਗੇ
ਸੀ ਡੀਜੀਪੀ
ਸਵਾਲ ਦਾ ਜਵਾਬ ਨਹੀਂ ਦਿੱਤਾ
ਡੀਜੀਪੀ ਦਾ ਮਾਹੌਲ ਐਜਾ ਸੀ ਦੱਸ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਮੇਰੇ ਪੱਲੇ ਕੁਝ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਡੀਜੀਪੀ ਦਾ ਕਹਿਣ ਦਾ ਮਤਲਬ ਕੀ ਸੀ ਇੱਕ ਹੋਰ ਮੈਂ ਗੱਲ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਚਾਹਣਾ ਇਰਰਿਸਪੌਂਸਿਬਲ ਸਟੇਟਮੈਂਟ ਡੀਜੀਪੀ ਦੀ ਵੱਡੀ ਗੱਲ ਹੈ ਡੀਜੀਪੀ ਨੂੰ 9 ਵਜੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਕਰ ਰਾਘਵ ਚੱਡੇ ਦਾ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਟਵੀਟ ਦੇਖ ਲਓ ਆਪਣੇ ਫੇਸਬੁੱਕ ਤੇ ਅੱਧਾ ਘੰਟਾ ਪਹਿਲੇ ਜੋ ਡੀਜੀਪੀ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਉਹ ਰਾਘਵ ਚੱਡੇ ਨੇ ਪਹਿਲੇ ਹੀ ਦੱਸਤਾ ਸੀ
राघव चड्डा वो डीजीपी said in the press conference was said
राघव चड्डा सीएम है
राघव चड्डा इस राघव चड्डा डीजीपी
पंजाब की जनता सामने रखना चाहना है
होम डिपार्टमेंट आपके पास भी रहा है और इस वक्त भगवंत मान के पास होम डिपार्टमेंट है क्या मानते हैं इसके लिए पूरी तरीके से जिम्मेदार क्या भगवंत मान साहब है
इस केस में सीएम हिमसेल्फ रिस्पॉन्सिबल है क्योंकि सीएम ने आप ट्वीट करके उन्होंने अपने फेसबुक में सीक्रेट डॉक्यूमेंट लीक किए हैं ये एक ओथ ऑफ जेडी होती है चीफ सीक्रेसी उसका वायलेशन सीएम ने किया है एंड आई थिंक ही नीड्स टू बी डिसमिस्ड
And in other news that's breaking at this hour, Amidst raging dissent, and even as we talk about how there are protests across Punjab, protests in Jammu as well, our correspondent Gursimran reports.
Staging protest here in Jammu against the Aam Aadmi Party. They are staging protests against the law and order situation that has become a real headache for the common people of Punjab, and they are saying that the Congress party and the leaders, they should immediately tender resignation. I'll request Gaurav to keep showing you the visual that they are heading towards the Jammu office of the Aam Aadmi Party. They will be staging protests outside the Aam Aadmi Party office in Jammu, and what they are saying that the government of Bhagwant Mann has totally failed. They have failed to provide security to the common masses, and even the decision to revoke the security was not something required, and that's why the government should tender their resignations. They are outside the office of the Aam Aadmi Party, wherein they are staging protests, and what they are demanding is the resignation of Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann. I have some of the Congress workers with me. We'll try to speak to them. So, क्या मांग आप लोग आज यहाँ पर कर रहे हैं?
हमारी सीधी सी मांग है, इनकी गंदी नीतियों के कारण कल सिद्धू मूसेवाले की डेथ हुई है, उसका मर्डर हुआ है, और सीधा सा बात है कि रॉ का इंटेलिजेंस की रिपोर्ट थी कि उसके ऊपर हमला हो सकता है, लेकिन भगवंत मान ने सिर्फ सुर्खियां बटोरने के लिए, कहने के लिए वीआईपी कल्चर खत्म हो गया है, ट्वीट करने के लिए उस इंसान की जान चली गई है। ये पॉलिटिकल किलिंग है, इसमें दाल में कुछ काला है, और जब तक एनआईए की इन्वेस्टिगेशन नहीं होती, यूथ कांग्रेस पूरे देश भर में चुप नहीं रहेगी। ये डेमोक्रेसी की हत्या है, और इसमें बता दिया है कि ये जो एक्सपेरिमेंट करने वाले लोग हैं, इनके आने से देश को खतरा है, देश की एकता को खतरा है। ये कॉमेडियन देश नहीं चला सकते, देश को देशभक्ति चला सकते हैं।
फॉरेंसिक टीम की तस्वीर हम दिखाएंगे, साक्ष्यों को यहाँ पर जुटाया जा रहा है। जरा जगन्नाथ वो तस्वीरें भी दिखाइए, ये जो बक्सा है इसके